or roundabout references I can use. No, I can't think of any that you would know. Never mind. It was a very funny comedy show.
I'm a big fan of Only Connect. I'm sure you know what that is, since you're Britain. You're Britonish. No, you don't know what that is, Hugh?
I've been gone for 34 years. Some shows that are new, I'm familiar with. Some of them I'm not.
So what's her name? Vicky Corin, the lovely Vicky Corin.
Vicky Corin Mitchell.
Yeah.
Looking it
She's
up
the
right now.
host.
So,
you'd love Only Connected. It's like you British people are so fucking autistic, and you come up with these crazy game shows. It's so. I mean, I love it. It's
8 out of 10
definitely right up
cats.
my alley.
Have you 8
No,
out of
I
10
don't know what
cats?
that is.
Oh my! Yeah. How about QI?
That's what I'm gonna watch next. I'm making my way through.
Okay, you got to watch QI.
Making my way through this.
Watch
That's what
only
everybody says when I bring up Only Connect.
watch QI, but only the episodes with Stephen Fry.
I'm still mad at him, dude.
I know.
He's a big gay. No, I'm just kidding.
I know. I know.
No, he's hilarious.
He's also
He's okay.
the insanity of his intelligence it's mind-boggling. But okay, so if you hunt for that on Google's, you'll also find University Challenge. Have you heard of that?
No, I have not.
How about Mastermind?
I have heard of Mastermind. I probably watch like 45 minutes of television a week.
Oh yeah, I watch some. Wifey watches Netflix.
Painful.
I
can't get
Netflix quickly. So Mastermind is a British television quiz show from the BBC, and it started in 1972. The theme for Mastermind is really creepy, very, very creepy. The Mastermind theme, the title of it is Approaching Menace. That's a quiz show, and the theme is called Approaching Menace. It is renowned for being intensely nerve-wracking and difficult. There's no phone a friend, there's no nothing. It's just it's a quiz show brutality done it's the British way, calmly, with no blood. Listen to Approaching Menace. It's weird because the time signatures, I'm a musician, so the time signatures, there's one of the measures. There's a drum that pounds, keeps a rhythm, and the drum is in 4/4, but then the music is in 6/8 or something. I'll have to find the music and confirm. But it's dissonant in its. When you listen to it, you go, "What? The drum? Okay, then what? It's just really weird." If you're a musician, it weirds you out. So there you go, Mastermind Quiz theme song. It's funny you get these rabbit trails when you get on Google, don't you?
Sorry, that last part you cut out. It's funny. What?
You go down these rabbit trails. 8 out of 10 cats just found it. It's only since 2005. Elstree, shot at Elstree. Oh, it was also shot at Pinewood. Oh. BBC Elstree Centre. How lovely.
Did you ever go back to Britain to visit?
Yeah, I do from time to time. It's a shadow of its former self, to be honest. It's all right. But it's
Oh man, that must be really creepy.
Yeah. It was never that great, that's the thing. I go back and I'm sort of reminded what a dump it is. That's basically what happens. You know, I have this my memory, you know how your memory is rose tinted glasses, right?
Sure, but I mean, surely you've seen how much it's changed, and that alone
Well,
must be kind of shocking.
I'm from the northwest of England, and it's a bit of a backwater. It's a cul-de-sac, so I can tell you if you want to look up in England and look up the Wirral Peninsula. So I'm basically the British equivalent of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, UP. So no one just goes to the Wirral for no reason. They don't drive and deliberately go to Wirral unless they have a reason to, you know. So you're going to get tourists. Tourists stop at Chester, which is at the base of the peninsula, because Chester's an historic of historic interest. So people stop at Chester and then they move on, but they don't go into the Wirral, onto the peninsula itself. So that's basically where I'm from. So it doesn't change much. It hasn't changed much at all. My brother, I got two brothers, and one of them had to go back to England. All of us live in America now. So my two brothers, one of them went back to England, and he posted videos and went around the village and posted videos from here, there, and everywhere. You know, all that area hasn't changed. There's nothing's changed. Now it's changed in London. London is Londistan. You know, it's just
Londistan.
Yeah, Londistan. It's completely overrun.
Who's their head prophet there? Like Emperor Khan or something like that?
Yeah.
I'm just messing around.
The Lord Mayor of London is
that's nuts.
Some brown fellow. Yeah.
See, I was born in this cultureless sort of cesspool that is Los Angeles. I have no culture. I have no people. I have no creed, no motto, no like.
Really? Is that how you see LA?
Oh yeah.
Maybe you've lived there. Maybe you've lived there too long.
Well, not for long.
I didn't say I disagreed.
Probably going to be moving in about a month.
I didn't necessarily say that I disagreed. I've been to LA twice and wasn't there long enough to hate it. But I can imagine hating it. I imagine you have a really good cause to hate it. But I watch a lot of YouTube. The governor of California is a wazzock, I'll be honest. He's a complete waz. But what are you going to do?
Oh, well, that's just
a reflection of the culture.
It is a reflection of the culture. It's everything that led up to him is also just as much a part of the problem. My biggest beef with Los Angeles, I have a lot of dead friends due to like drug addiction and fast driving.
Yeah. You have,
and I do.
Sorry to
I
hear
do.
that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like,
Yeah.
I have a lot of friends that didn't make it to 30. You know,
Oh, I'm sorry.
friends that didn't make it to 20. Shit, man.
That is dreadful. Yeah.
And I've asked my parents and my aunts and uncles, like, you know, how many people did you know that died growing up? And it was like one or two, you know?
Yeah.
It wasn't like 10 or like 15.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I went to fucking high school in one of the best places, one of the richest places in the world.
Yeah, exactly, right.
Top 28 richest places to live.
You think it'd be a paradise, wouldn't you? You would think the incredible wealth. You'd think it'd be absolute nirvana, Shangri-La. You'd think, but it isn't. I know it isn't. No, I hear you. I hear you. That's pretty awful.
Yeah, it just could be better. What's crazy is like my whole thing is farming. I love holistic management of land and animal husbandry and all that stuff. I think it's the way to save humanity from itself.
Yeah.
It's very important to me. And Los Angeles is literally like the most fertile place in Southern California. And it's just a big mess of asphalt and concrete and metal and glass and rubber. A bunch of broken people in it.
It's
like
just completely broken.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if I was to take 15 steps to my balcony right now and look outside, I would probably see 1 to 3 homeless people, maybe a drug deal, maybe some very weird stuff going on. I see about 2 people dead in the intersection that my balcony overlooks every month.
How do you know they're not moving?
How do I know? Because the fire department has been there pumping their chest for 15 minutes, and then they put a tent up over their body because it's a hit and run, and so they have to have forensics come. And so there's a dead man in the street until 3 a.m. His family's wondering where he is. Yeah, if it's a hit and run, they have to leave the body in the street until the forensics team can come in. Oh yeah, dude. It's.
I'm having a hard time processing what you're saying here. I'll be very honest. That's pretty awful.
Oh yeah, I live in the ghetto, bro. Right now I do, but not for long. I had an interview that went really well today.
That's good. I was going to ask you what your good news was.
Yeah,
you're going to be moving out of California or out of LA?
It's for not out of California, but out of LA. It's for a job. Yeah, it has it's a live-in job salary and.
Well, sweet. That's good, right? Isn't it?
Oh yeah, dude, I'm stoked. Super happy.
You sound positive, so I'll say it's a good thing.
It's like a breath of fresh air.
There you go. In the middle of the night.
So you're kind of a night owl. What's up with that?
Oh, just recently.
Yeah.
I've been sleeping well. I've had bouts of anxiety and stuff like that. So, but I have a shoot tomorrow, and it's not until the afternoon, so I don't have to get up in the morning. I'm trying to rectify it. Wifey's been patient with me. I'm trying to rectify it. So I've been, listening in, and then reading all the stuff in the people post here, and then on other places, like Jeremy's, Humans of Earth, and other places. Just reading, trying to sort of get ideas, and I still want to do this documentary thing, and I from every day or so I pick up a little thing here and there. Someone says something. I think you said something yesterday, and I wrote it down. I can't remember what it was, but it was good. And I wrote it down, and I've got these notes, and I write things down, and I keep notes about. What did you say? You know what? I'm actually going to look it up. You said that he was a bastard. Hold on, let's see. Where is it? You said something.
Oh, I said lots of things.
Yeah. Take it out of my game.
You would not be the first person in 6 years on Discord that has a list of things that I've said. There's quite a few people over at Gem Pandas. I know that.
Well, what they're doing is they are compiling a list of silly things people say. You know, here we go. Oh, you were making it wasn't. Was it you? It may not have been you. You said someone said, you know, about being taught the globe in school. You know what? I'm sorry. It wasn't you. It was there were two South African chappies in the chat. They were talking about what they remember being taught about the globe in school. That's what it was. You said a few interesting things as well that I remember thinking, that was interesting. I just don't remember what they are right now off the top of my head. So anyway, yeah, so they said that, and I thought that was interesting. So, because, you know, when you're doing a documentary, you're doing an investigation, right? You're being a journalist. What journalism should be. What journalism should be is researching a topic and then presenting a piece about it that's balanced and gives all sides and is fair and isn't derogatory, isn't condescending, it isn't, you know what I mean? It's all those things. That's why I'm attempting to do here. So it's not that every conversation we have is, I'm not just gathering facts every, you know, I'm not just here just to gather sound bites from you and stuff. That's a little bit of it. It's a very interesting topic.
Oh, it doesn't bother me at all. The way I see it is, no matter what the truth is, it's going to come out. And if the fucking Earth is a ball and I'm wrong, that doesn't mean that the government's not lying about a bunch of other shit.
You got that right, man.
Just happen to be not lying about that.
No, you're not.
But I think there's a very small chance of that.
I give. I think what's going on is, or what I see is going on is, most of the time, the people doing these sort of documentaries are left wing. We become accustomed to the sad reality that most media is produced by people on the left. I'm not on the left, so I'm actually trying to be impartial. And I can agree with you in a lot of ways. So, you know, that's.
I think if you're
across. Go ahead.
Because you're a Glober, right?
Yeah,
I don't mean that in a derogatory way.
Okay. No, yeah, let's go with that.
So obviously, your documentary is not going to end with, and it turned out the Earth was flat. Right? But hold on. But what I do think, if you're being honest and fair-sided, even presenting people from the flat Earth camp as a non-biased, impartial person, you're going to highlight how bad the distrust for the government and the media is, and the education system. You're going to end up highlighting, because you have to rationally explain our behavior. You know, either we are all retarded and the education system is broken, so that's very important, or we're all so suspicious, you know, that we've come to this like cockamamie conclusion or whatever from, because you know most people hear flat Earth and they don't know what to think.
They shut down, and I did initially, and then and the other thing is being a Christian. it's like I have to see things from a human perspective, from a compassionate perspective, from a human. I said that already. I have to look at people not as just like. There is a scene in a movie. Have you seen? What was the name of the movie? Tom Cruise.
The Last Samurai.
War of the Worlds. And have you seen the movie?
Yes, I have. I don't like Dakota Fanning. She's fucking screaming the whole time.
She's just the my
worst.
Goodness, it was just incredible movie. Anyway, I'm a huge Tom Cruise fan.
Oh, dude, me too. Where does hold on really quickly? Where does Last Samurai for you? Is it like it's obviously
great film?
Great film. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's fiction.
He does.
It's
fiction.
Fanciful.
He cucks an entire Japanese village. He like cucks the last of the samurai, but in like a honorable way.
It's Hollywood fluff type of history, and you forgive it because you know that's what it is. But in any case, in War of the Worlds, they're escaping the invading Martians, and it's Tom Cruise and Dakota Fanning and Robbie, his son, is still with them at this point, and they're in the house, and then they just hear this weird noise in the middle of the night, and everything, all hell breaks loose, and just massive crash sounds and destruction. You think it's another one of the aliens. It's not.
Yeah,
but it's not. It's a downed airplane.
I know the scene well. I've seen the movie many times.
There you go. Okay, so remember where the ABC, I think it was, one of those trucks comes along and one guy's deaf.
Yeah, deaf from what happened, and the lady's showing him the video of the guys. Yeah,
that's it. So of the aliens coming down into the ground. So that's one of the I think the only exposition we get in the movie. Very, very little exposition in the film, but that's one of them. And she says to him, "Were you on this plane?" And he says, "No." And he says, "No, that's a pity. That would have made a great story."
Yeah, I remember that line.
He's like
still thinking about getting the story. Yeah.
So she's like, "Not. Oh, that's amazing. God must be with you because you survived this amazing plane." No, it's only because it would be a great story. Who's ever the journalist? I thought that was very, very good. That was really good.
Well, what did you see in that movie that made you think they came from Mars?
War of the Worlds?
Yeah, because my understanding was that they're not. They were already here.
Yeah, it's okay. How old are you?
No. I know War of the Worlds was a radio broadcast. There you go. Yeah,
I didn't mean to ask that question to say, "Oh, you're just a kid," but no. But War of the Worlds, it is stated that they come from Mars, and at the beginning, actually,
in the beginning of the movie, they say that.
The narrator, yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay, well, maybe it's been a while since I've seen it.
At least you know what? I'd have to let me.
I go rewatch it, dude. Because check this out. You know Signs with Mel Gibson?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are not from another planet either in that movie. There's a bunch of things that point. Oh, dude, yeah, I can give you the breakdown on Signs. It's fucking good.
Oh.
Okay. So, do you remember the little girl's name? His youngest, his little daughter.
I thought it was too. I didn't like it. I think it was too creepy, so I didn't watch it. But go ahead.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not going to ruin it for you.
I'm not going to watch
too creepy. Are you like not? You're like scared of Not, I don't mean that in a bad way. But you just don't like horror films, huh?
It's just I'm extraordinarily choosy, picky. I'm very picky about the movies I watch. I don't watch all. I don't. Yeah, I'm very, very choosy.
No, I respect that. What you put into your body is you got to watch it. Yeah, for sure.
I have I have a sort of like not a sixth sense, but I have a sort of like an ability. This sounds like I'm bragging, but it's not really. I have this ability to know if a film's going to be good or not.
Oh
Within,
no, this film is good. I'm sorry.
is it?
This is one of the better ones in existence.
So,
Look, M. Night Shyamalan is a complete jackass, but he actually did a good job on this one. And Mel Gibson's acting as a father, as a priest
he's
during
very
an
good.
alien invasion is very persuasive. It's like, oh man, dude, I've definitely cried watching that movie. I've seen it. I have it on DVD. I've seen it a bunch of times.
Yeah.
It's just a good story. Oh, man.
It was. I couldn't get over they can't be. These beings can't have water splashed on them.
Okay, so that's because the little girl who's leaving all those glasses around, her name is Holly. So it's holy water. They're in a priest's house. You never see these aliens, quote unquote aliens, coming out of spaceships or anything like that. They're fucking demons, dude. And they find so the radio says in the end that they found the way to fight them off in the Holy Land. Like, dude, there's so many little Easter eggs in that movie. If you rewatch it, they're demons. They're fighting off a demon invasion of Earth. It's a great movie, and the aliens are demons, basically.
That really spoils it. You did warn me.
Oh, I did. No, I did. But then you pushed me. You tried to tell me it wasn't going to be a good movie.
That was all on me. That's 100% me. But
Well,
it's
here's
like
the
this
thing.
in me.
I watched the movie probably 20 times before I figured that out. Because what happens is there's like a scene in the movie where there's like an alien, like one of the first alien encounters, and Mel Gibson's like scrambling for a flashlight, and it like flashes his watch while he's like shining the light at this alien, and it says the watch says 9/11, and then his first line. I'm a big Mel Gibson fan, and I kind of noticed some certain things. I did continuity in Hollywood; that was like my jobs. So,
That must spoil movies.
Oh yeah, I can't. It's hard for me to watch it. But anyways, his first line in The Patriot, which is also an okay movie. It's not bad. It's pretty good. His first line is he's weighing out a rocking chair in the scene, and he says 9 pounds 11 ounces. Perfect. And that movie was before 9/11. So like he's just dropped the numbers 9/11 in a bunch of his movies that are like pre 9/11. He obviously did Lethal Weapon. He drops obviously the 911 a bunch of times in the movie. I don't know. Maybe it's just all a big coincidence.
Wait, so does that mean that in the movie the water is holy water?
Yeah, it's because the little girl, her name is Holly. It's a bit of a stretch, I know, but when you add up all the other stuff in the movie, like they find the way to defeat the aliens in the Holy Land. It says it like I think they either say the Holy.
Wait. Doesn't she wear angel wings in the movie too?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, she's got a scene where she's wearing angel wings. Yes, dude.
Yeah, I remember that scene. Oh my god, that's a good call. I think you're right.
Wow.
No, I am, dude. I love that movie. I've seen it a million times.
Stop. You just learned something. So did I.
I've never heard that before.
Scott, the theme that aliens are actually demons is in a lot of movies. But you gotta you gotta look at it from like a Christian perspective. Like, okay, so demons from the Christian perspective all exist like spiritually in the oceans. So like James Cameron's so in the book of Enoch, in the Bible it says that God flooded the world, right? But then there's giants after the flood, and people are like, what the fuck? How's that possible? Well, the book of Enoch kind of ties all that together where it explains the 4 angels that God sent down to deal with all the issues on earth prior to the flood, and like prepare the earth for the flood, prepare Noah, etc. And he basically chains up all the demons, the Nephilim, and the fallen angels, which the Nephilim are the offspring of fallen angels. And he throws them into these deep crevasses, and then he floods the world. And then, but then their spirits roam the earth, It says in the book of Enoch that their spirits roam the earth after.
See,
And
that's
then
the issue there.
that's
Sorry,
what.
you're getting it from Enoch.
Well, the thing about Enoch is everything that we have about demonology, angelology,
Yeah.
Exorcism, all of that stuff. The people who wrote the Old Testament and the New Testament got all of that from Enoch. You know what I mean? So it's like that's what they were reading. That's where they got the foundations for a lot of their writings. I mean, and I'm coming at it from like an Orthodox perspective. I'm reading a book on it right now about how these apocryphal, extra biblical literature, how it's relevant. It's not scripture. It's not in the Bible. You're 100% right, but it is relevant.
Yeah, there are so many different ways that you could, that's the thing with that, right? It's just, I don't want
Here,
to.
let me tie it into the Bible, right? Okay. When Jesus Christ casts demons out of a man, and the demons say, "We are legion," they all jump into the pigs, and the pigs run off the cliff, and they drown themselves in the ocean. Okay.
Right.
All the dragons, the Leviathan, all the demons that come out at the end in Revelation, they all come out of rivers and the sea.
Right. Okay.
Jesus walked on the water to show his dominion over the abyss.
Okay. Well,
What do you think
I'm
about
asking.
that?
Hold on. I'm not going to. Yeah, I kind of don't really want my view of the Bible to be sort of like
distorted.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I understand if you don't want me to talk about that. I respect it, brother.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it's what I've heard a lot of the Rob Ski was into that sort of thing is Enoch, and it's what it sort of does is it implies, the implication is that something has been left out of the Bible for some reason that Christians aren't aware of, that's necessary, not that it's probably a good idea to know, but necessary to know. That's the issue.
That's not what I'm saying. I don't. It's not necessary
by inference,
to read the.
And then there is secret information hidden from the masses that can give you enlightenment into this information that's being concealed from people deliberately.
Well, it's not being deliberately concealed. I wouldn't. Well, I don't think there was a grand conspiracy to leave Enoch out of the Bible yet. Today, I could just Google a PDF in 2 seconds and read a fairly accurate translation. I just don't think it was. I think the people at the time were using the wisdom of God to see that it didn't need to be in the Bible. I think it can be used if you want to study aspects of the Bible and you want to know who Enoch was. I think it's a great text to be who is this? Seventh from Adam, grandfather of Noah. Right. It's probably important. Lived to be 800 years old or some shit.
Right.
I mean, it's fun to know about. It's part of my culture, right? If I'm a Christian, I need to I want to know about who these people are. But the main focus is obviously the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Right, because then
I don't think. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
What I mean is then the focus is not Jesus Christ. The focus then is Enoch, and then the things that are hidden. That becomes the focus. And look, there are things that are hidden, and then that becomes the entire focus. So
they're not hidden. Where are you getting the hidden from? Did Rob Skiba say that? I don't watch Rob Skiba. I don't know that guy is. I've heard him. I've just heard
it's my point really is your focus should be on Jesus and serving Jesus, not on unearthing secrets. and that type of thing. That's not what the Christian life is about. It is not at all what the Christian life is about. And so what Rob ended up doing is, and I talked to Rob Skiba personally, I interviewed Rob Skiba, but his entire focus of his life is exposing the secrets. And that's not what the Christian life is about at all. It would be like, well, basically, I'll just say that. That's essentially the issue. And then the Christian life, if you read the Bible, what the Bible says the Christian life is, it isn't about exposing. It says that we should expose secrets. We should expose darkness and shine light on darkness. But there's a humongous difference between what it ends up being and what the life should be, and what it ends up being once your mind is sort of focused on this thing. And so what happens then is everything that you read in the Bible then is relating to this hidden thing. That's the point. That's kind of my reticence in wanting to, have that as part of the discussion, to be honest. Because then they say, oh, Jesus walked on water. And then, so every time you hear about Jesus walking on water, what are you going to think? You're going to think about all other things. It just becomes, the mind the mind's going to focus on those sort of things. So that, and I don't want that in my life. So yeah, what I'm trying to do is, trying to be a Christian, and that means, in every sense of that word, what that entails. Not necessarily that I'm going to focus on any one particular thing. And I have friends who are pro-life, and they focus on this one thing, and I highly respect them, and they're doing good work, but they're focused on this one thing. And I don't, for me, that's not what the Christian life's about. So anyway, that's my ramble. I don't know if Scott's still in the room, but
I know Scott left a while ago.
he comes in and then leaves and doesn't say goodbye. What a git.
He's probably watching signs. I mean,
Anyway.
that's what I would do.
Anyway, what up?
Yeah, it's all good. Like I said, I don't know Rob or have ever watched any of his videos.
He's a terrific guy. I wouldn't say he's a terrific guy. So
yeah, he sounded chill. I heard people at Gem Pandas making fun of him for being dead, so that means he must have been a really nice person, honestly.
Well, but no, he was. I think he, in all honesty, I think he really got kind of sidetracked. I'll be honest. I think he got sidetracked.
Oh, there was a lot of crazy stuff going on at the time. I think everybody's faith was being tested. Some people don't do well under pressure. I can't say for him. I don't know his situation. I don't even know how he died. I just know that he did die. I didn't really look into it.
Yeah.
Like I said, I never watched his stuff.
I didn't watch. Oh, actually, you know what? I did watch some of his stuff. I did watch some of it. And it was, he did a speech somewhere, and I just remember, just thinking, that isn't the gospel. He's a teacher, right? So he's a teacher. A teacher, biblically, teacher has one job. One job. The teacher's job is not to do what Rob was doing. A teacher's job is to teach truth, to teach the gospel. And perhaps, theology, you could say theology, but mainly the teacher's job is to teach the gospel and the reality of Jesus, and those are the things the teacher should be focused on. Christian teacher. You get a rabbi, they teach about the law and other things like that. Okay, but a Christian teacher, that's what the job is. It's the only focus and only um, goal of a Christian teacher, because you can learn about God but not know God. So anyway, that's just my perspective. So I didn't agree with them on that, but
Yeah,
anyway,
I'm not an authority on religion or anything like that. Couldn't say either way. I'm just doing the best with what I got in my own personal experiences. I've come a long way. You talked to me 10 years ago and told me I was going to be a Christian. I thought I would have had some words for you.
Well, that happened to me. Yeah, that happened to me too when I was, well, what was I, 20, 21? So, oh no.
I actually had a Christian come up to me and do something very nice and try to talk to me about Jesus, and I was really fucked up at the time. And I wasn't like rude to them, but I was like so annoyed with their kindness and just like
It's like
rejecting
burning
of their
coals.
help. Dude, yeah,
Yes.
it was horrible. I was like, get the fuck away from me. This fucking dude looked like Lenny Kravitz, and I was just all strung out at a bus stop, and he's like trying to tell me that, Jesus is gonna help me with my problems. Man, I wish I would have listened. And I was like 19 at the time. But it's funny, I forgot about that encounter for years. And then after becoming a Christian, I've thought about it, and I've definitely like thanked God for just all the times he's like put people in my path to try and get me to turn away from being a little douchebag.
Yeah, we're all born douchebags, man.
Yeah, well, I like to look at, all the people in the Bible that were like really good Christians, and they were murderers and adulterers, and they were full of sin. David was the man after God's own heart, and that dude fucked shit up. Saul, Paul, right? Who else? There's all kinds of people. Saint Christopher, you know about him?
Who just came in?
I don't know.
Someone interesting or someone not interesting? Jew, not a Jew. Oh. Oh, they left.
People are funny like that. I think when people do that, it's like they're like channel surfing.
Oh, well, you know what? I sometimes I do that. I go in, and if there's nothing really, if it's someone talking about, well, I had this goat and it had a sore leg, and then I don't want to just talk about that.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I get in mind. We're not really talking about anything, are we? We're just rambling. I'm playing a game and I'm rambling. So
Oh, you're good.
I want to get.
I'm just doing some calculations right now.
What are you
Trying to
counting?
figure out just the volume for these pawns and this farm that I'm going to go work for. It's owned by a very wealthy person who is going to. Their farm doesn't make any money, and it sounds like I'm going to be replacing the person that interviewed me. And like, he made it sound like they haven't made much headway in 3 years with fucking people being paid a salary to live there, which is absolutely fucking insane. It means that they're not doing any work. And I'm a highly motivated individual that likes to pull like 16-hour days and like
one of those people.
do back-breaking, grueling, make your friends throw up kind of work. You laugh it off, do it again tomorrow. So yeah, we're gonna see what happens. And like, if they're willing to put down the cash to like make shit happen, I've done like large-scale earthwork projects. I've moved all kinds of livestock. So yeah, I'm just, if they're serious about like making something wonderful, if like you have the money and the resources to do it and you want it done, like I could get it done. But this might just be the perfect storm where I get like complete creative, freedom to just make somebody's property amazing.
Cool.
Yeah. It's exciting.
Excellent.
Also means getting out of the city, which I've been living back in for the last 2 years. Kind of over it.
Yeah. I don't know if I could live in a city, let alone someone like a flipping LA. Goodness me, that would not be for me.
No, I'm more of an outdoorsy kind of guy, anyways. So it'll be good.
Hmm.
All right, man. I'm gonna head out. You have a good shoot tomorrow.
Yeah, you
Good
too,
luck with
man. You
everything.
too. That was good. Yeah, have a good tomorrow, and I'll speak to you soon.
All right, man.
Take care. I'm going to head out if no one else is here. Anyone else? Hello, hello. It's just I. No one here but his chickens.
What's up, Hugh Janus?
Hello, man. What's going on?
Not
To whom
much.
do I have the pleasure of speaking to?
Just a stranger. I am Stack Tapper. Tapper of
Yeah.
Stack.
Platypus just left. We had a lovely, lovely chat. And I'm here on my lonesome, playing a game. Not doing very much. No one else is here.
What game are you playing?
I'm playing an old game called Descent. Look it up. It's the first 360-degree shooter game. You don't shoot people, though. You shoot robots. And it was the only criticism of the game when it first came out was that it would make people sick because it's quite disorienting. Because you're doing 360s, you can twirl around and like a plane, make people sick. So that's what I'm playing. It's an older game. So I'm playing that, just waiting for someone to come in and chat about whatever. And if no one wants to, I'm going to head out.
Are you a flat earther?
I am not.
Oh, okay. I'm proud no one's here engaging with you.
How about yourself?
I am. Yeah.
You're a flat earther?
Yeah.
All right.
So, what brings you here?
Oh, I've been here on and off for quite a while.
Huh,
In Geo's chat. I used to go on 24/7. And I got a bit too toxic, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I got banned from there too.
No.
It hurts because I want to go back a little bit. Just because.
What did you do? What did you do?
I called. I said.
What did you call
Sorry,
Jim?
I'm not enough of a sycophant. And I got banned.
That's all you did?
Well. All right. To be fair, I was a little tipsy, but they were like there was one Glover in there, and the flat earthers were talking about how their argument was essentially, yeah, flat Earth is real because otherwise we wouldn't still be here talking about it.
I like that.
That kind of pissed me off. I pretty much just said that's a bad argument, and they pretty much told me to shut up. And then I said, "Sorry, I'm not a sick." I said, "Sorry, I'm not a sick fan," and then they banned me. They said, "Have a good life."
That's pretty. Stuffed up charges, right? I tell you, these globers. I'm being funny. I'm not too combative. I was combative when I used to play the game, I don't argue. Oh, we can debate, we can talk about the evidence and everything. That's all. That's good. That's dandy, but I don't get into personal unless someone tasks me, and then I can get there, but I don't genuinely like to do that.
I'm not quite sure what you said.
I just said, I don't mind. I like discussing the topic. I like discussing the subject, but I don't like getting into the personal, the drama. There's just the drama.
Yeah, no, I feel that. Do you want to discuss it right now? I wouldn't mind dancing. I'm not as good as a lot of people, but
no, yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know like how developed you are in the conversation. I'm not one of those people that understands all the GPS stuff or anything like that. I understand the gist of it, but I couldn't talk about it or debate that or anything on where there's a bunch of physics jargon. But just to get to the basics, I guess.
Right.
Why do you think it's spherical, spinning, and in space versus stationary, relatively flat, and enclosed?
Well, from what I've researched, I came to this conclusion actually a couple of days ago, and because someone said the ancients believe the Earth is flat, and I don't disagree. I don't know really, for sure, but I'm willing to accept that they used to believe the Earth is flat, or they used to say the Earth is flat, whatever you want to say. But as far as I can see, if you conduct science, if you do sciencey things, you come up with a globe, and that's kind of what I've. Generally speaking, if you conduct really, really, big time science, then that's what you come up with. And so that's kind of where I go with it. And what I'm looking for is I'm looking for good evidence on both sides, and then whatever. I'm just looking for good evidence on both sides.
All right. Let's take the science out of it for a second. Let's just say you were just born here. You have no information.
Right.
And you're trying to pick up information on where you are.
Right.
First assumptions on whether it is flat or curved. What do you think your first impression would be? You have no outside information regarding its size or anything, just like what it looks like. Which one would you think say it is?
Without a shadow of doubt, I would say that I lived. If I were just to look, as I did this, I actually did that sort of like thought experiment. Okay, so I thought, what do flat earthers have a point? So, going at it from a journalistic standpoint, journalistic perspective, and then I sort of said, yes, they do. They do have a point. If you walk outside, there's nigh on nothing that will really say you live on a globe from just walking outside. Now, the question then is what happens after thousands and thousands of people live on the Earth for a long period of time? Well, they're going to look into it some more. What conclusion do they arrive at once they've looked into it more than just walking outside? And for me, to be critical, I have to sort of say, if you just look at it from just the walking outside perspective, which isn't an invalid perspective at all. That's fine. That's a perspective. That's fine. But if that's all you do, okay, then you could say, all right, that's reasonable, and I think that is reasonable. But then if you look at it more, the more you look at it, rather, it becomes more difficult to defend. And the more you look at it, it just becomes more and more tricky to defend as an idea.
Would you agree at first glance, though?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, to say that's not true would be, and I think that's where the argument comes in, right? That's where people have a problem where I've heard a lot of flat earthers say, "Oh, globers are not honest, not intellectually honest," and I took issue with that, and then I realized, wait, you know what? That's not necessarily wrong, because when you first look at it, yeah, it does, and to say otherwise is not honest. It does look flat. It does look flat. But to look at it more closely for a longer period of time, that's when the changes in, the viewpoints, I think happen. So that's my perspective on it right now. And I should qualify this by saying I am actually attempting to do a documentary on the topic of flat Earth. That's it's not. I'm not part of some big organization or anything. I'm not connected to anyone. I'm just doing it. Our little company.
Wait, you're saying you work for a company that does what? Sorry?
I'm a photographer. That's my main job. So I work for a company that does that. And so this, the idea of doing a documentary was my idea and my baby and my thing, and I have to sort of make it happen. So yeah, this isn't part of it. I'm not here just to gather information. I'm just here to chat. Just here to discuss.
And then
human beings.
If I could continue the conversation,
yeah.
So would you agree also at first glance that versus the stationary or spinning, it feels stationary at first glance?
Yeah, you don't feel it. Yeah.
And would you also agree that it would be more likely to assume, if you understood air pressure and stuff, to assume we're in an enclosed area rather than an unenclosed area?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what it does. It does look like that. Yep.
So at first glance, we can agree that it appears flat, stationary, and enclosed.
We can agree on all those things.
And it only comes down to further arguments. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So let's go to curvature more in depth. So we agreed that at first glance, it looks flat. Why would you say that it's not?
Because people have done tests and they've gone up in planes and higher, and they've taken measurements and done investigations like that. So the flat Earth stance is that those people who are doing that are either are in some ways lying about the information they're getting, or they're doing something to keep the flat Earth concept down, if you will. So, which I also get. Yeah, that could. I don't think that's a completely irrational concept. If there is something going on, then that's what they do. So yeah, I can understand that. So that's why I'm trying to sort of understand it from the different perspectives. And I'm not doing this very well. Sorry.
I understand. I get your viewpoint, and that's fair. So let's move the discussion to moving now. Why do you not think that we feel this spin?
Because it's because the Earth is pretty huge, and we're moving at a constant rate, and the rate actually, I think people say the rate does change, but it doesn't change enough for you to really be able to feel it. And we can't feel motion below a certain threshold, right? We can't feel, changes that are very, very gradual. If we are in a car and I accelerated from, I'm doing 55 in America, right? So doing 55, and I accelerate to 56, and I take an hour. You're not going to even notice. There's no way you'd notice it. Even if we're on the ground was completely, if we were on like a rail, it was really, really smooth. So we shouldn't feel it. So that's kind of like the rationale behind that.
All right, so I agree that it's possible that we could not feel it in some world. But what makes you think that it's there?
Well, it's been measured, right? So
in what way?
It's been measured by various people, right? They've measured a rotational, right? They've measured. So we gotta account for. We really have to sort of account for all the information. And if you account for all the information, you collate it all, get it all together, and it's you have to sort of figure out why certain people got certain results from certain tests, and that's kind of the crux of the matter, I think. In all respects.
And what sort of information do you think I should look at if I were to change my view? What type of evidence would you give me for me to look at and say, all right, this seems like reasonable evidence of spin?
Well, there is Foucault's pendulum is the one I can think of. If you swing a pendulum on an Earth on ground that's stationary, if you are on around this complete stationary, it's not moving anywhere, and you swing a pendulum, it should just swing backwards and forwards, and it may deviate because of the angle of the rope at the top makes it move, or air resistance makes it move, air currents make it move. From what I've read, Foucault's pendulum, although it's not flawless, it's reliable enough to be able to tell where you are on the Earth according to the deviation from the initial swing. I'm not explaining it well because I haven't looked at it for a while. It's been about 4 years since I looked at the Foucault pendulum thing. But if you swing a pendulum and the Earth is stationary, it should just swing backwards and forwards. Maybe it'll deviate, but it won't be consistent. Foucault's pendulum, however, Foucault sort of proved that it's moving depending on where you are on the Earth latitude. I think depending where you are, it moves. The swing moves a certain direction, and that can't be accounted for by mere, random chance or air currents. So that's my reasoning behind that. That's one. That's one of them. And then gyroscopes, I think, too. Gyroscopes measure rotation as well. I can't think what other things there are. There's just a few. So that's what I got for that. But it's enough for me to say that kind of tells me the Earth is actually in motion, and because the sky isn't consistent with. If you look at it for long enough, it's not consistent with a dome, and things end up in a dome because they're moving independently. It's not like there are lights in a dome. They move differently. The stars move in a way that suggests it's not really a dome over our heads. So that's what does it for me. I'm not doing a very good job here, so I apologize.
No, I think you did a fine job. I need to look more into those things regarding spin. So I'm fine with that. But how do you think our air stays contained? Like, how do you think it stays here and doesn't get blown off into space?
Gravity. Whatever you want to call it. If you don't call it gravity, you can call it something else, but gravity. So gravity keeps the air down, gravity keeps us down. We can jump and we can build planes and things like that. But we can't stop gravity, we can't control gravity. So it's a weird force that acts on everything. And if people are honest, they will admit that they don't know what it is, or why it works, but things fall, and that would also include things like the air. And so that's why the air, if you say, okay, I live on a planet, I live on an Earth, and it's a sphere, and there's gravity, and it has an atmosphere. Gravity keeps the atmosphere pinned to the Earth, and the lower you are towards the ground, the air pressure gets higher, and the further up you go, the air pressure gets lower. And that's because of the, like water, same thing with water. That's why you get the bends when you go down. When you have scuba diving, you can't go too deep because we get the bends. Same thing. That's why I think about that. And if it's not gravity, then the other thing is that gravity can be criticized or say no one knows what it causes it. That's true, etc. But when you do that, you still have to come up with you still have to explain why things fall. And
I'm okay with acting, or I can argue this with an implication that gravity exists. So my issue with what you stated is, so like, just for example, I would imagine that my vacuum cleaner picking up like a little piece of dirt on the ground. The force sucking that up, I would assume, would be less than the force that would apply from the vacuum of space, or the low pressure system of space acting on the least dense elements at the top of our atmosphere. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't see gravity being strong enough to hold that down.
Well, it's strong enough to hold you down. And then it's strong enough to hold the air down. So I'm not sure, Jim, what you mean. Sorry. It can keep you down and keep.
All right. So would you agree that the higher up you go, the lighter or the less dense matter or the air is up there?
Yeah. You can measure that. Right. It's barometric pressure, right? Air pressure.
Yeah. And it also has less mass, correct? So it would have some sort of less.
It's less. The air is less dense. Yeah.
Yeah. It's also the closest to. So it's going to be the lightest stuff and the furthest away from the Earth. I would assume that means it would have the least like pull possible from gravity, and the most pull from like the space next to it. I don't see how you could possibly overcome the vacuum using gravity as explanation. It's just not strong enough of a force.
What do you mean? So what do you mean by what do you mean by that? Right? Overcome. Oh, that's it. Sorry, the exact words I was trying to. What do you mean by overcome the vacuum? What is to overcome?
I'm saying the force is pulling the highest areas of our atmosphere into space would be way greater than the force of gravity pulling that air back towards it. And I don't see it being really a fair assumption to think that gravity would overcome that force.
Is there, well, the question I would have is there a way to analyze that scientifically and to confirm that hypothesis that it's not enough force.
No, I agree. What I'm saying is unfalsifiable.
No, I don't know if it's unfalsifiable. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it's just like
you're probably
pixies,
right,
You're not
I
saying
think that
pixies.
replicable.
I mean, if you said invisible pixies, then okay, that's unfalsifiable. But if you said there's something that keeps it's not enough force, the gravity is not enough to keep the air that's in the upper atmosphere pinned to the Earth without without being sloughed up into space. Apparently, air does get sloughed up into space all the time. That's what I heard them say. I have to do some more digging into that one, but that's in the weeds as far as the for me, as far as like looking into it scientifically. But yeah, no, that's a good thought, right? That is that, if the Earth is a globe, then it has gravity. Then how is it that it manages to keep the at the top, which is very, very thin, very rare? How is it managed to keep it out of space, right? So that's a good question. And we can probably, if we talk to some scientific-minded people, I'm not one of them. Talk to some sciencey people, I think they could probably explain. And I don't know, who knows? You can do if this experimentation. Anyway, that's all I got on that. But if the Earth is flat, then what is up there? What is that? Because it looks like a dome. Okay, fair. What is it? What is the dome? What is its altitude?
I mean, I can speculate, but I have no idea.
Yeah. And I think what we've got is a situation where, I mean, regardless of whether what if I think that you're onto something or you're not onto something, you're wild goose chase, or what, you got a point. Let's look at this further. Regardless of which opinion you take on that, you probably anyone would agree that on the flat Earth side has a lot of catching up to do on answering those questions. And so, as far as the globe is concerned, the globe has like a head start and like a lead, and flat Earth has to do some catching up to tell us what those phenomena are, what those things are, what the lights in the sky are, what the closer lights or the bigger ones like planets, what are they?
But can I just say, why do we need to explain those things when we're describing the shape of what we're standing on?
Well, how are you going to determine what you're standing on?
By looking at it and measuring it.
Okay. The thing about that is the atmosphere is really thick at ground level. And if it's really thick at ground level, that's going to be tricky to do. And it's proving to be very tricky. It's very tricky for anyone because you can't see that far. Sometimes you can if it's really, really clear and you get up a mountain. You can see a good distance, 100 miles, 200 miles, whatever it is. Then whatever the distances are, you can see a certain amount of distance, right? But there's a limit to how you can see. You can't see, even if the Earth was flat. You couldn't, for example, see, the Great Wall of China. It's too small. It's too far away.
If there were no, I mean, yeah, I guess theoretically, if you had the right lens, you could maybe. I think there's always going to be too much obstruction, but yes,
exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why it's a question, right? That's one of the reasons. Anyway, it's one of the reasons it's such a. It's not easy to just say, oh, just go out and do a test. It's quite a tricky question.
Well, it kind of is. So, like, I mean, we know what the supposed radius of the Earth is, and we know using that we can derive how much curvature we would expect, right?
Mm.
why can we not point a compass, or not a compass? Sorry, fuck, a laser over a large body of water? We know the bodies of water are flat, unless there's waves or something disturbing it. Why can't we just point it over and see if it can go further than the given math would say it would, using the given radius?
And there's this really, turns out, there's this really annoying thing called refraction.
Okay, we use multiple lasers coming from different directions.
The lasers are going to diverge in the atmosphere, and by the time you get them far enough, they're just going to scatter. It's awful. It's
what if they don't?
Well, of some tests I've seen, they've scattered crazy. I mean, there's I think Effie Core did someone did a test, and by the time it wasn't that far, by the time the laser got to the other side, it was just great big red light. It wasn't a pinpoint laser. It has scattered in a crazy amount, and it wasn't that far. I do recall seeing that and just thinking, that isn't that big a distance. So how are you going to measure 200 miles, 300 miles? There's not a chance. That's out of the laser's range. It's scattered way too much by then. You can send lasers up through the atmosphere directly up, and they won't be messed with as much because the atmosphere gets thinner as you get higher. So, but still, yeah, lasers are tricky. It's not an easy question to answer. That's part of this whole thing, right? People are better.
I mean, you can just reflect light and see it on the other side of a lake. That's really far away. Is the thing. If you have a good enough optic, and it's like it'll literally be like a little mirror, and you can just see the light on the mirror.
Yeah, I've seen some where they have a mirror on the other side of the lake, but again, you got refraction. So,
all right. We'll forget light. I mean, I know everything's light, but I'm not talking about like a light beam.
Yeah.
I don't even want to get in this discussion. I'm not qualified.
No, I'm not. There are people who are better. I mean, if there's someone else in here, they could say, "Oh, the reflective index," and I'm not that guy. Look at refractive indexes of certain temperatures. But I've been looking at this for a while, and it's a good discussion. It's something. It's not politics. It's not race relations or gender ideology. It's better than that. So. Whereabouts are you, man?
You asked where I am?
Yeah, you don't have to say if you don't want to, but I'm in Atlanta.
I'm in East Coast, US.
East Coast?
Yeah.
Eastern Seaboard. North, south of me?
So have you seen how circumnavigation works on a flat Earth? The supposed. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, don't you think?
Yeah. I wish someone would do it properly, north-south.
What do you mean north-south?
North to south. If someone did a proper north to south circumnavigation, polar. That's it. Circumpolar.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know of any. It's kind of weird that they haven't done it. Don't you think?
Someone did it, but if you look at the path they took, it was like, oh, come on, that's not going to.
You don't find that suspect?
I find it. I don't find it suspicious enough to say there's something going on. but it's annoying. You know, it's if you have your side, right, and your side is you're rooting for your side, and then your side drops the ball, or your side, you know, makes mistakes. Your politician says something stupid, or your team loses. You know what I mean? It's always annoying. It's just one thing, though. There's other. I mean, there are so many other things.
Do you believe in the moon landing at all?
Yeah. I don't see. I'll put it to you like this. I haven't heard anyone give me a really, really good reason that's scientifically researched really well why they couldn't go to the moon. There's people bring up the Valorant belts, but they don't take into account various things. I've heard of. I mean, I watched Bart Sibrel's Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I've seen Jen Panda's rebuttal, both of which are actually done quite well. They're quite good productions. But I've not heard. No one's. I would be prepared to say if they're lying about that, that's really screwy. And I've not heard anyone really make me sit up and go, "Oh, wait a minute." You know, there's a problem in that I've seen in that people a lot of times use old arguments that have been dealt with. One of them was for the moon landing. One of them was who filmed the last, or who filmed the moon lander, the lunar rover, whatever. Who filmed it leaving the moon? Because there's a camera on the ground on the moon, and the camera tilts up and shows the capsule blasting away from the moon. Well, who filmed that? So I've heard that recently, and that's something that when I heard that, I went, that's a good question. So I researched it, I found out the answer, and then I kept doing it. And that was like 5 years ago, and I'm still hearing that argument. And still people don't know. And I'm just thinking to myself, wait a minute, I've been around, since 2017. So what's that? 6 years? And I'm still hearing that, and I know what the answer is because I researched it. Why are people making that argument if they haven't researched it? Not that they are denying that there was a remote camera on the moon surface, but they don't even know about the remote camera. They don't even know that the camera was remotely operated. How can you not be aware of that? And you're looking into this every day. It's part of your life, So anyway, that's an issue. Needs really, really, people need to really get a grip on that one. Anyway, rambling again.
Wouldn't it be a lot cooler if the Earth was flat?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Would it? Would it be cooler? It would be novel.
It would be novel.
It would. Do you believe in God?
I didn't before I got indoctrinated. I don't know why I stumbled, but I'm just tired. But
yeah, me too.
No,
I'm tired. I'm getting sleepy here.
Yeah, flat Earth brought me to believing in the Creator.
Okay. This isn't a gotcha, and I apologize if it sounds like a gotcha. But as someone who believes in God, I ask, how about this? I'll just ask myself, and you can answer the same question. I ask myself, could God not make a universe? Could God not do that? Would God be unable to do that? Would he be unable to make a planet, unable to make it orbit a sun, unable to make 1 million other suns, 1 trillion other suns, and make a universe so massive that it's impossible for us to get to even the nearest other star.
We can't go to the universe anyway. I mean, that's just something that you just made up in your head. No one's validated the damn thing. It's an imaginary place at the moment.
Jin.
Hang on. Why don't you look to what's actually being created on Earth? That's amazing right now that you can't see with your naked eye, but you need a microscope, for example. Right here, you're talking about a region that no human being has validated to exist. You know what I mean? That's just, there's much more to God's wonderful creation right here on Earth. Stop going to the place you can't get to understand whether you're alive or not.
Well, I can explain. By the way,
go ahead. Not like I've heard it all before. Go on.
Mr. Jin CBR, with whom we have chatted, and with whom and who shares quite several different things with me. If you remember our chat, Mr. Jin CBR.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten a single word of it. No, that's okay. We know where we are. We know where we are, and the flat Earth is God's truth. You know what I mean? The Creator, God, created Earth. And we know that because there is no ball hurtling through no universe that cannot be proven, substantiated, validated, or confirmed. You haven't been able to do that. So let's get with what we have: the ground on our feet and the ocean is right there. Let's see if we can find that curvature, for example.
Well, we can do both, though, can't we?
Go ahead.
I can go to a tropical paradise and I can enjoy God's creation. I can also look at the universe and I can marvel at that creation. I can do both.
Yes. You call it the universe, but it's not a place that man has gone to. And the claims that, the cosmologists, remember, cosmology is not a science. So it's all theoretical. And when they say they can see beyond 40 billion light years, one light year being 6 trillion miles. So that'll be 6 trillion miles times 40 billion, right, and beyond, is absolute BS. We don't have any equipment made here on Earth that can do that.
All right.
And again, we still haven't validated what they're telling us, but it's theoretical. So we would need to go to the 40 billion light years distance to say, indeed, we are here at 40 billion light years. Yes, indeed. We can't do that. So postulation and speculation is all it is. It's bullshit at the end of the day.
Would it be impossible for God to create a universe?
Well, looking at what God has created here on Earth, as for a universe, at the end of the day, a place that I haven't confirmed to exist, so I can't say whether God can or cannot. I'm not in a position to say that.
Okay, well,
I would need to confirm such a region, and once I've confirmed it, then I would say God created it, of course.
Okay,
but since I haven't been there to confirm that, I can't say yay or nay. It would be speculation, and I don't really like to do speculation in a world where people don't understand that they're alive, don't understand that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane, because they're under indoctrination from the deceptive education that they received in their young days, in their youth, and they're carrying a belief. Interjecting with universe can God do this, then the other, is just going to confuse matters. So let's keep it clean. Let's keep a clean breast of things. Let's just try and keep a clean breast.
So if we know that six-legged horses don't exist, but could God not make six-legged horses?
Well, there's no point in doing that. There's no point in doing that because they don't exist.
Well, it's just a simple.
If God could do that, then they would exist. So that's what I mean. You're just not really living in reality. You're forever hiding and burying yourself into more of a nonsense reality.
We were having a nice conversation.
When you come out of your reality into another fantasy, you just create another fantasy and fantasy on top of fantasy. Why don't we stop thinking about what can God do and look at what God has done, and let's get on with that? Because at the moment, what God has done is magnificent,
create a universe,
and needs to be appreciated. Can we do that? Is that possible?
Yes. As far as I'm concerned, God created a universe, so I'm going to talk about that universe. What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to talk about something.
Validated.
It has been validated.
Have you been there?
Gosh, I can't. I don't have to validate every single thing. I don't have to validate every country. I don't have to validate every ocean. I haven't been on the Indian Ocean. I don't have to validate that,
fantasy, then, isn't it? Yeah, but
it's not.
the
The Indian
fact
Ocean is
you've been on
fantasy.
the ocean at some point, and you know the ocean extends to the Indian Ocean, and you know you
I
can
know
actually
that. How
get
do I know
there.
that?
It is possible for you to go there if you wish. You can validate that. That is possible. You can
Okay.
definitely do that and go there
So,
and
so
fly over
the
it.
statement.
But the
So
universe, on the other hand, that you
Jen,
describe and you allude to, you can't really
Jen,
prove that. That's a place you can never go to validate. Okay? Let's be honest here. It's all about integrity.
What you can't logically do is you can't say, if I can't go there, it doesn't exist. I can't
I have
fly.
the right to do. That's
So
not what I'm doing. That's
there's
not what I'm
places I
doing. I'm
can't go,
stating
therefore they
that.
don't exist.
But that's not
That's
what I'm
just not
doing. I'm
logical.
stating that you're making a claim to a place that doesn't exist because you haven't validated it for yourself to exist.
You're making a
It's not place
claim
we
that the
can go
universe
to.
doesn't exist. You're making a claim that space
It
doesn't
doesn't
exist and the
exist.
universe
What
doesn't
universe?
exist.
What universe?
Well,
What universe do you know that you validated exists? Or
all
is
of
it just a
all of it that's
region
visible.
of fantasy? All of what? All of what?
All
what?
of it that's
What
visible.
universe? What universe, sir? How have you
All of it.
confirmed that what the cosmologists postulate as that the universe is 40 billion, beyond 40 billion light years? You haven't even confirmed 1 light year, yet alone 40 billion.
It doesn't.
No, do we?
It doesn't.
The honest answer is what the cosmologists and the astronomers tell us has to be taken with a pinch of salt because it's not something that can be validated. It's not scientifically provable.
They've studied it and you haven't, so I can take what they say.
I've studied it as well. Having studied something that's not a science doesn't make it science, doesn't make it true, doesn't make it real. No man has ever gone to this place called the universe.
That's your claim.
That you call it.
That's your claim.
It's a fact.
That's not a fact. That's your claim.
Rockets don't go to space. Humans have never landed on Mars.
It's a claim.
On the moon. We don't have man-made equipment on Mars.
You're just saying,
and we don't travel through space. We cannot.
You're just making these declarations, and you don't have any information to back any of it up.
For it. We have no evidence for it. Look, the way it's been described, no man-made equipment could survive it, yet alone living organisms.
Jen,
there's no evidence for it. And
we
the
were
only
having
way
a nice
we could really
backwards and forwards
validate it, ladies and gentlemen, is for us to go there ourselves. I'm not prepared and never will be prepared to carry a belief of that kind. That's my position on that. The only way I'm going to know that is to go there myself. Right? That's the only standard I'm going to accept.
Jeremy.
The same with satellites. The only way I accept that they're there is if I can go there and actually touch the thing, take a selfie, take a photograph, read the nameplate of the owner of whatever the satellite is that I'm looking at, and then I've confirmed that they are indeed in space geostationary. I'm not going to be taking it from words and CGI images. So, stop the fantasy. Let's stick to the Earth where we are. And we know that the Earth is not curving at 8 inches per mile squared. It is not happening. We've got long distance observations. We've got radar, sonar, laser beam tests, GPS, theodolites, long range telescopes, short range telescopes. We also have hot air balloons, aeroplane ships, submarines on torpedoes.
Jen, this isn't a conversation. I'm turning you down.
Prove a flat Earth.
Jen,
have your conversation. I'm just filling you in.
No, this isn't a conversation. You're not letting me get a word in edgeways. I've had a conversation for about
You can get your words in now. There you go. I am now going to mute myself.
Thank you. Golly. All right. Who was I talking to before? I can't even remember now. Did he leave? All right. So, because I can't go somewhere, doesn't make that place not exist anymore. If I can see it with my eyes, my own 2 eyes, and I can see there is something there. So what humans do is they get curious and they wonder what those things are. And so they investigate. And they do whatever science they have at the time. The science is pretty basic, and then they get more and more less basic, rather. They get less and less basic, and they figure things out. And they come up with theories, they come up with ideas, postulations, and all the rest of it. And they understand things more. That's the human way of doing things. That's the natural order of things, is that we grow in our understanding over time. That's how it should be. What it shouldn't be is, well, that's just something you can't understand. You can't go there. You can't look. You don't even look. Why are you looking up here? Why are you looking there? Asking these questions instead of trying to figure out what those things are. So that's my perspective on that. Just saying man can't do this and man can't do that. Just, I don't understand that. Because man can't fly. Remember they said that. They used to say that man can't travel faster than a speeding horse. They used to believe that if you traveled faster than a speeding horse, the human body would explode. That's what they used to believe. And then someone named Mr. Benz, or whoever it was, invented the first car. Or the steam engine, whoever it was first. What was the first? I think it was a steam engine. So that turned out not to be true. So
You see, that's a very weak argument, because it was true up until the invention. Once the invention was made, then it was possible. Prior to that, it wasn't possible. So there was no lie told. Now, in the case of the universe thing that you keep going on about, and what man is doing, you cannot confirm. I'll let you speak and let you speak freely. You cannot confirm anything here on Earth about what you see up in the stars. You would have to go up there to confirm it. That's the integrity of the situation. There can be no confirming and validating here on Earth about what we see in the stars. Okay, whatever's been postulated. Remember, postulation. It's stipulations. Speculations. That's all it is. It's not confirmed here. The only way we can confirm it is to go there. So as the years go on, it's just more speculation. Nothing's confirmed. Nothing is fact. So you cannot take whatever the cosmologists, astronomers, theoretical physicists and scientists, professors tell us about up there. We cannot take them as facts. We cannot take them to the bank, and we cannot write them in stone unless we go there and confirm their hypothesis. Okay? That's the integrity. And we can't do that. That's the current position. We cannot do that. So nothing is confirmed. All right? You're arguing like just ridiculous at this point, because you're not walking with integrity. The integrity of our lives, and we don't know what those things are up there. We don't know what they are, period. Okay? Going on like we know. We do not know. It's a lie. Now, here on Earth, we can prove things here on Earth because we're on Earth. Okay? So you can indeed go to the Indian Ocean. It does exist, even though you haven't been there. All right? Crazy fool, honestly. It's called integrity. I want to use it now and again. It keeps you on a sure footing, not a precarious one. So my position is, because we can't go there, it doesn't exist. That's what you call a straw man in your case. That's not my position. My position is what these astronomers and cosmologists have said about the stars isn't facts. They're not facts. Nothing's been proven. And even themselves, they're arguing. Now coming to the conclusion now, if you watch the documentaries called The Principle, Scientism Exposed 1, Scientism Exposed 2, the sequel, these three particular documentaries in particular highlight the fact that they've been arguing amongst themselves, and now they've come to the realization that Earth is indeed the center of this universe, which they haven't proven to exist, mind you, but they're realizing that Earth is the center as it's the only thing we've live that they know. And they use their telescopes and equipment to look out. But again, you cannot confirm something with a piece of tube and two lenses on the end of it. Confirm nothing until you go there. So a light year doesn't exist in my book. When I look at the stars, I don't think I'm looking trillions and billions, and that's not what we're doing. I'll never ever feel that. They look closer than 6 trillion miles. I can't even say that I'm looking at 1 trillion, yet alone the sun being 93 million. Okay? So no. I'm never going to accept that. And any equipment that they say they have that can see these distances, I want to look inside the equipment and break it down, open it right up and take component to component and see what the ranges are with this thing. And that's how we know that they're lying. And what we'll discover is they've got computer software therein just bullshitting you with computer software. You're not actually indeed looking those distances because we can't. We don't have it. There is no James Webb that costs $10 billion. That's not up there. The Hubble is up there.
Let me know when you're done, Jim.
Sorry.
Let me know when you're done.
Okay, the Hubble telescope is not up there. We know that because we have Mike Mislinski. He is the deputy project manager, and Robert Pisano.
This isn't a conversation.
Telephoned him up, and he actually stated that he hadn't seen the Hubble for 25 years, and he's the man that's supposed to be keeping an eye on it. And the reason why is because it's not up there. I should stop there for now, and I mute myself on mute, and you can rebut what you like.
What I'd like to do is have a conversation. This isn't a conversation.
Please carry on from where I left off.
Dude, that was 6 minutes.
Do
carry on for 6 minutes. Carry on.
I do think a universe could be created by God, but I didn't really think there was a reason for that until Flat Earth, just because, you know, there's some, you can imagine a universe always existing and not believing in God. To answer your question from earlier, Eugene.
Thank you. Don't worry, Jin and I have talked before. I'm familiar with the process. Jin and I actually have some interesting things in common. I used to be a motorcycle courier in London in the mid-80s, I think 84 or 5. So did Jin. So that's very interesting. There are all the jobs, you know, in the world to have. A courier is one of the most dangerous, actually, statistically. It's a highly, highly dangerous job. But it's an exciting job. And I worked for Pony Express, which was a competitor of Jin's. Who did you work for, Jin?
A number of companies, but never mind about that for now. You know, at the end of the day, yeah.
It was one of them.
That's something we've spoken about that
competitor.
Already. We don't need to be discussing that now. We're discussing the Earth and universe.
Well, I was just trying to be a human being.
I don't want to talk about my private previous life at the moment. Okay, thank you very much.
That's not private.
You might want to. That's up to you.
It's fine. No one knows.
So now, anyway, as I was saying,
I didn't get my 6 minutes.
Well, get on with it then. Address the points that I've raised. Thank you very much. You seem to be sidetracking. You're not really getting on with it. We know what we've got in agreement. We don't need to rehash that again.
Okay.
That's all been done. We know that already. Now move on. Get on with what other the points that I've raised. In that you cannot confirm your universe. It's a belief system, fantasia. Get on with it.
It would be a belief system if, okay, I believe in God. That's a belief system. I cannot see God. But the stars, I can see. So that isn't a belief system. There are two different things. So the question is what those stars are. So just declaring them to be not something, that's a belief system. If you come up with a you postulate and you come up with evidence for that postulation and you gather more and more evidence for that theory or whatever you want to call it, then you're getting somewhere. and then other people can build on the information you gather, the research data you have. They can do more research themselves, do more experiments, and that's how you build knowledge. The way you don't build knowledge is just simply saying this isn't something. So those aren't stars, those aren't planets, that isn't a universe, that isn't stellar dust, that isn't a nebula, that isn't any of those things. You can't, that's not how human knowledge is advanced. So flat Earth, if you want to put it bluntly, doesn't advance human knowledge. So if that is the least of the things that you could accuse it of, then yeah. But flat Earth doesn't advance human knowledge at all.
I've learned a lot.
That would be a baseless and slanderous claim, actually.
Well, it's true.
We're holding you up to we're holding you to the highest level of standards here of integrity, and that is what these nebulas and things that you call. These are just words you've given for things that you don't understand, seen, or validated. Nothing's been validated. So you're building on from one speculation to another. You're moving from speculation and hypothesis to another. Nothing's been confirmed. Nothing's confirmed. So you can't say we're advancing. We're not advancing anywhere. It's more, you're just getting deeper and deeper into being brainwashed is what's going on. Flat earthers say, hold on a second, hit the brakes. You lot smash your head into the wall because you're traveling at light speeds, supposedly, and then you wake up. And we say, no, that's bullshit. How have you confirmed what you believe? Because that's what it is. It's a belief. We don't want to believe that nonsense. It's nonsense. Okay? You don't know what the stars are, what they are made of. Nobody knows. Nobody's been to a star, pick it up, bring it here, and analyze it. We haven't done that. We can't do that. So we don't know what, it's a word we've given a twinkling little light in the sky. That is all. We don't know what they are. We don't know how far they are from us. Okay? It's not even a ball. And before you have this up as a ball and confirm that, then you can start the trouble because you've got your radius and that. Nothing's confirmed. You haven't even confirmed what Earth is here. You're talking about universe. So no, sir, we are regressing. It is flat earthers that are stopping the rot. Okay? The intellectual rot and dishonesty, we are the ones stopping that and questioning. And when you realize that you can't prove something, don't waste your energy on that. Because we're under tyranny, dictatorship, and slavery. We are dying in wars that we did not make, but the leaders make, but we pay for. And we pick up the bill. Here on the earth, meanwhile, more urgent things need to be sorted out. In Western Virginia,
I forgot about the monologues.
Hang on a second. In Western Virginia, In Western Virginia and Kentucky, over the last 20 years,
if I monologue like this,
I'm nearly there.
Just want to say that.
They have lost 500 mountains of their biggest. 500. You're busy wondering about fucking universe that you cannot prove. I'll stop there for now.
Would you agree that most things about our cosmos have not been confirmed on the globe model? I guess you could say, or on the flat Earth, honestly. But regarding the stars and the suns, do you think they've been confirmed on either side at all?
Yeah, well, I'll put it to you in this way. If we were to compare the two models, and let's say the work that's been done on flat Earth to understand those things, and the work that's been done on our side to understand those things, there is precisely zippo work being done on the flat Earth side to understand what we see in the sky. On our side, there is a great deal of work being done constantly. There's professional astronomers. There are people who are constantly scanning the moon. Something struck the moon last year, I think it was, right? Someone was monitoring it the whole time. It's been monitored 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Same thing goes for Mars. Same thing goes for all the planets in our solar system. They're all being monitored closely by people. There's no one on the planet
monitored?
With telescopes and also with orbiters and things like that. But on the flat Earth side, there's no work being done in that way. So my earlier statement
begging the question fallacy. Begging the question fallacy.
My earlier statement was about understanding things and growing in understanding. And it wasn't meant necessarily to denigrate the flat Earth position. But if you compare the two, one set of people is trying to understand things. And on the flat Earth side, that group of people is not trying to understand those things. Not in any way are they trying to understand those things.
Dude, I'm definitely trying to understand things. That's why I'm here.
Okay, but I mean,
yeah. I'm going to be able to help you. I'm going to be able to help you in that regard. My name is Jin CBR1. My approach is all of integrity. This is the main ethos. If you don't have that, then you're going to be in the world of pure speculation, and speculation is not the truth. So when they're speculating and hypothesizing, right, without confirmation, you do not have the right to go around thinking that that's the truth. That's a mistake. And we flat earthers adhere to the scientific method where possible. If we're going to start speculating, we state that clearly. We don't say to you, this is the truth. We say, this is our best answer. Please don't take it to the bank. Don't write it in stone because we can't prove it. And you can dismiss it if you wish. That's the position that we, the flat earthers, always adhere to. Now, this guy is telling you about they're working on stars and stuff. They're not working on anything. They're stealing the taxpayers' money and giving you stories to consider. The thing is, they never tell you, like we speak, this is purely speculation. We can't prove our hypothesis. They never. They just carry on telling the story like it's the truth. And then people believe it. The language being used is in the affirmative sense when it cannot be affirmative because we haven't been there to confirm anything. So please remember that. And as for the flat earth model, we never claim to have any model. That's the heliocentrists looking for a model from us. You see, because their model doesn't work. We've highlighted that. No curvature, no spin, and you can't have air pressure without containment in a vacuum, okay, of space. So they're looking for our model. We never made that claim. We're all flat earthers by default. We were born on a flat earth, and then during our education years as children, we were given this globe ball earth without tangible physical evidence, just words and a ball in the classroom on an axis. Yeah, no physical tangible evidence. So, and it's a model that doesn't represent where we live. When we search for this globe through the Pythagorean theorem of 8 inches per mile square, we cannot find a single degree
Scott, how are you?
I'm nearly there. I am nearly there. We cannot find a single degree of curvature. And then when we look for the spin of Earth's rotation, it cannot be found. There are 150 odd governmental agency documents, government agencies, the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, the CIA, KGB, NASA, and other space agencies. In those documents, they state that Earth is flat and stationary. I'll stop there for now. That's the flat earthers' position. That we confirm things before we move on. We don't move on speculation after speculation after speculation and call it the truth. Anything up in the sky, no human being can claim to know. That would be a lie. We've never been there. And you can't confirm through a tube and some lenses. Thank you.
You said you were nearly there. All right. So the last part I got was tubes and lenses. All right. Well, you know, what you can do is you can look at the closest object we know of, and that's the moon, using tubes and lenses. And then you can go there. There's no reason why you can't go there. And you can send something up there and crash into the moon if you want to confirm that it is a solid object. And then all right. And then what you can do is you can find out how long it took you to get there. And then you crash something into the moon. That's your first step, right? The first step is crashing something into the moon. Now, several countries have crashed things into the moon. And then what you can do is you can send a rocket up and crash it into other things that are further away. And that's how you can learn things. And eventually you get good enough, you won't have to crash things into things. You can get things to land on things. Like, well, not
wait, how do you
Mars.
think the craters on the moon got there, bro? We've been doing this.
We've been crashing things into the moon, that's why it's so cratery. Yes, there was an ancient civilization before humans, and they sent up a bunch of rockets, crashed a bunch of stuff into the moon, and that's why it's all full of craters.
Okay, I will need 3 minutes. I will need 3 minutes to rebut to what you've just said. First and foremost, you're saying that we can go to. First and foremost, I'm going to take 3 minutes now to rebut what you just said. You said that we can go to the moon. Well, let's take the journey to the moon. Okay, let's take that journey. It's supposed to be a 3-day journey, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now the problems that the astronauts would have had to have faced in their lunar command module, they would have had to have first encounter 3 radiation belts. Okay, the first one is 247 miles off the Earth's surface. That was created by an event called Operation Starfish Prime, Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, and Operation Dominic. These operations were with American and Russia setting off megaton bombs into the Earth's atmosphere, up into the Earth's atmosphere, creating this inadvertently creating this radiation belt, according to Sir Bernard Lovell, a British astronomer at the time. And he said that that particular belt, which is where the ISS is supposed to be operating in, this particular belt is 100 times more lethal than the 2 other Van Allen radiation belts, okay? So the astronauts would have to have traversed 3 radiation belts. Now, the first one I just mentioned is at that time was 250,000 rems. That would have been instantaneous death. No one would have survived that. They would have died if they couldn't have survived that. Okay, so they would have died there. They tried to get to the other 2 belts, they would have died again instantaneous, because 2,500 rems will kill you instantly. So 250,000 rems. You can understand the numbers there, okay? Right. Then you've got the cosmic ray particles that are flying through space, okay, at the speeds of almost the speed of light. And that would be 670,616,629 miles per hour, according to the articles that I've read, okay? Now, on cosmic ray particles. And for every square centimeter, you would have 4 of these particles striking that spot per second. So it would be flying your rocket through a monsoon of cosmic ray particles. So there would be no avoidance. And in order to contend with that, you would need 2 meters thickness of shielding. NASA never had such shielding. So they could not have gone there, right? Then there's the problem of the radiation itself. Okay, they would have needed 10 centimeters thick of lead shielding. And according to Bill Wood, who is the rocket propulsion engineer for NASA, when he was interviewed in the documentary What Happened on the Moon Part 1 and 2, he stated that NASA could not fashion or build such a shielding because it would have posed a problem for the Saturn rocket to take off. The payload would have been too heavy. So the rocket, Saturn V rocket, wouldn't have been able to take off. So there's another problem there with your story, that we can go there. We cannot. Then there's the problem of gamma ray, right? Gamma rays, neutron rays, and then alpha and beta rays. But these alpha and beta rays are very scarce, so we needn't worry about those. But the other 2, neutron and gamma, that will kill you and destroy DNA, okay? Then there was the Apollo missions coincided with the sun's solar flare, 11-year solar flare particle event. So NASA chose the worst, hang on, I am nearly there, chose the worst possible time to go to the moon. Hang on a minute. You said we can go. These are the obstacles.
I've hung on for more than a minute.
I'm nearly there. I'm nearly there. These are the obstacles that NASA would have had to have overcome in order to go to the moon, right? So no, we cannot go to the moon. No man has gone to the moon. You're begging the question fallacy at this point. Thank you. And one last point. Aluminium is the worst material to
this
make
isn't a conversation,
to the moon. I'm nearly there. The reason being is that the aluminium itself,
Jin, I'm here for a conversation.
Poses we're having a conversation. I'm rebutting what you're doing.
This isn't a conversation.
As opposed to it's a debate, and basically it's this: when radiation passes through aluminium, it intensifies the radiation in the environment where the astronauts are. So the radiation is intensified. Okay, but please carry on. Please carry on. Please carry on.
You always talk like this.
Yes, he does.
I'm a champion at this stuff.
No, you're not, man. You're just annoying. I could do that. If I did that, I'd get booted by Geo in about 10 seconds.
I am keeping you well informed.
Tell you what, Jen. I'm going to keep my comments down to 30 seconds. If you don't do the same, I'll simply turn you down. Okay. It's not respectful to go on for 4 minutes.
Unfortunately, the way you speak, it's always going to be long-winded answers because you beg the question fallacy, and in order to get a clean, clear, coherent understanding of this topic matter, it cannot be said in 30 seconds. I needed 3 minutes. I needed 3 minutes, and I still overran. So I'm sorry. You may have to turn me down.
You also interrupted him. You interrupted him just as he was beginning to talk. It's ridiculous.
How I don't understand how he gets away with this.
I don't know.
It's not like I don't like him, and like I think he's something.
He's smart as fuck. He just needs to relax a little bit.
It's just obnoxious, like you said. It's disrespectful. It's obnoxious. It's selfish. It's a ton of bad things.
Yeah, it's at the very, very least, it's disrespectful, and it's not a conversation. If I say crash something into the moon,
I'm not here to converse,
or attempt to crash something into the moon, see what happens.
Don't interrupt, Jen.
Stop moaning.
If I say, Jen, if you continue to disrespect me, I'll simply turn you down. That's not a conversation that anyone wants to listen to.
I couldn't give a shit if you do that, but stop moaning.
Yeah, and you were talking about God's creation before. You don't think much of God's principles, then, do you? That's
you're moaning. You're acting like you got butthurt here. You're moaning.
You're just annoying, Jen. You're just annoying. We're just identifying what's the problem with you. That's all.
I do like you.
I'm never going to change. I'm never going to change.
I wouldn't bother at all if I didn't like him. Anyway, so yeah, there are things you can do. You can crash things into the moon. You can do all sorts of different things. You can be really bad at it and miss the moon a few times, but at some point you got to do something to confirm what that thing is. And then once you've done that, you can go on from there. It's really not that, that hard to do. I mean, Scott's already left. Look at that. Yeah, not a conversation. Thanks a lot, Jim. Good work, man.
Yeah, he was a lying scumbag anyway.
Yeah, that's Jim. That's the thing. So, this is flat Earth, huh?
No, it's called integrity, and I am your worst ever nemesis because I don't give you any room to talk shit and fuck around. I'm very serious.
Okay, that's really cool.
If it was a fight in the octagon,
that's totally cool. So I won't give you any.
You'd be hemorrhaging blood now because you'd be bludgeoned and you'd be looking for help. Because I'm like a Mike Tyson. I'm not here to be your friend. You're lying. You're begging the question. You're insulting flat earthers.
Mike Tyson.
I'm not going to be taking those insults. All right? Thank you. So just deal with the topic matter. Present your case, but stop the fallacies. You can just go to the moon and fire things to the moon. No, we can't. I've just proven a case. I've given you a perfect reason why it's not possible. But you dismiss that. completely. Didn't address anything that I laid down that are facts coming from the so-called experts. Yeah, that's who I'm quoting. It's not Jin CBR's law here. This is the facts coming from the so-called experts.
I just want to point out to the other flat earthers in here that this guy is not a good example of flat earthers, and you should do something about him.
Unfortunately, character assassination is never going to help
the
you.
odd thing is, you
I
don't
have
do
the
anything
right
about
to
it.
exist
You
on
let
this
him do
flat
this.
earth. I have
If
the
I did
right
what
to exist on this flat
if I
earth,
did what
regardless
he's
of
doing
what
now,
you say.
Gio would boot me in
You're
about
trying
30
to character
seconds.
assassinate me.
Somehow Jin gets away with it. And I'm not sure
rather
what
than
the deal
deal
is
with
with
the
that.
points that I've raised.
But he's not a
I've
good
raised some
example of flat
points
earthers.
and some flaws in your position, and you're not prepared to adhere that. You're not prepared. You're trying to character
Jin, I have you
assassinate
turned
me
down.
by saying I'm the worst flat earther you've ever met. Well, I'm glad
Just
to hear
FYI.
that. Now, address the
I'm not
points that
listening
I've
to you.
raised. Address the points that I've raised. Come on now. Stop complaining. Stop
Wait,
whining.
Jin, what did you
stop
say?
moaning,
What's the reason
and
we
address the points that I've raised. I've raised some points.
Would you repeat why we can't launch something to the moon? What was your argument against that?
Okay, yeah. I'm glad you asked that question. The reason being, the environment therein is not conducive to rockets going in space, as I mentioned. You've got radiation belts, okay, that would destroy the equipment or any living organism, okay? That's your problem, okay? And again, it would require belief, because unless you're on that rocket actually going to the moon, you have to believe that they went, regardless of what you're being told. Okay? So that's why we can't go.
No, but I'm saying if it's a smaller local moon. Wait, do you not think it could be a smaller local moon? Do you not think it's worth like shooting something at it?
We can't do that. We don't have the technological prowess to do that. That's your problem. We don't have that. It's been a lie from the outset. No man has left this earth to go to the moon. Nothing man-made is on the moon. There are people saying, "Oh, we send signals to the what they call it, the reflectors that we left behind from the Apollo missions." I say, send me to the moon, to where those reflectors are, then send your signal, and then I can see it arriving and leaving. That's the only way I'm going to know that that's there. I'm not going to believe that here on Earth. You're going to need to send me to the moon. I'm going to touch and photograph the reflector. Then I'm going to send a radio signal. Okay, ready to receive. Send signal. And when I see it arrive and leave, indeed it arrived and left. Okay, fantastic. We are indeed, and so on and so forth. But until that day, you're carrying a belief. And there are no reflectors on the moon because we never went there. We can't go there. And I'll tell you how it's easy to disprove it. A little thing like going to the toilet. Just having to do a poo and a piss proves that we can't go there. Simple as that. So that's enough to disprove and shut down the whole lie. Exposing the whole lie. Just the good nature. Poo and a wee. I speak like this all the time because
wait, how does the poo and the wee do it? How does the poo and the wee?
Yeah. Okay, let me talk you through. Allow me 2 minutes to talk you through what NASA gave the astronauts.
2 minutes? You've been talking for 2 years now, Jim.
In the Apollo missions,
he does this.
Apollo missions, there were no toilets. There were no toilets to sit on.
Yeah, I know.
So what the astronauts...
He's just rambling.
The same dribble all the time. Constant stream of bullshit that comes out of Jen.
It's not
he
bullshit.
He has no idea what he's talking about.
It's Jen, facts. A question was asked.
I'm sorry to do this. I'm just going to turn you down again, man. Okay.
In Apollo, how did the toilet?
Chopper, I suggest you do the same.
During the missions, a 3-day mission.
Blue Marble, I suggest you do the same so we can have a little chat.
The question was, how did they go to the toilet?
A little buzz in the background, about 40% or so.
How did they go to the toilet during the Apollo missions? That was the question being asked. Why don't you answer the question for the gentleman who asked that question? Why don't you answer that question? Why don't you answer that question?
People go to the toilet, therefore people cannot go to the moon. Huh?
How does that reasoning even... Exactly. Look
doesn't
into
even
it.
make sense.
Why don't you look into it? Why don't
sense.
you look into it?
It makes nonsense.
Why don't you look into it? Why don't you look into that question? The question
What I was going to do is I was going to just leave.
How did they go to the toilet?
He would just keep going.
How does going to the toilet disprove the
I
Apollo
don't think he
missions?
even noticed I was gone.
I noticed
I was having a
you
conversation
turned the
with
volume down,
Tapper
but I
as
just
well.
carry on.
Tapper and I
The
were
point
actually,
is, the question, you're not addressing the
have a little
question.
back and forth.
You're
It was
not
good.
addressing the question. The question is, how does going to the toilet
Jin
disproves disprove
let you do that.
the Apollo missions? Okay, because that's what it does.
No, he destroys any
go to the
server
toilet
he goes into.
on a mission to the to the moon proves that they couldn't have gone. Okay,
I'm sorry, I thought it'd be
and there are
hilarious.
two conditions you need to worry about.
You
That's either
swine.
throwing up, vomiting,
You did that deliberately,
or
didn't you?
diarrhea, because you're in 0G. That means the contents in your stomach is floating around. And if you've ever had that problem in your stomach where you feel like you're going to throw up, but you try to suppress
you haven't turned
it,
down.
or you think you're going to have a shit, and it
Honestly,
turns out to
he's
be
still going.
a fart,
I'm not
you
even
have
going to
problems like that.
turn it back up again.
With your stomach. So that's going to be continuous for 8 days. You may remember
better, but Jew's not here.
the
That's
aeroplane known as the Vomit Comet. That's an aircraft.
He's just like a vibrating bed in a cheap motel. It's easy to start the thing. Just put a quarter in it.
At the most. Okay. Now,
Be damned if you can shut it off.
take tablets to suppress to suppress the vomiting, but they still end up vomiting, ladies and gentlemen. That's why it's known as the Vomit Comet.
Oh, yeah.
And remember, they're only subjected to this.
I've heard him do this for hours.
0G feeling for 22, 30
Dude, I'm
seconds,
dying.
22 to 30 seconds roughly for a period of time that they're on their aeroplane. But the astronauts would have had to be subjected to that for 8 days, 12 days, and 15 days on their missions.
The Christian swear words, one of them was son of a motherless goat.
Okay, do you understand? Question is, how does going to the toilet disprove the Apollo missions? Now, I'm prepared to talk you through that and explain to you NASA's method of going to the toilet during the missions. What the astronauts had to do.
Gosh, he's still
Are you interested? Is anybody interested? Is anybody interested in how they went to the toilet
see if I can get him to quiet down.
The mission? It's an important thing. Remember, the Apollo 11 mission was an 8-day mission. The next one that followed was 12 days. The first one was 8 days. Okay.
Jen?
Yeah.
Could you please stop talking for a minute so we can have a conversation?
Are having a conversation. You're complaining.
This isn't a conversation.
It's a conversation. You're saying things. I'm rebutting things, and that's the conversation. It's like a debate here. I'm not here to converse.
This isn't how anyone. This is not how anyone has a conversation.
I am here to address the points you are making, because when you were conversing with the other gentleman, I'm nearly there. When you were conversing with the other gentleman, you were lying every step of the way. You weren't telling him the truth. So I had to come in and address your position. Okay? So your conversation is a lie. You're lying. That's why I don't want to have a conversation with you. I like to keep it clean and clear cut. And that is, you say a few things, I rebut what you say, and you rebut what I say. If it develops into a conversation, great. But currently, you're not addressing the question that's been raised. How did the astronauts go to the toilet during the Apollo missions? Because that alone proves they never went.
He's still on the potty.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. For those who are listening, you've got the people listening in the live stream, YouTube live stream. The ladies and gentlemen in the live stream are listening. And then you've got some of you flat earthers in here may be interested in this particular point that I'm trying to raise. Toilet. Apollo missions proves that they never went. Are you interested in the system that NASA employed for the astronauts? Are you interested? You see that? Are you interested?
Just had a really good idea.
Are you interested in listening to how an astronaut would need to go to the toilet if he wanted to do a number 2?
Besides the live stream, BC.
Yeah, there's a live stream 2 down there.
All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stream 2 then. All right. Go to the live stre Those of you who want to listen to what I've got to say, please ask your questions. I'm here to help you understand the integrity of our lives
Just
regarding the shape of the earth and the universe that doesn't really exist. It's a fantasy place.
Livestream 2 VC.
Those of you who've got questions, please ask. If you've got questions, please ask.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
sayonara, good luck, goodbye. Goodbye, sayonara.
I see, hold on, I see Livestream 2 text.
But there's Livestream 2 VC right below it.
Look at these people.
Let's see. Livestream 2 text. Next one should be
Livestream
2 stage, and then
where are you running to, you runners? VC. Where are you running to?
Okay.
Let me see if I can pop.
Where are you running to?
Let me pop into it.
I'll do that.
Yeah. Where are you running to, you runners? Can you see that, ladies and gentlemen? They are running from the truth. Valid questions are being asked. Valid points are being raised. And their position is being trumped by everything that I've said, to the point now they realize that they cannot spill their lies. They have to go to another room, another live stream to lie there. That's what they're doing. They've accused us flat earthers of stagnating advancement, but we're not. We're not doing that at all. We're questioning the rate of the supposed advancement without any validity or confirmation or integrity. They're just running away with theories that are not being proven. Nice to hear them, yeah, but don't postulate them as they're the truth. And the word, we can do this, we can do that. No, we cannot. We cannot go to the moon. That's not possible. Okay, so the word we can't, I can't go, you can't go, so we cannot go. We're being told, though, that it's possible. I'm telling you that it's not possible. Using the experts' information, the environment of space is not conducive for man's equipment to be there, man-made equipment, or human or any kind of living organism. Those are facts, not subject to your disapproval. For you to disprove that would be you'd be like disproving you need air to live or water to survive. That's how it is. So, you know, the facts are that space, as it's been described by the astronomers, the cosmologists, theoretical physicists, theoretical astronomers and alike, the way they've professors and scientists, the way they've described space begs the question, how is it that the equipment can survive if all these hazards are there? What protection did they take? Did the astronauts' suits protect them from the radiation? No. And the recent Axiom suits that they're going to be using with the, what's it called? The Artemis missions, the suit doesn't protect them from the radiation because the question was asked in March this year at their presentation. Axiom, the people who are making the suits for NASA, at the cost of $3.2 billion, just for the two suits that we saw, cost $3.2 billion for two. Okay, so they're not cheap, and they don't protect them from radiation. So you see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen, of the live stream, YouTube live stream, and in here. I'm just trying to give you a clean breast of what is going on, giving you a clear account, things to consider, and not to be led astray or led through tissues of lies. Okay, so if you have any questions, any of you in here right now, please ask. Jin CBR1, loudest flat earther you'll ever meet, waiting for your questions. And as I can see, you're all sleeping and relaxing. Never mind. No questions here. Fantastic. All right, let's see where these mugs have gone. Live stream 2. This is where they're hanging out. live stream too. Let's see. Bang.
Hello, who's awake? What's up, Joe? Are we not allowed to talk? Because it'll get too fucking real. Imagine if Gio. Oh, Jeremy. What would happen if we got too real? That's why I'm not allowed to fucking talk in this room. Actually, the reason why I'm not allowed to fucking talk in this room is because fucking your dumbass friends think it's okay to fucking talk about their bullshit while I'm in here. So, for example, if I'm chilling in here and fucking motherfucker like Witsit comes in and says some bullshit, what happens? You guys agree with Witsit's bullshit? If you don't, then get in the fuck out of the fucking room. You don't do that though, do you? That's why I gotta fucking hang around in this fucking room. Fix that shit, then I can hang out. Now what the fuck time is it? I'm gonna go to the fucking strip club right now. It's only fucking this AM. We can get fucking breakfast. The strip clubs I could hang out to, they're open 24/7. Fuck this shit. I'm going to the strip club right now.
All right, what's the deal? Branch, good to see you. You made a new server or something? Yo. How we doing? Probably gonna get it popping any minute here, guys. Hold tight. As it start coming in. We'll talk about some a lot of good topics today, hopefully. I went into Gems last night. They said no wait for Earth. That was interesting. Earth has no weight in the heliocentric model, obviously. Because it's really pretty stupid. We're not free falling right now. Like, I thought relative tower densities don't work when you're free falling. But how can they work in Earth's free falling? I just thought of that. Globe Joker, you there? Yeah. Where's everyone been at? You made a new server or something?
Yeah, what up, brother? No, I think there's been a couple different. What's his name? Had the cat Demon Stride.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a little thing going, but then they're just all hugging the nuts to fight the flat Earth.
They love fight the flat Earth. I know.
A bunch of nut huggers.
It's weird.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah,
Because them dudes will. I mean, them people are the same people that'll sit here and be like, "Why do you guys let these Glovers do this? Is that what this server is about?" and shit. And then they'll run to fight the flat Earth. It's weird, bro.
Well, I think why I don't know. I think you just have like clout chasers. You know what I'm saying, dog? That's what I feel like it is. It's like that's why a lot of people. That's why a lot of people that were like out here years ago. Once you see like, because dude, it's welcome to the show, man. That's what that song's about. It's like the whole like it's like every year you're gonna get a new batch of people who just heard about flat Earth, and a new batch of people who just feel like they need to defend the globe, or they've been defending the globe, and it's the same 10 people you've seen for the last fucking 10 years. So you got this core group or whatever, and then they come up against the most basic flat Earth arguments at every. All they do is they manhandle the troll of flat Earth. They manhandle there's no such thing as gravity. Because it's such an easy, open, wide debate with a bunch of newbies. So everyone's like, "Oh, how could you deny gravity?" And then all the flat earthers are like, "Oh, gravity's just a joke. You believe in a devil, and you don't even believe in." You know what I mean? It's the classic trope of divide and conquer, man. So it's like every year there's always going to be a new Discord. There's always going to be a new hotspot where the noobs get together, and the globe shills, all 20 of them. One of them is going to show up on that platform and be the voice of reason for the globe. You know what I mean? It's just like, ugh, it's tiring. Because like they're not going to have the like having the conversation of gravity versus gravitation is just too much. It's only strictly shit show, bro. It's either you believe in gravity or you don't. You have a religion in gravity, and they're like, don't call it a religion.
Enough.
I mean, that's why it's so fun, right? It's like just you're going to cover some territory you know about. At some point, once you get through it all.
What is wrong with my mic? Say it with your chest. All right.
Maybe you sound a little funny.
Now, do I sound funny? Like, haha, I'm a clown. I'm here to amuse you. Funny.
Yeah, just like it's exactly like that. I thought you were wearing big shoes and a fucking rubber nose, bro. Okay, right. No, I think it might be. You know what it is? My connection on my phone, my headphone slips out. I just gotta set headphones anyway, so I hope it sounds a little better than it has been.
You sound fine.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, these headphones work, but my little port for the headphones just is like dirty from like work and shit. So the connection, I have an issue with the connection.
Your phone has a headphone jack in it still?
Not the classic one. Not the classic.
Was it an iPhone?
Yeah, like the iPhone, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I used to have I had a nice pair of headphones, and I had that little converter, You know what I mean? From the iPhone to the regular headphones thing. But then it only tries to use. It still tries to use the microphone in the phone, and so I still get you can't hear me. You know, it's like the mic still sucks.
It's unbelievable they can't sort this simple thing out. I know.
No. It's usually user error, man. I always remember, dude. It's always about like I always think like that. It's like always like, where did I fuck up? What did I do wrong? But you're right though. There's certain shit that
Bro, I have an iPhone and AirPods. I used them fine for like 2 years. Started getting a delay. Was like, oh shit. The headphones, the AirPods must be fucked up. Bought a new set of AirPods. Still got the lag. I was like, okay, it must be the phone. Bought a new phone. Still got the lag. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I didn't do anything different.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird sometimes. But yeah, what cool tech. I always think like, it's crazy how like we get all like pissed off because we can't get it right now. Kind of thing. Like, and like, I don't know, we got crazy tech. It's fucking raining.
Came up off of like connecting a fucking Atari to a UHF VHF connection on the back of a 13-inch black and white TV or some shit. I know. That's why I never got too crazy with TVs. Like a lot of my boys would be buying like $5,000 TVs. I'm like, guys, remember when we had the little 13-inch black and white TV? What are you guys doing? Just fucking wasting money right now.
Well, I think you can kind of like cap yourself off with the tech, and that's what you have to do. Like you cap yourself off at like, what do you really need?
Yeah, like how many pixels do you need to see or whatever the fuck? I know. Nothing's gonna even impress me anymore until we're in the holodeck from Star Trek.
Even then they'll be like, oh, they could have done it better. It's lagging like a hair, like whatever, a point fucking.
You're only getting 8 million frames per second. We need to step that up.
Right. That's not good enough. I need to be able to visually go into the atomic structure of the simulation.
Forget gravity, bro. I've been asking him if the Earth weighs anything. You should have seen what a convoluted mess it was the other night. I had Zanuck and Kosho and some other dudes in here.
I thought it was interesting, Jeremy. Jeremy, why the fuck do you think these dumb cons thought about this shit being a simulation?
Branch, you're coming in hot, bro. What's up? How we doing, Branch? Good to hear you.
Bro, it's been a long time no fucking talk, bro.
Because you've been doing goofy shit over at Jim's.
What do you mean goofy shit?
Not hugging nuts, I think is how we used to put it.
Not hugging nuts. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I'm gonna say though, I mean, how big are your nuts? You got big?
Yeah, they're huggable.
Wait, oh shit, there's Isa up in here. God damn, Isa and Jeremy. Hey, Isa, remember that one fucking time we were talking about how beautiful it is? The fact that every fucking organism on this earth shares DNA with us. Remember that fucking talk we had?
Oh, I don't know, brother. We've had a couple good talks over I forget though, but I like that. That's nice.
Yeah, man. We had this conversation one time, right? I was talking about how like it's so beautiful that
that you're related to a banana.
Exactly. Exactly, bro. The fact that I'm related to every organism that's ever been on this fucking planet and our genetics are the same.
All the sperm inside every nutsack on Earth, you're related to them.
Is your brother?
Absolutely. From the from the first fucking single cell organism to a human. We're all fucking related. It's beautiful, isn't it?
I wouldn't say relate. Like, we may have some of the same parts. I don't know, dude. No,
I mean,
no.
as far as DNA goes, we're related.
Bro, is my fucking Chevy related? Is my wife's Impala related to my Hyundai?
Why the fuck you talking about your car, bitch?
Well, I'm just saying it's got some of the same parts in it, so it must be related.
No, hold the fuck up. We're talking about organic fucking beings and shit. You want to talk about your fucking car and shit now? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jeremy. What the fuck's up with you, bro?
I'm just saying, just because some things have some of the same parts.
You're looking for a reason out of this.
I'm just saying, just because some things
have some of the same parts. What I was talking about
you're gonna let him talk, and you keep cutting him off every time.
The beauty of the fact that every living organism on this planet has shared DNA. I think that's beautiful.
I understand what you're saying. I understand your position now. Relax, Branch. Relax. I'm just saying, just because things have some of the same parts, doesn't necessarily mean they're related.
Okay, well, why don't you tell me why they're not?
Why they're not? I'm just saying they don't have to be.
Like, if you think about it this way, right? My perspective is this, right? That look, I can trace back my lineage to a fucking
vitamin.
Not vitamin.
You a banana?
It's actually to a what is it? Some type of fucking algae. Right? I think that we can all like take our fucking essence back to an algae, which is our greatest grandparent. Now, I think about it this way, right? Everyone in this server right now has a shared great fucking grandparent, which is an algae.
You don't know that.
How cool is that?
It's not cool because it's not. It might not even be true. I mean,
it's real.
It sounds cool.
It's definitely fucking real.
I mean, it could be, but it might not be.
What? You think God just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just make these people just pop up here and pop up there. Or you think he said, you know what? Let's see what happens.
I mean, I don't know how humans came to be. I would suppose it was a creator.
Do you think God planned for us to have fucking life on Earth?
Bro, I don't know God's plans. Divining other people's thoughts are
I'm just saying, bro. Like,
are you from a primal?
Do you really think it's abnormal that we share the same DNA as our fucking ancestors, which were fucking algae?
Just because we have some of the same parts does not mean we're related. Just like I said, my wife's branch.
Fucking pond.
Mute him up. This is insane.
And every animal on this planet shares.
Branch, I didn't mute you because you're interrupting. Just because some things have the same pieces in it. Like, dude, there's copper inside of all the electronics. That doesn't mean like all the electronics stemmed from one designer or they're all connected in some weird way. Like, they just have some of the same pieces in it. So it's not like anything profound. I mean, Branch, can you control yourself? I'll unmute you. Just talk normal to us, bro. Like, we don't have to get crazy up in here.
Wait, you fucking muted me?
Yes, you were muted that whole time. Were you trying to funny mute me? That's fucked up.
No, I didn't realize that I thought maybe somebody else muted me. But
no, it's a rough talk when like Jeremy's trying to get words out, and like every time he went to talk in the last couple of minutes, you're chopping him.
It's all right.
I didn't even realize I was in Gio's room. I don't know how the fuck I moved to Gio's room. I thought I was still in fucking Gem Panda's room.
Nah, dude, you were here. I listened to you talk incessantly almost by yourself about an hour ago, and you were sitting here in the room by yourself, thinking you're in Geo's room. You know where you're at. You don't need a map.
Nah, I literally thought I was in fucking Gem Panda's room right now. I mean, honestly, like, if Geo thought I was talking mad shit, he would have fucking muted me already.
I did mute you. Just relax, Branch, okay? Please. Let's have a nice, calm conversation. It's fine. You don't have to get all worked up.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, I don't think I'm related. Go ahead, Issa.
I was going to say the primordial ooze. You know, like the primordial soup. You know.
Yeah, or the booze, the primordial booze.
The primordial, yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good. Like, it probably already is one, but like a brewing company, Primordial Ooze.
That is, but yeah, that is a good name. Yeah, that's a good name.
Or primordial booze or something. You know, like
Dude, that would be a good ass name for a beer, right?
That'd be good. Yeah. And then, dude, have a commercial with like a caveman, like whoa.
Yeah, man, make it straight fucking LGBT only shit, right?
No, I don't know about. Well, I know you're in the gay clubs.
No, it's not even that.
Yeah, I know that's how. Hey, I know that's how you guys do it at Gems, but
no,
here, bro.
Hold the fuck up, bro. I'm all good about LGBT.
What do you mean hold the fuck up? Yeah, I know you're all good about it. You're part of the fucking movement.
Right, and the way I see it is this, right? Like, if fucking Bud Light can fuck up, we can fuck up too.
Hey, you can do whatever you want, right? That's why it's America.
And you know what? If we make it LGBT only, then the motherfuckers that aren't LGBT want to fucking drink it because they can't.
That's already no. That's already the FBI, bro. You just need to go drink
the FBI and shit.
It is slightly sus that you had to just force the gay stuff in there.
I do, man.
Well, dude, you got to remember, it's a suppressed thing in his culture.
No, it's not. It's not even that, bro.
So the thing is
shut the fuck up,
hey, Branch. I understand that your culture doesn't allow for it, and it's like a hard thing to come out.
I know
primordial closet.
I don't know if you remember this.
The primordial closet, if you will.
Hey, I don't know if you remember this shit, right? But I don't think you remember all my fucking socks, right? Like, I remember.
No, I could just tell from the little gay intonations in your voice. That's all.
You remember that one chick from California, right? Like, me and you, Isa, right? We were talking like a long time ago, Isa, right? Me and you were talking.
It's Issa, right? Bro. That's annoying to me. It annoys me.
I've been saying that forever, dude. It's all.
There was some fine ass bitch, right? Fine ass bitch.
Yo, he always gotta how you gotta overly flex the female thing because he low-key gay. Right?
No.
Yeah. No, he's gonna come in about how he was doing cocaine with a stripper and probably didn't like it that much, but he's gonna tell us that he did.
I slay, dude. I had 4
it was probably it was probably the back room at Chippendales,
Oh man, dude, I've had so many threesomes I can't keep up, man. You have no idea.
What time is it? It's only.
Do you hang an upside down pineapple
I can't hit
outside
the strip club right now.
Yo, Brant's got an upside down pineapple window hanging out his apartment window and shit.
Oh, dude, you don't even know, man.
Yo, just taking in stragglers off the street, right? Just fucking helping the homeless, right? Fucking you and Adam Schiff out there, fucking helping the homeless.
What the fuck's up with you, Isa?
What, dude? I'm it's just what it sounds like, right?
You being a little fucking bitch.
It sounds like, bro.
Isa, I'm sorry, bro. You being a little fucking bitch.
Oh, that's a good one. That was a witty comeback, Branch. You really
it's not witty comeback at all.
You need, get your hands on a thesaurus. Maybe it's the English.
You are being a complete fucking bitch right now.
Dude, that's why Brent likes evolution so much. He can say he's homo out loud without the pressure, like the
right. It's pressure. He emphasizes.
Holy fuck, is that
he emphasizes the Homo sapien part.
Exactly.
Who the fuck is that? Is that Wisconsin?
I'm Homo sapien.
I'm a Homo sapien.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, it is Witsit.
Yo.
It really is Witsit.
Shit. Was that you at the parade?
You know what's funny?
Yo, was that you on 7th Ave I saw?
No, there's a reason why I can't come to Geo's room. The reason why I can't come to Geo's room is because of fucking wankers like Witsit and because of wankers that with it.
Well, dude, just keep your gay pride stuff over at Gems. Keep your gay pride stuff, and then you won't face the ridicule of some religious people.
So what the fuck happened to you, bro?
divert.
Because you know, back in the days, man, I thought that you was deep. It turns out that you're shallow as fuck. You
know what though, Branch? The good thing is that's a Branch. I just want you to know that's a compliment.
I want to ask you
that's a compliment coming from you.
Are you Whitson level fucking deep? Or are you fucking deep?
Bro, I'm more extreme than Whitson ever could be, bro. I was out here. No. I was out here literally. Branch. There was a time. Branch. Let me just explain. There was a time in my flat Earth career that I would have paid somebody who wanted to fight me to come to my gym in New York City. There was about 3 years where that was an open invitation if someone wanted to come to my gym and fucking fight me on and I could put it on YouTube. And nobody fucking came. So, I mean, like, I'm just saying, dude, like, stop with all the, you know what I mean? Like that offer was there. It's no longer on the table, by the way. But at the same time, it was there. You know what I mean? Like, so bitch isn't the right word, right? Like, you know what I mean? So I don't know. And as far as Whitsit just lays out the facts. I was willing to physically fucking, fight somebody if they wanted to come to my gym. I was going to pay for their plane ticket and everything.
Brent said he's down to wrestle.
Well, dude, I remember back in the day I literally had Antonio, Subarats, and Tim, OG Osmond. And fucking, I was going to do Flat Earth Fights. And that's where we were going to do Flat Earth Fight Club. And fucking, I was thinking, dude, if you hosted an event, I can literally put it together. Hey, bro, I can put it together. Tell you what, Branch, you want to come wrestle in an event? Check it out. It's called Chronic Combat. It's going to be in Queens. Right? And it's a jiu-jitsu tournament of a bunch of people who smoke pot. So they're all going to smoke pot and then grapple. So if you're down, I mean, I got competitions all day, bro. You want to really compete? Hello?
Yo, Issa, have you heard of the guy Zerka that Andy just dropped in the chat? John Zerka?
John Zerka. I don't know. Maybe, but...
what? Yo, he's funny. He's going like crazy viral right now. He says he goes viral with like shock value. But he's a flat earther, and it's hilarious. He's getting flat earth on all these huge shows, like the No Jumper podcast. He just did this debate with the Sartain dude, which I think I may be debating in person. But yeah, I can't believe you haven't heard of him.
Hey, good morning. I was just
nice. I'll check it out.
I'm just here to tell Branch to smurf off, but guess he smurfed off already.
Branch. Well, did he leave? I mean, I don't, Branch is, I feel like I attack the ballers like Branch attacks flat earthers. So I can never be too,
Nobody's like Branch.
Yeah. But
he said, so like one of the things that he like went viral for is he talks about women. And he says, and one of the things he always says, bro, he says, bruh, women are retarded, and he's like, no, seriously. There's 3 billion women on the earth, and not one of them is smart enough to realize they'll just be a virgin till they're 25. They'll get married by a millionaire. Not one of them is smart enough just to hold out and guaranteed be a millionaire. And he's like, they all gotta just catch tons of bodies, and he that's kind of how he went famous, is like talking about the women thing. And
nice.
So now he's hilarious, dude. That's why I'm telling you about him, because I love
those dudes. I love that shit, bro. Come on.
He's so funny, bro. Like he's hilarious. He's like out of pocket low key sometimes. But long story short, I'm about to move to Florida. I think I'm gonna try to link up with him and hit places. Have you heard of the podcast Fresh and Fit?
I have, actually, yes.
Yeah, so the producers of Flat Earther, I think that we're going to try to set something up. I'm going to try to set something up with him where me and him go on there. He's been on there quite a few times and talk about Flat Earth. I think that's kind of the move. We're now at the point where like we're way past like the weirdo Globers, like it's just time to like go on big platforms and be funny.
They have freaking what you remember, and I've said forever, man. Funny wins in every direction, man. And like, and I just think like Yeah, you're so right. It's like they're, it's weird. Like, the conversation has moved where, like, general society is like looking for these answers of like, why is everyone a flat earther? Why is RFK okay? Why, you know what I mean? Like, they're starting to open up, right? And like, you're right, man. Like, going on and just, I think, intellectually clowning these heads has always been the move. But in the same stroke, I had an interesting talk with the one cat, Demon Stride's got that other little channel, and Sin Cleanser was in there. And Jeremy, you mentioned earlier about asking about the weight of the earth, etc. And he was going back and forth talking about them with that. And his general, like, what I thought was like a dry wit, you know what I mean? Like, it was funny, kind of like, that, I mean, and he's so unoffended. It was just, he did it really well. And like, talking to Demon Stride later, he said to me, he goes, like, this guy's like, there's some people that he'll come across, he feels like they're a Poe because of their, I think, because of their dry wit. So it's kind of interesting that, like, what we see as like humor, they see it like they're so stupid, they don't even get that it's like humor, that it's like intentional dry wit. Do you know what I mean? Like, I almost feel like they can't sense the whatever that is, that comic element, and they think.
Bro, you think sin cleansers for real out here?
I don't really know, but I heard him going in on the ballers, and he sounded legit as fuck to me. I mean, he was manhandling them, dude, and he was doing it with some class, dude.
Sin's legit. I've taken his work or his verdict.
And you know who else?
Hold on, Issa.
Yeah. Sorry,
I'm just saying that Sin is definitely on the right track. He really puts it, and he has a very passive aggressive type demeanor in his delivery. He's appreciated, definitely.
Yeah, I like them. And you know who else earned my respect from being over there? And you guys are gonna all like be like, no, dude, Charlie. That guy Charlie has my respect for days. Shit.
What was he arguing, though, Issa? What was his stand?
Hold on, I lost my shit. Hold on.
Charlie's terrible. Are you high right now?
I knew you were
That's
gonna
what I'm
say
saying.
that. I knew you were gonna
I'm
say
like,
that.
what was he spewing?
Dude, no, he wasn't spewing, dude. He was defending freedom of speech versus cancel culture.
Okay, but hold on. But Charlie has been known to take the antagonist, like the automatic opposition to whatever's being argued on the table. So it's cool that he was able to argue. But the issue at hand is he actually speaking from a place of like personal observations, or is he just dogpiling in the
No. He was manhandling the lefty baller cancel everybody argument.
Oh, sounds like he's sucking and blowing at the same time. Interesting.
Well, no, you got to remember, dude, just because somebody has their opinions about the shape of the earth, like there's anti-flat earthers that are like based on an argumental, like they're coming in with an argument that they want to get their argument across because they really do believe what they're talking about. Then you have people that just want to frighten people off the internet, cancel people. You know what I mean? Like, there's two different people there. You know what I mean? You've got these dudes that are like, no, it's not allowed. It's dangerous information. And then you've got people that are like, no, that's intellectually unfounded because of the moon landing. And you're like, oh my God. But there's two different types. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying my issue with Charlie is it seems as though he has he takes these opinions on things with no actual substance behind it. I question his observations, and this is what it is when we observe the truth. As an example, the earth is the earth. We observe it as such, and then somebody comes in with their observation, and that's where I start asking questions of the witness themselves to be like, do you need to be discredited because it sounds like you're talking some bullshit right now? But if you say so, dude.
I look, man, when it came to the idea of freedom of speech and cancellation, he came in like he had my back in a wild, in a pretty heated conversation. Do you know what I mean? And he came in and had my, like, he just did well. And he was arguing sincerely about it. And my point being is that, like, that American fucking principle of like, I may disagree with you wholeheartedly, but I will die for, you know what I mean? For your right, die defending for your right to say it. You know what I mean? Like, you have to, that's the principle of Americanism to me in a nutshell, is that I may disagree with everything you fucking do, but I am in no position to stop you or fuck, you know what I mean? Like, as long as you're not hurting anyone else, as long as you're not whatever, like, then like, I'm in no position to, that's why the flat earth, like, you got to have that as the foundation, because we have to permit people to think what if I'm asking them to let me permit something that's what to them is heretical, my whole fucking basis for that, I have religious protections. That's why I emphasize the strength of the law, understanding it, etc. I have religious protections for thinking, who are you to tell me what I can or cannot worship, and what I can or cannot think? And like, and that if as soon as you're trying to control somebody else's perspective and say, "Nuh-uh, you don't see curvature," you know what I mean? You're walking down the same street as the fascist. Now, granted, I have very strong opinions about, I might think like, a little almost, personally, I have the right to think a little of intellectually less of somebody that doesn't understand flat earth, or, doesn't even understand it, or hasn't even, you know what I mean? Like, if you just reject it outright, I have like, you're fair game to me. But if you're an intellect and you got your reasonings, like, you have my respect for that, but there's a difference. And I think Charlie was on point, man. And like, freedom of speech is so tantamount to this whole thing. I used to get so upset when people start, censoring people, or like censoring ballers when they used to come into flat earth channels, and, and then the ballers react to that, or, who knows who started it? I don't fucking know. But I think we ask of that, like, that idea, like, hey, like, by what authority would you tell me that I can't, say that the earth is flat? And in turn, by what authority do we have to tell them that the earth isn't a globe, from what they experience? After that, it's intellectual arguments. And then even if you and I disagree about the shape of the earth, we can both agree that we have our rights to say it. And it's the assholes that come in and try to say, "Nuh-uh, we're going to cancel you." Like, that's who we need to all gang up on, is these bunch of censoring assholes, because we want to continue this lively debate. They want to shut it down because they're fucking scared of dangerous information. Fucking idiots. Scared of letters, dude.
Yeah, yo. So, I think it's so far beyond like the low IQ, I want some attention thing. It's just like time that we just go on big shows and be funny. We make funny shows, funny podcasts. When I move to Florida, I'm probably gonna write a business plan, take out a business loan, rent office space, and set up a really nice in-person podcast. Get an engineer to run the show and have people come out, because the house we're looking at's in a pretty good location in Florida. So tons of people will come out because it's like paradise, it's like vacation. And I'm just gonna have people come on in person, like,
That's
because
so
there's
awesome.
not like there's not even like a flat earth like professional podcast.
Bro, I love to see, like, I'm always amazed when I fucking see your live or something like that, and it's like, a 2-hour video with like 2,000 videos like an hour ago, like, or 2,000 watches. Like, I love to see you blowing up like that, bro. It's huge, man. And you're so fucking good, dude. I fucking love what you're doing. That's so cool. If I ever get down to Florida, I'm coming to check for you, man. Fucking burn a big fat fucking joint and go argue.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you have to.
Because, dude, I used to go up in the city, bro, and I used to do all these, like, I took down a lot of shit that was online, right? But like, I used to go up and do these little interviews of like people walking down the street, and I used to have all these like little clips of like, just roll up on somebody and be like, "Hey, have you heard of the flat Earth theory?" and talk for 5 minutes. And like, dude, I used to have so much fun doing like, street shit. Like, I'm good on the street, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I have a good time, fucking creating a little stir and a little crowd. It's fucking cool, man. And I gotta say, like, I thought, I think you would do it well too. You probably have, like, you know what I mean? But I love that. And I love, the only reason I say it is because you get them in the line of questioning where I used to always say, like, have you heard of the flat Earth theory? You know what I mean? Like, you don't take a stance. You're just an interviewer. You're just a journalist. You know what I mean? Like, and that's a good way to delve into people's thoughts on things, as opposed to like, ramming it down their throat or anything like that. I don't know. It's fun. I just think you and I would have a blast because you remind me of like cathexis. You know what I mean? Just like a warehouse of information that you can machine gun off at any moment. You know what I mean? With a little bit of wit and panache and everything else that comes with it, dude. It's fun. I enjoy the fuck out of it. And I think I could see you being like a Tim Pool in this. You know what I mean? Just a compound, a fucking, you know what I mean? $1 million compound, lots of money, and fucking hope. You know what I mean? The voice of a lot of people that really care about this subject, So good on you, brother.
No, thank you, bro.
Yeah, dude. I love Florida too, man. I have something like Florida. It's like Florida's calling. You know what I mean? It's weird that I feel you. Florida's fucking dope.
Yeah, dude, we're stoked about going there, bro, because like we're so you can grow tons of fruit and all that. Like something else I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be like popping up in NASA a lot, and I think that my approach is like Kennedy Space Center. My approach is gonna be like just make short, funny clips, like kind of trolling them. I saw a guy like basically break into NASA and it had millions of views, and he just like he's able to get into like this presentation area, this auditorium with NASA, and he's like not supposed to be in there, but he's just trolling them, and he's asking like about the moon landing. He asked one of the employees about, do you really think the moon landing is real? And the employee's like, we can't get into that, and it's just like a super funny clip. So I want to do that, and then I want to also do like man on the street interviews, but get like short, funny clips because those are like the number one thing that goes viral, and just like on the beach, so like pretty background, cinematic, like 4K. Like I just think that's what Flat Earth is not doing. Flat Earth isn't really playing the game. Like we don't have like 4K, well edited, like funny viral clips. Like to watch my stuff is like insane. It's like incredibly long, and that's why Flat Earth is not winning, in my opinion. Like like you said, Tim Pool, or even just like Joe Rogan, all these places they have like a nice professional setup where there's a really nice desk, there's our table, there's a nice background, there's an engineer that runs the show, there's like a TV that pops up whatever they're all looking at. There's matching microphones and headsets all around it. It's just really nice looking. Like that doesn't even exist. Like you can't even name a flat earther that does that, other than kind of Zerka now. And I just think that like just have them on, talk about all kinds of different stuff. Have people come on to have like a conversation about globe against flat, but in person. Because I was telling Jaron, like this Sartain dude that debated John Zerka, and they talked about me a few times, whatever. Like that, like debating in person makes it way more real. When I met all these people in person, it's like a totally different vibe. You can act wild on the internet, but like just sit down at a table directly across, looking in my eyes. Now the audience can read your body language. They can read your tactics. They can see like you're looking down and avoiding eye contact and being nervous and interrupting and fidgeting. And I think that we should just take the next step towards that. I have like really big channels that are like flat earth curious at this point. So that's all. I just think that's definitely the move, is just to like be really funny, which you've been saying that for a while. Like just be funny and have high quality content and clips, short clips that go viral, and an in-person studio leased out. And like, cause also they're like Fresh and Fit is in Miami, so I'll just pop down to Miami and jump on that show. And there's quite a few podcasts in Florida. So anyway, you get it. I'm just saying that's kind of my move now. Like I think that this place was super beneficial for me. All the debates were and stuff, because at this point I can slice up almost any subject about the earth, but I think I've kind of got what I needed. I was like, it's time to move on. So yeah, that's kind of my plan here. Just make flat Earth cool and funny.
Well, yeah, you know what's cool, man? It's like, remember that, like, you know, the idea that like the truth doesn't need, it doesn't need all the shit, man. The truth, like flat Earth is already fucking, you know, like all you got to do is just show it to the people, man. You know, it's, and then the best part is the comic relief is the ballers who think they're so right. Like, it's like, it becomes like a fucking, like one of those old 1950s comedy shows where like, you know, the baller doesn't realize that he's the brunt of the jokes. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's like, you know, like they're not smart enough to get the references, you know what I mean? Like they don't know the jargon. That's the other thing about flat Earth is you realize like half the people in the fucking world don't know any of this shit. They're like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like they don't, I don't know, man. It's hard. You gotta freaking, it's hard, man. But just show them the truth. It is funny. It's already, you know what I mean? It's already, we know what it is.
Well, flat Earth actually is just cool, right? Because like, anytime you don't have to just be like, whenever you're not really like scared or you don't really care about whatever the truth is, like as in you care about it, but like you're not like offended by it. You don't feel the need to like defend stuff. Like that's like the cool position. Flat Earth is like that, bro. We get so used to talking now. We get so used to talking to people about like these really like intricate nuances. You know, like, oh, the perihelion shift of Mercury and 17 years before it was written in relativity was discovered. And like, what's the massless path in the Schwarzschild equation? Equation 7 and 8 have imaginary numbers in the denominator. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
but
it's
like,
already so far detached from common sense. I agree.
Yeah, bro, like the government brought Nazis over here because they were obsessed with Antarctica, and then they immediately went to Antarctica, dude. You know, like when you lay out like what happens, it's just hilarious to deny it. It's like funny. It's like you can just clown the person. Like, what, bro? Why are you making it weird that we're talking about Antarctica? Like, just clown them. Like that's the easiest way to be funny, right? Is to just like check people, and we don't even like everyone in this room that defends the ball. They know all about what happened in like the 40s and 50s with the government, and and it just gets lost in the sauce. That's all I'm saying. Like, flat Earth is cool because a bunch of people are like, what the hell? There's no way we can't go there. What the hell? There's no way this story about them going and exploring it and shutting it down is real. And it's definitely real. And you're like, wow, that's highly suspect. You know, like, I think flat Earth has so much going for it on just the basic truths of it. And it's getting drowned out over time because almost everyone involved in the conversation takes for granted that everyone knows it. Everyone doesn't know it. Most people don't know it. We like,
Yeah,
we
you know
just
what,
stay
too,
in
man?
that zone.
When you stay in the debates long enough, like you forget what are the real powerful points of flat Earth, because these guys have poo-pooed every powerful point and tried to be like, oh, that doesn't matter because of this and they're just doing that because it's so valuable to us and it's so valuable to our argument that the only response they can have is to say, oh, well, that's just the old science, or oh, that just doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's like you know, Einstein breaking the wand of Newton's gravity. That's, you know, that's a powerful thing in the mind of someone who is an intellectual, because you're like, wow, wait a minute. That kind of breaks up the schemata of the congruency of this shit show. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and then there's just all kinds of little points. And what they've tried to do is come in and make it so boring and like, oh, everybody already knows. When in reality, most people in society are like, holy shit, that's interesting. Like, you know, you tell people about like even the possibility that satellites aren't in space. And like, the idea that, you know, there's these, and you can show them pictures of satelloons and shit. Like, you know what I mean? You can show them that they already use it. And then NASA's the biggest user of helium. Well, isn't that interesting? You know what I mean? Like there's so many interesting things to our side when you're open to it. What's up?
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, man. I really think that, for example, the heliocentric versus geocentric point of debate with the moving Earth is really a good starting point to get people into a conversation, because it's it's intimately connected to a common sense, and if you just ask them from their own daily experience by which factors they think the Earth is moving, you will make them think for a second, right? And they might reflect on that. So I think this moving Earth, heliocentric versus geocentric thing is a good starting point.
Oh, I think flat Earth has so many arguments, but like I said, is that we get so almost like calloused to the value of these arguments because we've been arguing them, or you know what I mean. You've been in it, you just get jaded, I think, and you forget like the most powerful points, that's why I always look to the idea of like, do you feel like you're spinning? No. Okay, why do you think you're spinning? And then they go into a bunch of mathematical bullshit, and you just show them like, hey, dude, do you understand how all the mathematical gymnastics you have to do in order to accept something that there's no fucking relationship to your life about? Like, you might be under mind control. You know what I mean? If you think you're spinning and you don't have any fucking indication to tell you that you're spinning physically in your body. Like, I just think that's like that for me is what kind of broke the spell. Is like, fuck.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. This
Yeah. You're right on the money, man. Right on.
Because I just phrased it from this geocentric perspective, but from that argument in a way, the other things kind of follow. Because they all have to be based in reality. They have to be based in your primary experience. And just asking these questions yields a lot of interesting conversations. At least it did for me.
Well, I also think too, like you're not trying to tell somebody. You know what I mean? It's like that old coyote teaching of like, like how the fucking, the ancients did it. It was the idea of like, they would make somebody go experience it. You know what I mean? Like it's like, okay, go pick me Queen Anne's lace. You know what I mean? And like, if I don't know if you know anything about like Queen Anne's lace, looks just like poison hemlock. You know what I mean? So you can eat Queen Anne's lace, but you can't eat fucking poison hemlock because it'll kill you. So like, there's a way of being like, go bring, like you could tell, like, go get whatever and bring it back to me. And then they go get it, bring it back to you. And then you say, now go get this one, bring it back. You know what I mean? Like there's ways to teach people where they're immersed in the understanding of the information and getting them to go do the work themselves. And that's what parables are all about. I love that there's a definition of parable is a profound statement, or what is it? A profound truth cloaked in allegory or something. What's that? I forget the right way. It's man, it's such a great definition, but it's like a profound truth cloaked in allegory. And that's, I think, such a good way to teach people too. Like, because you remember, you're trying to just remove one of the bricks in the wall, like you said.
I thought it was a plane curve, which is mirror symmetrical and approximately U-shaped.
Yeah, that's how I see the Bible. I see it as profound in many ways, but I think where a lot of people miss out, or they don't realize, is that every time they use a number, it's tied to some sort of numerology. That's what it seems to me, anyway. Like 3 would be seems to be this number of renewal or rebirth, right? That's what it seems to me. Like 9 seems to be a number of consciousness. So Jesus is going to take 144,419.
Where did you
see it over and over again.
Where did you get this from? It sounds interesting.
It's all over the place. I mean, it's coming out more and more now, but
because
Eric DeBay was sharing that guy Bill Donahue back in the day. I like it. I've watched quite a bit of him. He's pretty good. Comes from a bit of a Buddhist perspective, I suppose you'd say. But yeah, I like that guy. But it's weird because when I've talked to other people about this kind of thing, they don't like the fact that I'm trying to figure it out for myself rather than just taking it literally. Because I don't know, it doesn't seem like that. Anyway, I was just listening to that debate, and this guy what's his name? Sartain? Yeah, he's a fucking jerk. He's a fucking jerk, dude. Honestly, he's like, he openly threatens you at like 1:55:15. He says, "Oh, he won't be in the same room with you. He'd knock you out. He'd break your jaw." He says, because
me?
because quote, you say foul shit to people. You say foul shit to people.
Bro, whoa! I didn't know this. Let me get. I just DM'd this dude because James from Monitor debated me up. He's like, "Yo, I guess he just did this debate with Zerka. He's in the comments saying he would debate you, and go respond to him, and maybe you can get it set up that I can fly you guys both out in Dallas for the debate-a-thon. You can debate in person." I'm like, James, I'm not looking through comments, dude. So I'll just DM him. So I found out. I asked Dave Weiss, him and Jaron jumped on a show with him and a physicist or whatever, and they got destroyed. So I DM'd him once he showed me his contact, and I was just talking to him. He wasn't talking nothing like that, bro. I got, you know what I mean? So I just think that's funny. I didn't know that. Like, the only part I saw was Jaron asked me my response at 122 of the video where they're talking about electrostatics, and he says, flat earthers think that there's an electromagnetic charge that pulls things down to the earth, and that's what Whitsitt believes. And then Zerka's like, "Oh, I believe it. Then go Whitsitt," or something like that.
Yeah,
and then he goes on to say, like, you can have two objects fall and then change the charge and they still fall or whatever. Which is, it's all a straw man. Electromagnetic charge. What does that mean? No one's pulling anything down. And anyway, someone told me, they mentioned me a few times, but that's what I was kind of telling Issa about. That dude wouldn't punch me in real life. Are you kidding me? That dude would get nervous and freak out.
Not only that, look at what he's. I mean, like I said, go watch it for yourself. 1:55. Zerka's bigging you up, saying you're the best flat earther or something like that. And then he's like, "Well, I won't be in the same room with him, or so I'd break his jaw or something." He says like that. But what's funny is he says foul shit to people or something. What you barely even curse. You barely even curse.
Even mean?
Well,
what does that even mean?
No, but not only that, it's just because he fucking destroys, but he terrifies them. That's what that is. Don't mistake it for anything else. That's fear right there. He's fucking terrified. And Whitsitt does that to all of them.
You said it's at 1:55?
Yeah,
1:55. 1 hour 55 minutes.
I'll check it out. No, like, that's why I was telling Issa, bro. It's like, okay, well, I'm just gonna get a business loan and I'm gonna rent a nice office space where the windows have palm trees in the background, maybe some water, a nice podcast with an engineer that runs it, a big TV. So it's like, yo, Forrest, pull this up, and then it pops up on the screen, and these people can come and we can have discussions in person, and almost all of them will back out. So, like, that's what we should be doing. We should be pressing people in person. Well, this dude would never, dude. He had to interrupt Zerka. Zerka's hilarious and very witty. He's a bit much at times. He's intense, but he uses shock value on purpose. If you're easily offended, he thinks it's funny to offend you. But he is witty, but he doesn't have all the flat earth arguments down, right? He says things that he shouldn't say at times. And he couldn't even debate Zerka. He had to interrupt him the whole time.
Oh yeah, they were both terribly impulsive, and it were hard to watch. If I'm honest, it's a proper pissing contest. Nothing
I
more.
couldn't watch it. Yeah, I watched a few minutes and heard Sparkane or Sarkane, whatever his name is, like, interrupt the whole time.
Yeah, that seemed to be a common theme, doesn't it?
I heard it has a lot of views.
The one I just saw was like 6,000 something, so there might be another one somewhere.
Oh no, the main video has more than that, dude.
Yeah.
Let me find it. Dude, the main video has 73,000 views in a day.
Nice. Damn. Yeah. Yeah, you're going to need some sort of moderation if you're debating that, dude. No doubt.
Let me read this. Let me read my Instagram messages with him. This is what always happens. I go straight to the person. They talk reckless on the internet, and then I just have the DMs, just like with Professor Dave. So I messaged him. I said, James from MDD wants to fly us out November 4th to Dallas to have a 1v1 debate about FE. I told him I would reach out to you. Apparently, word on the street is you said you would debate me. He says, hey, Austin, I appreciate you reaching out. I'm not sure if I'm going to do another debate like that for a while. That's the second 3+ hour debate I've done like that, and YouTube just buries them. YouTube buries them as if they get no views. Buddy, it got 73,000 views in one day. He said, I will definitely do another one at some point. I'm probably going to meet up with Dave and Jaron when they're here in Vegas in October, which I will be there. I'm speaking at Flatoverfest, you know. I said, word, I'll be there. Well, all right. I just told him I would mention it, and a few people told me that you said you would debate me. I don't know, but no worries. Let me know if you change your mind. I know it's all expenses paid plus per diem, etc. November 4th, Dallas. In case you change your mind, I'll get James to DM you with the details so you can see if it works. And I said this because he ended up sending another message. He said, oh, it's in November. Oh, then I can probably do that. Then he deleted it, but I had already saw it. So anyway, then he says like, so November could work. That's far enough away. And then he said, I might actually, he's doing some swimsuit competition. And he said, I might actually bring Zerka with me. Also, I'm from Dallas. So the point is that he isn't talking like that right here. You know, like why do people do that?
Hey, what's it? You know what I'll tell you though, bud? I've had, I used to have these conversations with people, right? They would hit me up privately. And I remember I went on a Google Hangouts one time and I started talking to this guy, and it was about 15 minutes in, right? We're sitting there and it's all jovial and nice. And then dude just starts screaming, freaking out, telling me to kill myself. The whole show, dude, just went fucking ballistic on me. Like, these people have they're insane. Like, you know what I mean? Like, almost like, I don't know, just be, you know, don't entertain. Like, remember, they want to talk to you, bud. You're the rock star. You know what I mean? Like, don't forget about that in the midst of fucking hearing these people. But also be mindful, dude. Like, they'll give you 15 minutes of niceness and then freak the fuck out on you and shit. Like, just the weirdest behavior because of the
Issa,
subject.
just when you see what I start doing over the next year, just remember that you were a big portion of why I so drastically changed my tactic. And when I'm in person with people, I'm just gonna I'm gonna start every conversation off like, you know what I found out is like almost no one can like not interrupt me. Like I'm just gonna say at the beginning, you know, and like watch them proceed to, and then just kind of let them interrupt me and laugh and be like, yo, you're freaking out. Like I'm just gonna tell jokes and make them look so lame that they have to give me space, and then I'm just gonna dunk on them. And I just want you to remember that you have stressed this stuff to me for a while, and so when you see me start to switch my tack and in person, and you see that I'm gonna end up going viral, even though I've like tried to avoid it almost. Just remember that you are the reason.
It's my fault. It's my fault.
Yeah.
Yo, Winston, thank you, brother. I'm fucking stoked to hear that, bro. I think you're shining, dude. You know what I mean? I'm just a fan out here, fucking loving it, dude. You know, and I think it's so cool. And I love when you match these clowns just so fucking with the statistics and the mathemagics. You know what I mean? You turn it on its head. You put it to them fucking awesome. You know what I mean? Don't ever, like, yeah, but kill him, dude. I can't wait to watch, bro. I'm fucking honored, dude. I love it. But like also, it's also don't let these clowns, you know what I mean? Like I used to always, the question I used to pose to myself was, what is victory? You know what I mean, brother? What is the ultimate victory? What is the goal?
Yeah, give me a sec.
Yep.
Well, it's not flat Earth, ISIS. Sorry.
Hey, what up, Bill? Well, that's it. That's it, man. It's like, what is the goal? Like, because I used to always think, like, even like, you know, I'd meet flat earthers and they're all like upset. And it's like, dude, like, you know, you're upset. Like they're mad that like the black Pope isn't already in handcuffs. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, we're not there yet, man. You know, like, but what is the goal? Oh,
yeah, there's many goals depending on who you ask, Isa, right? I would point out that, you know, the real truthers are going to be the ones that face the truth and don't hide from it. And that's the problem with most of these big flat earth channels, is that not one of them is even near the truth. And it's all actually another form of deceptions. It's all actually mostly Satanism, even down to Eddie Bravo talking about where's the next girl we can take advantage. The whole thing is Satanism. Sorry.
right, but that's again, it's like, what is victory? You know what I mean? Again, like, what is victory? Like, to me, like, you know what I mean? Because, like, I mean, I look at it from a very selfish perspective, also. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the other side of it. It's because it's like, once you start getting into like the societal we, and you want to change that general societal we, you know, we start to lose individuality. And I got into this, and I don't know if anyone is, you know, like, dude, I don't know. It's kind of cliche. I don't know where to say, but like this cat, Michael Tessarian. I don't know if any of you guys are hip to that guy, but he did these videos on post-humanism, and man, he opened my head up in a lot of different ways. And just the idea, and I just love it because it's like I used to think like, you know, oh, we the people, and like, you know, I am you and you know what I mean, and we all experience this, and it's like he just belabors the point and completely wrecks that notion because he shows how it's all an Edward Bernazian psyop, you know, to get you to think like we are all one. I am you, you know, I am the collective. Everyone, you know what I mean? Like as soon as we get into that mind frame, we like, you know, he points out it's like the most sick people in the world want to change the world, where they want to affect the whole worldwide thinking about whatever the fuck. Like that is the height of sociopathy. So in light of that, I used to think to myself like, well, what is victory? You know what I mean? What is victory? Like, you know, does my whole town have to be converted to electric vehicles? Like, you know what I mean?
Oh
like
my
that's
gosh, that's
right.
terrible.
But I'm saying that's the other
What's
side
the
of
answer? Yeah, you'd like a claim. That's good that you actually would appreciate a claim, is what you're saying. You're used to talking to sophists, so don't get too. You'll get a claim. Don't worry. With Isa, right? Yeah, sorry, Isa.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, like, Pill. It's like, and your claim of what it would be victory. Like, you know, I have my world view of what I would think would be victory, but what can I do, and what is my victory? Like, you know what I mean? Because ideally,
okay,
yeah, no, I was just gonna say, ideally, I don't want to mingle with, you know, the great Satan and, you know, all of the LGBTQ minions of the world. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. That's my victory is getting away from that. Like, I don't want to go talk to these people. I don't want to hear them speak.
Yeah, so that answer is going to be obviously very different depending on who you ask. I would just put mine out there and reciprocate the fact that it works when you have a relationship. The entire time, everything was a relationship with God, the creator. That was actually the point to everything. And unfortunately, all these truth movements are basically in the Catholic Church stage right now. So all the flat earth channels are basically like the Catholic Church. They think they're telling the truth to people. They're like missionaries. They think they're telling people the truth, but they have no idea. And they are part of the great deception. And there is no exception. I can point out every single flat earth channel. They're not only preaching psyops, they're dead wrong about almost everything. They can't even defend evolution. They literally have no fruit. They don't even know the basics of anything. And then they're also very intimidated to talk to people that have answers, Isa. That's why I know none of them have the truth. They're not even close. They don't even have a claim. If I talk to any group right now in the so-called flat earth, even, I mean, you name it, they all just curl up like a normie. They're all normals. There's no difference between a flat earth hiding from truth and a outer space cadet hiding from the truth that matters. There's no difference. There's a whole different level, Isa, whole different level.
Well, yeah, you know what I look at it like? It's kind of like, you know, the kid in school wearing a Nirvana shirt that doesn't even know what Nirvana is, doesn't even know the band, doesn't know their music. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of a
good point. Yep.
You know, you get like hot topic flat earthers. You know what I mean? You get all kinds of fucking people, man, and that's where it's just people. That's where I can't. You know, you can't like.
Well, I'm going to try it on you, Isa. I know I got bad news because I sprung a leak in your bow. So here's the point: is that flat Earth is a deception, and until people can say that, they're still trapped. Until you can say flat Earth is also a deception, you are still part of the deception, and it's just it's unbelievable. Sorry.
Well, yeah, you know, Pill, you're part of the crew that broke my cherry on that. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Well, like, you know, I mean, between like you, Hitch, Cathexis, you know, Snacks.
2016, yeah, I know.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like back then, you guys were all hip to the whole fucking everything's a psyop. I mean, I thought, you know, in a way,
okay.
I tried. Well, you were. You know, you've been calling this out for years. I haven't heard you change one position on yours. You've always maintained your position, and like you know, and I think, and am I wrong, brother? You've always had your. You know what I mean? And I don't.
No, you're right. Yeah, you're right, bro. Yeah,
I'm
surprised you said that. Yeah, because we go back a long time, man. Yeah.
Yeah, man. No, you're a principled dude. Like, you know, even if you and I maybe even disagree about like the nature of turtles or something stupid, like, you know what I mean, bro? Like, like you still have your position. You've always had, you know what I mean? That's what's up. I just think of it like, and it did take that. It took people like me. And I'll tell you what, though, that's the real mind fuck is when you come to flat Earth and you're all diehard flat Earth and you're like, wait a minute, is this a psyop? Wait a minute. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and then you have to do your own introspective shit, come to your own conclusions. And that's, I think, where the real work is for the flat earthers. And you're right in that regard. Because it's a lot easier and safer just to say, oh, it's flat. Like, you know what I mean? Than to like maintain some skepticism to it. Right. So like, you know, I think you're right. But I also think like, you know, first things first.
I'll explain further. There's a lot to it. So let me tell you, just like many other people that have been in this sort of topic arena, I've been in since 2012. Check this out. 2012, Carl Baugh and Kent Hovind in the 90s used to talk about this thing called a canopy theory, Isa. So in 2012, you know, I just got out of the army. I realized everything is a lie. I'm like, wait a minute. I knew this stuff was fake when I was a kid. They put me back together like a present. Let me go. So 5 seconds into it, that's when I realized that it was all fake before this F word was even used. And these guys are saying, oh yeah, there used to be a canopy above the earth, but it's gone. And these guys think, right? They think they made me. They literally made me. They taught me that they were wrong when they were trying to teach me something else. It's really ironic, Isa. The point is, everybody's wrong. There's no such thing as a flat earth movement. So what is that when somebody starts waking up, Satan needs to give people labels to rearrange the deception. So the flat earth is like the Republican. All these people just got out of their, you know, Democrats conventions, and now they became a Republican because they think that's the only option. And now they think they have the truth. And then 5, 6, 7 years later, they're actually still suppressing, you know, Christ, the Bible, have absolutely no knowledge at all, and have now invented a new cult, just like the Catholic Church, who claims God's good, Satan's bad, Bible's cool, and the whole thing is a deception. So even when they tell a little bit of truth, the whole thing is absolutely a deception, Isa. And that's why.
So this whole thing we're doing here.
Oh,
I thought you were done. No, I thought you were done. My bad.
No, you're not doing anything because I don't see you promoting flat Earth too much.
Don't respond to what I said. You said you weren't done.
Yeah, so the whole thing is
what you're going to say, and I'll say what I'm going to say.
So yes, just like the Catholic Church, they think they're just like the Mormons, just like all groups think they're telling the truth. That's called a deception. The flat Earth is no exception. There's zero truth in flat Earth. Let me know when we find some significant truth in it.
Okay, so you're saying what we do here all day, every day, we're just deceiving people? This is a whole big deception?
It had nothing to do with you. I don't think this is about you, Jeremy.
Well, I'm a flat earther. I think the Earth is flat. I think that's the truth.
Okay, well, the Earth isn't flat. The Earth is just dry land coming out of the water, Jeremy.
Dude, no shit. What do you think I meant? 2D flat?
Well, that's what
Earth is not flat. That's the point. It's not flat.
That's his point.
2D flat. No shit, it's not 2D flat.
Jeremy,
dude, that's fucking stupid.
Words have meaning. That's my point. Words have meaning, Jeremy. I'm sorry you don't
This is your
words.
Yep. This is your boy.
This is what flat earthers do. This is what flat earthers do. This is what flat earthers do. You just rage. There's no discussion. It's just rage. Rage. Normies.
It's not flat.
Normie rage.
Because it's not 2D.
Okay, well, here's my point. Here's my point. Witsit, watch this. Witsit, are there any flat earth channels that would actually allow me to speak to them, Witsit? Because for some reason, they can't even address any of these things, Witsit. And now they're promoting Satanism. Nothing to do with you, Jeremy. I'm talking about big flat earth channels. Thanks.
Hey, you made your point. My turn to talk. Issa, it's not flat because there's hills and valleys and it's earth coming out of the ground. Really, Issa? It's not 2D flat.
No, but that's where
this is your fucking boy.
$10,000 for any flat earther that has truth. Go ahead.
Let me speak for a second. The point being this though is that is like I used to always look at this like flat Earth is like a mind virus because you say it and then all of a sudden someone's like what? But like at the same and that's what makes flat Earth such a great coinable term. But the point is that it's a misnomer, and by like in one sense I'm like fuck you, it's flat Earth because I'm not going to get into the minutia with a fucking brain dead person. But at the same time. Pill's talking the right talk because it's not flat. It's got topography. Therefore, like these are points that the ballers use to like you're immediately set up to defend something that isn't true. So when you say
Issa, that's Issa,
bingo.
That's
he's saying that. Hold on, real quick, Jeremy, hold on.
I'm going next. I'm going right after you.
Okay,
Issa,
you go next.
Go
Do you think it beyond Edward Bernazian corporate manipulation of mankind to put that word out there so that people would cling to it because it's such an obvious point of dissension? So what I'm saying is that this is like a Bernaysian, like in a way we can use it. Like, remember, no weapon formed against us shall prosper. I use every weapon against me, right, bro? You kill the man, take his weapon. So fucking what you do is you like in the same sense, what they've done is they've handed us this flat Earth and they're like, ha ha ha, like because they know that topography is an argument. And it immediately puts you in an embroiled argument trying to walk away from the fact that there's topography. That's the issue. That's what
okay. That's not an argument. That's fucking retarded. No one's running around saying the Earth is 2D flat. That's not what flat Earth
but normies
means.
don't know.
No one thinks that. Okay, we know here, right?
Oh yeah, no, but
he just made that argument against me, Issa. He just made that argument against
you, though.
He just said it against me. He just said it. It's not flat because it's not 2D. That's fucking retarded, bro.
Well, let me point this out. Let me point something out. So there is truth to what's being said, though, Jeremy. Like, so I just told my neighbor about biblical Earth. That's how I presented it to him because he brought up the Bible and we were talking about stuff. And he's like this older guy, and it's funny because Ty was always saying, "I'm going to use this term," but she's like, "You should flat smack him before we move." So anyway, it just happened naturally. All that to say, I won't go into all the details. It was a very interesting conversation. He said he found out the moon landing was fake on TikTok. This dude's like older, dude. But anyway, so he says, I say like, I ease it in and I'm using like biblical Earth and biblical cosmology and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, well, you said you got on TikTok, right? I'm like, I will just go to TikTok and type in biblical Earth or flat Earth. And he said, oh, I've heard the flat thing. He's like, now, I mean, the Earth is not flat. He says, if the Earth was flat, it would look like Florida. It wouldn't look like this. And he points out, because where I'm at, you can see mountains. And there is truth to that, right? Like when the normal person that's new to this hears flat Earth, as retarded as it is, they have like this caricature in their mind where they're like, that's so stupid. And I think that is why they branded it that way, personally, because it's more elegantly stated to be a plane. And I think Exos is more in depth where he's saying like really it's like there's water everywhere and there's just some land popped up out of the water, and that flat Earth basically draws a circle flat map and says, here, we live here on this object that's a circle. So
hey, yo, and the concavers come
in.
Hold
on.
We'll
rename it. We'll rename it from flat Earth to planar Earth with topography. How's that?
That's also incorrect. That's also incorrect. That's also false. That's not true. Sorry.
Not only that, it's not catchy. It's not catchy at all.
Yeah, no shit. It's a lie.
It's a lie, just like flat Earth is a lie.
We can just call it flat Earth. Hold on, dude. We started talking at the same time. Hold on. We'll just call it flat Earth. Then explain to people that water at rest is flat, and it's a planar. It's a plane with topography over it. That's all. Easy peasy.
Hey, Jeremy, did you ever listen to Flat Earth's channel?
Never heard of him.
I used to listen to him years ago. Yeah, you
need to know about him. He's a legend. Flat Water, Flat Earth, and he's one of the OGs, man. He fucking used. I mean, in 2015, he was reading the Admiral Byrd's fucking. He reads books, but they're great. And he reads great.
Oh, look, Jensen. Yeah.
But yeah, he changed his name at one point. I forget what it was initially, but it wasn't Flat Water, Flat Earth, I think. And then it became Flat Water, Flat Earth because that is what made the most sense. Flat water. You know, it's like it's just interesting, and he's an old school guy, and I just wanted to point him out. If you don't know about him, you should. But he changed his name to Flat Earth because flat water makes sense, you know. But it's the flat Earth part that gets people all up in arms. That's all.
Well, water's not flat. There's waves and there's waves and stuff. It's not flat.
Right.
It's fucking
Well,
stupid. What is it?
Take
This
it up
guy
with him,
stupid?
then. Take it up with him.
I'm just saying, dude. He playing fucking stupid word games. It's not interesting, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, like he just said that it's still wrong. He said it's still wrong to say a flat topographical plane. That, I mean, how specific do we need to be for you to be happy?
Well, what is the
truth? You don't need to be specific. You need to stop telling lies about creation. Stop telling lies about creation. You'll be good to go. Thanks.
What lies?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me what is Earth again? You tell me what Earth is.
It appears to be a flat
plane with topography.
Exo's contention is that the Earth is not an object, and Earth actually is just talking about land, and that everyone talks about the Earth like it is an object because they claim that the Earth is a ball. So now we're combating it, playing their own game, and you're taking the bait of like using the Earth as if an object. So holistically describing the Earth as a physical object of land is the trick. That's what Exo's position is, if I'm not mistaken.
What else is it? That like it is though. Like even if it's land rising out of water.
Yeah, but that
No,
negates
it's
the
not
context
flat.
of how that word
it's
can
not
be used.
Flat at all. It's not at all flat. Earth is not an object. It's not flat. That's why we have seas, because the Earth goes down and the water stays level, and the Earth isn't even holding the waters of creation. This religion teaches that Earth is an object, the centerpiece, and that's why everybody involved still says things like 70% of Earth is water. That's a lie. Earth is a closed system. That's a lie. All those claims are still being given by both sides. Both sides are telling deceptions. It's just that simple.
How do you describe it?
Well, Witsit got pretty close. It's dry land coming out of the water. Earth is just part of creation.
So saying it's a topographic plane is incorrect?
It's not a plane. Yeah, Earth is not a plane. Sorry.
Okay, so you're telling me when if there's a lake and the dirt under that lake isn't Earth? It's only the part coming out of the water?
The dirt goes lower because it's not a plane. I didn't say it's not Earth. I said it's not a plane. That's why we have topography. And we have pockets and sections, continents, islands. They're not even attached. They're all, what are you talking about? There's spots everywhere. It's like a polka dot. There's no plane. There's just sections of Earth coming out of water.
I'm just saying the way you're describing it is equally retarded or if you just say Earth is dry land coming up out of the water.
How did I describe it?
And then there's hold on a second, I'm still talking. You said Earth is dry land coming up out of the water.
Yes, and that's why you have nothing to show.
Now let me finish my thought. Now let me finish my thought before you keep interrupting, please. Can you please finish my thought?
Yeah, that's my part right there.
Can I finish my thought, dude? You're raging. Relax.
That's retarded.
That's equally as retarded. Dude, shut up, man. Let me finish my thought. You can go next.
I'm sorry that you have nothing.
Can I finish my thought and you can go next, please? That's equally as dumb as if you think what we're saying is dumb, that's equally as dumb because Earth is under the water. So it's not dry land coming up out of the water. It's also under the water. That's obviously Earth too.
Jeremy, he left.
He's reached his quota of useless interactions.
Nah, man, Pillbox is just a firebrand, bro. He's your frontline soldier when fucking you need somebody. The Pillbox is your best friend, dude. All these motherfucking flat earthers, old schoolers, just.
Bro, I know you think that's your boy because you've known him for years.
Yeah,
you think that's your boy because you've known him for years.
Listen, man. Listen, man.
Whatever, bro.
Listen. I have come. Me and Pill has labeled me a shill. Pill has fucking said all kind. You know what I mean? Like he's fucking and it's like
That's not true. I heard you say that the other day. I said that's not true. I've never said you were a shill. You've confused me with somebody. I don't care. Listen, you know why that's not true? Because I don't care about shills. You think I'll meet a shill?
Well, no, Pill. But Pill, let me make the point. Let me make this point: is that you and I have come to blows out here on the internet long before when we met.
We met. We've never fought. We've never fought, honestly.
Well, no, but like take like the
it law. Sounds like you're fighting right now. One at a time.
Well,
we're fighting right now. Go ahead.
My point is that Pill, and I'm just saying this for not even for us because we know this. Is like you and I have battled these ideas against one another, like like iron and iron. You know what I mean? Not like I don't know, because it's like you've always had a position. You've always got a point of argument and a claim to make. And then, that gets offered up to debate. And whether or not someone accepts it or not, you know what I mean? Like it's part of the equation. But at the same time, like, Pill has always been like this. Like you know what I mean? You're somebody I want on a battlefield. I don't want some nitpicker arguing about gravity and gravitation. I want someone that's going to steamroll them. I don't know, man. Like, there's a time and a place.
He's nitpicking us about what flat means. He's a nitpicker. What are you talking about?
Well, no, but I mean, he's also a firebrand.
No, I'm sorry. Okay, well, I'm sorry that words have meanings, and flat earthers don't believe in the meanings of words. They're normies.
He's nitpicking.
Thanks, I proved my point.
He's nitpicking, Issa. He's nitpicking.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry.
Remember, he's in. Hold on. Let me say.
Boy Scouts tell special forces they're nitpicking. You stay a Boy Scout, Jeremy. Thanks.
Yo, Bill, or like this though. It's like, dude, we're in a friendly environment right now. What I mean is that, like, if you were going up against Fight the Flat Earth.
Who told you that, Issa?
Listen, well, I know that. What do you call it? But just by the tone,
friendly in real life.
Hey, just by the tone of Pill's, just by the tone of Pill's voice, I could tell this is a friendly conversation. Like,
also,
hold on. I'm not done.
So, like, an unstable mind with a mouthpiece.
Hold on.
Let Issa finish. I'm going.
My point is this,
baby. Poor little Elisha.
Listen, hold on, Bill. Hold on.
Here's the little boy, little flirt.
We're in a friendly. Listen.
See, does that sound like a stable individual?
Yes.
Let's meet up in person. Try to mute me in person.
I can tell. Hold on.
That's right.
Bill, hold on.
Nothing but retards, Witsit.
Bill, I can tell by, like I said, and I mean this, like I said, by Bill's tone of voice.
I just temporarily mute. Hold on, Issa. I said to temporarily mute you guys because it was a crazy shit show. So I'll unmute you as soon as Issa's done. We can. I'll just go one at a time, please.
Let me go ahead and get out in front of this. Like, try to leave out the direct personal insults. We all know what's going to happen is everyone's going to start shouting over each other, insulting each other, interrupting, and it's just insane. No one heard anything right then. Just so you guys know.
All right, so what I mean is, by the tone of Pill's voice, I can tell that this is a friendly environment. Now, what I mean is that's all right. When we're in the mix of fucking, like, you're up against Fight the Flat Earth or something like that, and Pillbox has your back, dude, he's a fucking ally. Like, you don't even know. Like, I was in the front lines with a lot of these guys, and it was people like Pillbox and people like that were fucking in the chat section, backing up everything I said. With links, with fucking, you know what I mean? Like, dude, they are, these are some of the, especially Pill, like Pills are like the old school motherfuckers. We might be a little crazy and shit, but like on point with the info, man. And like on point with, like they got links for what he's talking about. And what I mean is when you're in that heated debate, like we're not in right now, then that's your, like, he's one of the best allies you could ask for, bro. It's just that you're not going to maybe, get together and want your coffee the same way. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I look at this. It's like, this isn't like, it's like, oh, you take too much cream in your coffee. No, well, you don't like, you put too much sugar. Like, we're friends here having a cup of coffee. Like, that's perfectly permissible. But like, when you
pretty rude though.
It's Pillbox, bro. I don't know. Welcome to the show, brother.
He's telling us we're being deceitful and we're lying to people. We're not telling the truth. Like, what the fuck, dude? That's
you're lying right. That's my point. You lied right there. I never said that, and I've never talked about you at all. That's my point, is that every time I bring this up, Issa, people that call themselves flat earthers not only start having fits to save these ridiculous remedial terms that are deceptions, they will just start lying to you. Listen, in flat earth, there's no truth, or else everybody wouldn't act this way and constantly slander and attack and allow haters and allow this, antichrist nonsense that we've been seeing for all these years. I'm sorry. The proof is in the pudding, Issa. Who has the
Pill?
Who has
you are a little abrasive.
Okay, I'm not allowed to talk. Okay, that's fine. So who has the proof, Issa? Let's compare my evidence. We'll compare my evidence, Issa, over the last 7 years versus all of them put together, Issa. So Globebusters, all the big flat earth channels get together, and we'll compare their evidence to mine. How's that sound, Issa?
Okay, there's no truth in flat earth, so everything I'm saying, since I'm a flat earther, must be a lie. No, I mean, what did I just lie about? You said flat earth is a deception. There's no truth. I sit here and tell today I must be not telling the truth, which means I'm lying.
It's like, okay, is there truth in the Catholic Church?
Don't try to red herring fallacy your way out of it.
It's that easy. There's no claim. It's that easy, Issa. As soon as you compare it to something else, there's no claim.
You brought up the church.
Hid from his own claim.
I don't give a fuck
is
about
there
the church.
truth in the Catholic Church?
I don't care about the church.
Exactly. You are a church. Flat Earth is a church. You're a normie now. You all normies believe in this flat Earth stuff, and there's no evidence. There's no fruit. Both sides are wrong, and both sides allow each other to tell lies all day. And I guess we're at the time limit.
You're lying.
We'll see what happens.
You're a liar.
We'll see what happens. Yep.
Okay, you're lying. There's no truth in what you say. There's no truth in what you say.
Put my life on it. Let's put your life on it. I'll bet my life on it right now. Let's go, baby.
This is dumb.
Let's check out my channel. That's what I thought. Let's go. Yeah, let's go to my channel compared to yours. I'll be back later, Cupcake.
Stop screaming, dude.
That's just
your boy's a fucking spaz, dude.
Those are just terms of endearment, Jeremy.
That's your boy, Issa.
Endearment, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, I got
your
a lot
boy.
of. Hey, bro, I got a lot of crazy friends, bro. Like so many. I got people worse than him. Fucking, you know.
Okay, Issa, good question. Here's my thing, right? When they say it's a ball, and we say it's flat. The thing that I have is, why not take an opportunity to realize that it's the most polarizing position to hold when they commercially say it's round?
Well,
Hold on a minute.
Oh, certainly.
That's the issue that I have with individuals like that who come in beating the scriptural pan, right? Because it's true. He is right. But to attack the foundation that we've all collected beneath, well, you can't collect beneath the foundation, but to collect underneath this umbrella of truth that we're here observing, right? I think is like when you start to almost attack your allies, if you say, that's not cool, dude. Way too much emotion.
Well, I mean, Pillbox has always been like that, bro. It's like he's never changed.
That's not a good thing, though. It's not a good thing to be emotionally unstable.
You know what, though? Here's my thing.
If he's your boy, that's fine, but you can't frame it as if it's a helpful thing for any individual to have.
Well, my point is just like, it's not like, like I understand the angst and I understand the rage. Believe me, I understand that part of it all. And like,
do you also understand being a man and controlling yourself?
Do you think I don't?
Well, I know you do. That's why I'm. That's why I'm curious on your framing.
Right. Well, I'm framing
because I don't get the impression from you.
I'm framing it like this,
that you've got an unstable way of viewing the world.
No. I'm like
just because somebody's your boy doesn't mean you have to uphold characteristics that are degenerative to the conversation, let alone to the relationships.
Well, I'm a diplomat.
Okay,
I'm a diplomat for the crazies, man. Like, and my point is that it's because I understand the crazies. I understand the psycho, you know what I mean? Or whatever the motherfucking crazy shit is because of whatever reason. But, I look at it like Pillbox is like, if you want to break it down, it's almost like in any sense, like you're like Pillbox because you're going to go against the globe earth. We're all like that. We're all, you know what I mean? Now, granted, we might not be so verbose or whatever the fuck, but like, I think we're all like that to some extent. But we've all been driven here by some kind of fuck, and some people more so than others because they've given certain parts of their lives to maybe the country that lied to them and shit like that. So they have a lot of fucking rage about these issues. That's why flat Earth is a bit dangerous. Because a little bit of knowledge is dangerous, right? Now, I don't think, and I think you're missing the point with Pill's. Pill's one of the early on.
Issa, real quick. Hold on, no, 1 second. I need to stop you right here. What knowledge? Everything in flat Earth there's no truth here. So what knowledge? That's your boy. What your boy just told us.
Right. My point is that like he's been considering.
There's no knowledge here. There's no truth here.
Well, the point is we don't when you don't know what the truth is. To then try to stake claim as though you do know about it, like the shape of the earth. It's like none of us really fucking know. It's biblical to say that you don't know, right? It's like so to say that the earth is flat versus this shape or that shape is to say that you know something that is unknowable.
But flat is
now hold on.
Flat is a simplified version of what the other guy said earlier, topographical plane.
Right.
And if you want to go further, it's enclosed, etc., etc. But this
I'm not asking you what the shape of the earth is. I'm just saying that anyone who says that they know something that is impossible to know. Well, that's what anyone who's saying that they're a flat earther is trying to say that the earth, and now granted, it gets much more complicated than that.
He comes into a room of generally mature people who understand, well, not mature in terms of character, but mature in terms of the argument, right? Who understand what they're talking about. I'm not including the Globers here. though most of them at least are well versed in it, right? So if he's coming into a room like that and talking about a bunch of people who aren't even here, what's the point?
And then he comes at us like that, and then expects, and then he hates on us for being emotional. Where I'm not even coming from an emotional standpoint. I don't think he was specific enough, and to say that we're wrong about it being a topographic plane. If we can't know what the shape is, then we can't know that that's wrong either.
I want to add that his public etiquette, bro. It's just you gotta come with respect, dude. The guy's being rebellious. He's very emotional. Clearly, we've all been there, but bro, that's not a proper way to to treat a bunch of people in a server, dude. The way he just
it gets me.
He said steamrolling. Exalted him for steamrolling. Like, dude, you don't do that, bro. That's not
okay. First of all,
handle a conversation. Go ahead.
First of all, stop trying to respond after every somebody talks. A lot of people want to get in right now. All right, everyone's gonna get to say their piece. Second of all, you can't come in here and saying there's no truth here. We're deceit. Flat Earth is deceitful. We talk flat Earth shit all day. There's no knowledge here. There's no truth here. I mean, what are we doing here, Isa?
He's in a way he's being facetious. You know what I'm saying?
It didn't sound like that.
And well, hold on. What he's trying to do also is
how
push.
Is that?
Look.
Is that a benefit?
Because he's trying to push the button of getting flat earthers to consider that they're wrong in order to further the wonder that the God has given us to experience on Earth. Because when we say that it's like flat versus round or something like that, some people, and I don't think you guys, I'm just trying to say, some people carterize that the Earth is flat in their head and have killed their imagination. Just like ballers.
Is that our fault though? Is that our responsibility?
No, I'm not talking about. I mean, I agree
when the
with
majority of us, and you included, right, and you do it much better than what you're suggesting.
Let him finish. You can go next, Elijah.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying, like the idea that, like, that notion of pushing flat earthers to the next level of like, hey, wait a minute, I got to get back into this state of wonder and realize, like, man, maybe I don't know half the shit that I'm so like. There's a great line, and I try to remember this. Many a man has lost his life or fortune for not knowing what he thought he was sure of. I'll say that again. Many men have lost their life or fortune for not knowing what they thought they were sure of. And if you deviate from that stance and deviate from that wisdom, you walk into the same fucking paradigm that these Hegelian dialecticists have put together for you. And that's where he's coming in.
Right. And if you make sweeping statements without specificity in weak semantical arguments, then you're just talking nonsense.
Right, but
so
why?
Let's analyze.
Why are you offended? Why are you offended?
I'm not offended. I'm analyzing. No, because why would I take offense?
Well, no. What I mean is, right, but like, why is
if we're gonna look? We're having an analytical discussion right now, right?
Okay. All right, guys. Hold on. You got to go one at a time. We can't hear anything. Every time somebody talks, pass the mic back to me, and I'll say who's talking. Somebody's got an echo. I know it's Elijah. You got an echo every day. Every time somebody talks, say my name, and then I'll come in and say who's going to speak next. Okay?
Say my name.
Blueberry. I know it's Elijah.
The echo is mine. I know. Apologies. It's hard to get the level sometimes. But the point I was making is, like, the idea that this is, what were you saying? Offended? I don't see how that has anything to do with it. We're having an analytical discussion.
Well, my point is, we shouldn't be married to the idea.
Yeah, but you're doing. Come on.
Hold on, man. You didn't say my name. I didn't say you were going next, bro.
So right now, what we're doing is we're analyzing. We're like doing post brief, right? So we're doing a debrief. So this has nothing to do with one's individual feelings. But if we're gonna analyze the words that were used, one statement that was made was Earth, and like making a statement about Earth is incorrect, right? But that takes out the contextual use of the word Earth. If you're talking about the earth under your feet in your garden, sure, it's dirt, it's dry land. If you want to be like that, because it's contextualized. But if you're making a statement on the whole Earth, and the idiom is so ubiquitous that we know when we're having a conversation about this, that when we say Earth, we're talking about the whole flipping thing that we live in. or on, whatever word choice you want to do, and you then ignore that and say, no, that isn't a topographical plane, then you're being disingenuous. Or one is being disingenuous. You understand my point?
Well, it's like this. It's like it appears to be.
But do you understand the point I'm making?
I do. But my point is that
because that's the only reason for this postscript.
Hold on, dude. Let Issa respond. You said your thing. I don't know. When you're done. Here's how it's gonna go. I'm gonna mod and host this. So whenever people are done talking, I'm gonna get the mic back, and then I'm gonna speak, and then the next person can go. That way, we're not all talking over each other.
I got next.
Who said that? I don't know your name.
Stoic.
It's Issa's turn, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is Issa's turn.
Well, I just think, I was just gonna say. I forgot what I was gonna say, but I'm trying to recollect. Is the idea of like pushing oneself as a truther to realize that the fucking, maybe we don't know what it is. The idea that and like I think also too, you should analyze yourself in a sense. If when someone says that flat Earth offers no truth, like don't let flat Earth identify you so much so that you would be offended if someone thinks flat Earth is absurd, because they're not talking about you. You're putting yourself in the position as one of the believers. And if you take offense to it, it shows that you're one of the believers. It's like when you bring up fucking globe Earth and somebody steps up and says, nah, fucking, the astronauts are heroes and all this stuff. Like, they're married to those ideas. They're not related to those astronauts. They're not fucking, but they married themselves to those ideas. And so when we marry ourselves to like flat Earth and somebody says, well, flat Earth is stupid, because we're married to the idea, we're just like the glober. Because then we're offended and we're going to argue. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I think Pillbox is trying to push those buttons. And I had my buttons pushed, when I came out here, because, and it wasn't in a good way even. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I always felt, and why I did my show, even why I did my channel, why I did even started playing music again and shit, was like the idea of like my songs, my music, my shit is for the 17-year-old kid that's under the wing of like a horrible stepfather, and he's like, fucking fuck you. You know what I mean? And has all this rage and fucking doesn't know how the world works. And fucking those are who the music is for. That's for the fucking, it's for that frustrated motherfucker that wants to freak out on somebody that deserves it. You know what I mean? Like, what care I about anything else other than that, to be quite frank. Never mind. Like, I'm not going to, I just think when we get married to this idea, or any idea, we've lost our footing. And so that's what Pillbox is trying to show. That's my opinion. That's all
I couldn't agree with.
All right,
with
Stoic.
Actually,
Stoic's next. Hold on, Andy. I got you next.
Okay.
I got you next, Andy.
I'd like to go next. Available, Jeremy, if possible.
Stoic, then Regis. Go ahead.
Oh, how did I lose my
No, Andy.
Stoic, my bad. Stoic, Andy, Regis. My bad.
Word. No, it's all good. Listen, it's the issue, and again, I've chatted with Exo in the past and whatnot, and he's right. I mean, when you look at the creation story, right, it does talk about the waters and things of that nature, but again, it is the aspect of the gauntlet that we've all chosen to we elected to pick up and run with, is attacking the commercial mainstream narrative, which is in fact, as I said earlier, it being round. Now again, the most polarizing position to take after round would in fact be flat. And that's where, when you say to somebody the earth is flat, and they say to you, what the hell do you mean? It's the opening for you to justify your view of such. Whereas you can say, is it a ball? No, it's not. And this is the alternative view. With respects to the one point that he said, which kind of got me a little bit, was he mentioned the Earth being as not a closed system, which is an issue. I would be curious about that because, again, that aspect of things, we observe the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, and medium seeking containment, and so on and so forth. So I'm not too sure about that statement. I'll withdraw at this point. Andy, you're up. Go ahead, please.
No, I'm just going to agree with he said, to be honest. I think as intelligent people, you're supposed to be able to entertain an idea without it possessing you. And I like EXO. The guy's, I like his passion. It's never dull when that guy's around. Can't say that. But the thing is, and I'm not looking to offend anyone, but can he entertain the idea that his book that he holds so dear may not be the words of the creator of this place, but words of very wise people back in the day? You know, I mean, I'm not saying that it is or it isn't, because I'm just some dude on the internet. What do I know? But you know, the guy's throwing stones, and he's more possessed than anyone. So, yeah, it's interesting thought, I suppose. But
Yo, Jeremy, put me on that list. Put me on that list.
Well, I also think like, yo, that's not my problem.
Hold on, Issa. I've got you on the list after Lion.
Oh, go on, bro. I was just gonna say, like, you know, like pillboxes.
Regis, hold on. It's Regis, then Lion, then Issa. Go ahead.
So, my only issue with the way he handled that was, if he has a problem with what he said he had a problem with, which is, you know, people labeling things and all that, he also should come at it a little more respectful, because a lot of us in this room know what he's saying, but we use the convention of the language that's already in place because it's convenient and people already understand it, right? So to say that there's no truth at all in flat earth just because we use convenient language that people in this room understand is absurd. And if that is his problem, right, that we are not 100% sure and that the Bible says different stuff about the creation, then point it out in a nice way. Don't assume that we are being malicious and telling lies, right? Just because we are using convenient, familiar language, right? That's my point.
I mean, I hear you. I think
Lion and then Issa. Lion and Issa.
Yeah, I just want to say that you called him Pillbox. Is that because he's on pills? Is that why he's so amped? Besides that, he slandered my name on here. You could probably look up the tag for my name, and he's called me an evolutionist. I've never been an evolutionist. I don't know where he got that idea. He's been in my inbox. Like he spams my inbox with stuff. We don't like. He calls himself a believer. He's an embarrassment. I'm ashamed to have him in the same server as me and call himself a believer.
Well, that's the whole gig.
Honestly,
why he exists here in the first
hear me
place.
out. Hear me out. I'm almost done.
Talk about it like that. So.
Guys, hold on. I can put who wants to be on. Let Lion finish, and then we'll continue with the.
He doesn't represent the book. The book clearly states, you know, an immovable earth, bro. Like it's not, you know what I mean? Like his idea, he's a glober, bro. He's a glober. We've debated on Genesis and what Genesis says when Earth was created. It clearly says that there was Earth on day 1. He doesn't believe that there was Earth until day 3, even though there are multiple scriptures to the contrary. He doesn't believe in the flat Earth model. We've talked about the idea that that this is all a deception. It's from Satan, the flat Earth stuff. Dude, he's a little bit zealous. This idea that we're not supposed to be married to the idea. Well, he's very married to his idea, and he's in my inbox, dude. Like, what else? I barely know the guy, and he's just all right. Like, dude, he's not a. Yeah, all right, I'm done. That's it.
All right. He says you're going next, but who else wants on this list there? No one? All right, go ahead.
Yo, let me check in on that. I want in.
We can have a normal conversation if we can not talk over each other. It was an absolute shit show mess, and now we're all going one at a time. Everyone's listening. Everyone's getting to finish their thought. Or do you want to just talk over people and interrupt and respond after everything everyone says every time? Because that's what you do.
Let's try and be grown-ups. How's that?
No, I was having a back and forth with Issa. Come on.
Go ahead,
so
Issa.
First off, I just want to say that I would love to hear what a judge would think if you brought like a court case of defamation against Pillbox for calling you an evolutionist. I think that's like a Judge Judy prank we could do. Like, he called me an evolutionist. Like, what? Like, or slandered you, as you said. That's hilarious. Or defamed you as an evolutionist. I just think that's hilarious. Forgive me.
Yes.
Oh, I'm fucking dying. Anyway,
it's a degenerate accusation. Is that right?
It's a horrible accusation, isn't it? But like, I think like the idea that I don't even know where to go after that. To be honest, I was going to say something important too. Fuck, man. I'm just wondering what if we couldn't do like a Judge Judy thing. Like I had a couple friends in high school. They like got on Ricky Lake with like a whole pretend story. You could like bring a definition. Just I would love that. Forgive me, I'm done.
Well, if Jeremy's the judge, then I guess everyone will end up owing him money.
But yeah, I think like it's just that's the cool idea of I think in one way, like I'm very much like depending on the audience. Like if I'm around certain people that I don't think can intellectually, like I don't know, like about like kind of like chakras, right? If you're around low level chakra people, all right, put it in that way. Like I feel like I'm just like, yeah, I'm a flat earther, and I'm just like, and you're not cool enough for me to talk to you about it, and that's it.
Just
like,
put an
I straight up tell him, like straight up, I fucking tell him, like, dude, you're just not cool enough for me to get into it. You know what I mean? And like, and that's that, dude. I drop it right at that, and I'll tell him point blank, you're just not cool enough. It's all good. Like, you know what I mean? But if I like somebody, you know what I mean, and I think they can intellectually, you know, they're on some shit. You know what I mean? I think they can handle it. Then I might start delving into it a little bit. But like, you know, what care I what some intellectual fucking, you know, midget thinks about my opinion about the shape of the earth? Like, what the problem? And that's where you come into the thing. Like, wait a minute. Anytime someone offends me, I have to check myself and be like, why am I married to this idea? Like, kind of like we were getting into earlier. And I think that's a healthy thing to do. I don't think, I mean, I think Pill would argue for the flat earth and the topography and the whole concept better than anyone you know. He could bring up every point.
Right.
And he could probably back
Dude,
up biblically everything he believes. But whether or not I want to believe it, that's my choice. And that's where even I extend that to Pill. I say, hey, you know, I get to think what I want to think. You think what you want to think. That's how this goes.
Dude, he came in here nitpicking us over what the word flat means. We all know it's not
No
2D.
doubt.
It was ridiculous. I don't know
Right.
why.
So why be offended? Like, you know, like I never, you know, it's like Pill. And I'm telling you, man, he's been saying the same thing in the same tone for years. Like, you know what I mean? So I just say that to preface in the sense like Pillbox, that's just what you're going to get with Pill. You know what I mean? But he can also argue.
I got offended when he came in here saying there's no.
Points. He argues.
I got offended when he came in here saying. Go ahead, Issa.
Oh,
He's got great flat earth points. I know you're all over his dick. I know you're drooling on it. I know. But he came in here, nitpicked us on the word flat. He told us there's no truth in flat earth. I talk flat earth shit all day. I'm lying to people. Like, I was highly offended by what he said, bro, and I should have been, because that was bullshit.
Well, no, because you're usually, if we're arguing these points like that you're arguing about like refraction. You're arguing about these specific instances, and you're great at that, man. And that's fucking exactly what flat earth is made of. Do you know what I mean? But, and you're right in those points. I think his only fucking point is that it's the culmination of the ending of the idea that you think you know what it is. I really do. And I don't think, like, because you're not spitting mistruths. This isn't like a psyop, you know what I mean? In that sense, like, you're not, I don't think, you know what I mean? Anyone in here is like, trying to do that. I think it's a place for open debate and that is the success. You know what I mean? And like, and that's what this channel is about. And I don't think, I just think that when he's coming in, he's saying that culminative idea, that accumulation of the knowledge and the opinion of people that espouse these ideas becomes religious. And now, of course, the irony, because he's biblical. But at the same time, like, I'm okay with that paradox, man. I don't know what to say. But I hear you, and you have your right to feel your way. Like, I'm not trying to belittle your position on it. You know,
He came in here, tried to play me, and nitpicked over what the word flat meant. You don't think I can find a definition in the dictionary? Like, dude, we're all vets in here. Nobody thinks the Earth is 2D flat. That's stupid.
And
right,
that's really dumb.
The normies, like, let's say that's what he was getting at. The normies can't like decipher the difference. They immediately think of a pancake, floating around the third planet from the sun.
But that's not all he's saying.
Bro, it's just a word.
Like,
Do people?
You're saying that's his only point, Isa? You're saying that that's really his only point, but that's not what he said. That's not what he himself came in and said. He said that, but he also said There's no truth in flat Earth. He said it is absolutely not a topographical plane. He said a lot more than what you're just pointing out. You know, that's my only problem. Like I'm not responding in an emotional way. I'm just looking at the content of what he said, and it was inconsistent.
Well, I mean, look at it like, and I've often thought this. Like, what if, let's say, like they tell you the dimensions of the Earth are such that the curve is right over there. Well, it's like, what if the Earth is a ball, but it's like 10 million times bigger than you thought, and there really is no way to make out curvature? Because our argument for flat Earth is that, hey, you're saying these are the numbers, and this isn't matching up. And now, would those numbers extrapolate, let's say, into a much larger Earth and appear to be a plane? Neither one of us knows the answer to that question, man. And that's the point. And you're right. I agree. It appears to be a topographical plane. I don't feel like I'm moving. But what if the Earth is a globe and it's way bigger?
Well, the heliocentric model's still fucked, then, isn't it?
The only way that would work is if it was infinitely big, Issa.
What is it?
And that's just nonsensical. So the argument has no weight.
Issa's right. Issa's right. It could be 10 million times bigger than what they say, and it would do it.
It doesn't have to be infinitely big.
Then
right?
he's
It
wrong.
could be big enough to where we can't measure the curvature, or rather, it would be measured flat.
No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Why not?
You can't have the Earth be just a way bigger ball. It literally every single part of the model goes away. It can't work. It messes up the distances that we can measure. Doesn't work like that.
Sure.
Their model would fall apart completely, obviously. But hey, can you hear me talking, Charlie? Two people start talking, you just barrel over them. I was gonna stop, but then I wanted to see if you were gonna stop.
I sincerely didn't hear you start talking. I apologize.
Yo, dude, hold on real quick. I just want to say outright, I love your voice, Charlie. It's so
Issa.
good to hear you, bro. You're fucking awesome.
Jesus Christ. Dude, when two people start talking, this is not a time for a third person to jump in, just for the future. But yes, their whole model would fall apart. Obviously, that's not your cue. Obviously, their whole model would fall apart if it was way bigger. Yes, you can't have the heliocentric model with
right. But hold on, that's to put the stars and all those measurements into some way that you think you understand them again. This is my point. That's the whole fucking thing. Is that because there's the anonymity of the knowledge, because we don't know. That's the point of why he's coming in and ripping on that term flat. That's it. It's not offensive to you. You argue great. I'm sure Pillbox would fucking big you up in the right people. You know what I mean? Like, dude, you know what I mean? I just think like that's the whole fucking real flat Earth mission is to destroy the concept that you fucking know, that you could know. And that's the Socratic fucking, philosophy. It's the height of intellectualism. That's why flat Earth is at the forefront of all of this. Because it's the next step after flat Earth that makes it so fucking awesome.
Anyways, what were you trying to say, Charlie?
So what I was trying to say is that obviously it wouldn't fit with my view of the world, right? And I think Witsit knows that. So the correction is, yeah, I made a claim which I think is not true, but I think it's also falsifiable, is my point.
The Earth has to be if it's a ball, it has to be the size they claimed it is. There's just no way around it.
Sure.
There's like a million different reasons. Like you start looking at the sky, well then now you're gonna have to invoke some type of other optical effect combined with the convexity of the Earth to explain our measurements, our elevation angles and measurements, the positions of the stuff in the sky that you've built your entire idea upon. You're gonna have to change. Literally, you can't do it. I mean, you have the distances and you have gravity and you have planetary motion. You have all these things. The entire thing is dependent upon that side. So, pretty simple stuff.
Yeah, their whole model would fall apart if you changed the both sides. Yeah, absolutely. Their model's fucking bullshit, though. So I mean, whatever. It's in their.
One thing that's super funny is and like this Alex Beebe dude. I don't know if he ever actually talks or whatever, but he's always like just trolls, and they all just troll in the chat. It's just annoying. But the point is that all these ballers, they say, because they had to change their argument over the years, right? First, it was like, when we see the horizon, that's the curve of the Earth. Things go behind it. Now we never see the curve of the Earth. We only see the apparent location, but I promise there's a real one there. So then they had to try to make that not sound so retarded. So then they changed their argument like a robotic NPC, like cult. And now they all say, well, but in order to have the apparent horizon, you have to have a geometric horizon, which is just patently false and retarded. And then they've also, as a cult, now all shifted to the claim, well, there would be no horizon on a flat Earth. Then you say, that's retarded. What are you talking about? That's where the sky appears to meet the ground. So is on the flat Earth all sky or all ground? Then they, stupid flare. Then they changed to the other additional claim, which is that on the flat Earth, the horizon wouldn't be a hard cutoff. It wouldn't be a distinct line. It would be blurry. So then you show them pictures of all kinds of horizons at different heights showing that it's blurry, that it literally is like a fuzzy area, and then they all just ignore it. So first they say there's no horizon on the flat Earth, then they change it to, oh, well, I don't think the horizon would look like that. It would look fuzzy. And then you show them where it looks fuzzy, and then they just start changing the subject. They're so far beyond the scope of like good faith intellectual interaction at this point that they're not of value. Basically,
Maybe
I just laid it all out. Good.
For guys like me and you, maybe I still don't. I think there's some slight something to be gleaned from it, but for the new people, think of the kids.
Yeah, I'm saying like they're like they say like think about it. I just laid it out in VC. None of them will respond to it still. If the Earth were flat, the horizon would just be a blurry. It'd be like a fuzzy area. And then you show the pictures that show exactly that, and they just ignore it. So according to your own logic, the Earth's flat. Thank you. Thank you, guys. So all the Globers in here that say that have now admitted that the Earth is flat. So we're making progress.
Yeah, really fishing hard there with it.
You notice how he also didn't actually respond to the point?
I noticed that you still haven't replied to my point about you issuing corrections to your son apparent size.
You see, now he's changing the subject.
Have you issued the corrections yet?
You see how now he's desperately changing the subject because they have to avoid actually addressing the point. But what they'll keep doing is saying the same script anyway, even though it's been refuted. He's without any shame. He just boldly
sweet irony.
Changes the subject, like with no shame whatsoever. Just ignores the question and changes the subject.
I heard you and Charlie talking yesterday. He did the same thing when you asked him to steel man the flat Earth position. Remember that?
Yeah, like it's. This is where he's going to just start talking about the other subject again. Like he has no shame. You have to kind of understand the mindset of these people. Like, why would they have shame? They're just on the internet, on Discord, playing a game.
I'm right here with it. You can have a conversation with me if you want.
No, you're incapable of having a conversation because you keep ignoring the point. You want to change the subject.
I'm not ignoring the point, right? I'm trying to get you to address the point which I brought up to you first.
Right? No, I just brought up a point
2 days ago. You keep ignoring this.
No, I don't. Now you're lying, but now you have a tactic of try to attack Austin's ego by claiming that he's scared of a point, that he's running away, because then you can bait me. Stop interrupting me, so that you can then bait me into taking your diversion, so that you can avoid the actual point. So I just made a point. You're not going to change the subject. So if you can't address the point, stop pretending that you are. So all the. No. There's no so. I talked about something 2 days ago. We don't want to hear you keep saying it over and over. I made a specific point. You're trying to change the subject.
So why
he did just make a point.
So why is
Go ahead, Charlie.
So why is it when I make a point, you get to respond by making a separate point, and then when I say no, I made a point first. Please address my point. You get to say no. Well, you're not addressing the point that I responded to you with.
Charlie, you're carrying over a conversation from days ago, bro.
Yeah,
exactly.
Because that's what you do to
Hey, Charlie, guess what?
Right?
Guess what, bro? I'm about to mute you. Hey, Charlie, guess what? If you keep doing it, I'm muting you. Because I don't have to sit in here for hours playing this little 5-year-old game with you.
I know that you come here to get attention because no one in real life would ever put up with you just blatantly like trolling and playing little dishonest games. But we don't have to do that in here either. So I made we were talking about a specific thing in the chat. I just brought up a specific point about the horizon, which is the crux of the entire issue. You want to cry about the angular size of the sun, which I directly addressed it to you and openly admitted maybe that number's wrong. I got it from a couple people in here. Sure, fine, why not? And then you want to keep bringing it up and claiming I didn't address it when I openly said maybe the number's wrong. Yeah, maybe I got it wrong. You want to keep bringing it up because you're disingenuous little gamma. Now, what we are talking about is the horizon. The horizon, the ballers claim that if the earth were flat, you wouldn't have a distinct cutoff or a horizon. You would actually have a blurry area. Then we showed them the pictures of the horizon being that very thing, and they all ignore it.
So if you admit that you might be wrong on your video, wouldn't it be in the best of your interest is to find out whether or not you're actually wrong? And if you're actually wrong,
I warned you that I was going to mute you, right?
Excuse me.
All right, you're muted.
Come on, bro. Like I was.
Yeah, actually,
like,
you're timed out for an hour. You're timed out for an hour.
That's fine. I can go work out.
No, it's not fine. You good. Bye. You keep doing it, Charlie. I'm not playing this game with you where you just keep ignoring it. You decided to jump in and claim that I was fishing hard, but you won't rebut the actual point, and now you're just blatantly trying to change the subject.
Witsit, did you not intentionally
Can you address the point about the horizon or not? Just tell us if you're not gonna whatever.
So with respect to the horizon, right? Did you not intentionally say something that you knew the Globers would disagree, and you took their silence as agreement with you in an attempt to get them to react?
No, what I actually said was that for many, many months now, all the ballers, because they're in a cult, they just have to repeat the same. Leave. Just leave. Not one person in this room is going to care for even a split second that you leave, Charlie.
No, that's Issa's boy.
No. I actually want to chat to Charlie. So, Charlie, before you leave, please, can we have like 5 minutes?
Good luck, Jeremy.
Oh, yeah. By the way, Cohen, I meant to follow up with you. So, you changed my mind. You're right. There are actually mainstream scientists that say that you don't need dark energy to fit
all right, I'm getting
centric model.
The fact that we let people like this do stuff like this is just appalling to me.
I did nothing wrong there, but my bad. Cool. No, it's fine.
No, now we're gonna be forced to listen to it's whatever. I'm just backing out. It's just fucking annoying, dude.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying when somebody asks you to retract something that you know is wrong.
Charlie,
and I did it immediately. Hey, listen, here's the deal, Charlie. You're going to be timed out for a week, okay? Because when you constantly lie, and I immediately retracted it when you brought it up and said, if that number's wrong, sure, it's wrong. I shouldn't have just randomly trusted Jesse, Kosho, and Zanuck all saying the number. That's it. I said, if the number's wrong, fine. I said that as soon as you brought it up, but you're such a little piece of shit that you're sitting here lying, claiming that I'm scared to admit it could be wrong.
No,
when
no,
you
I'm
know
not,
for
I'm
a
not trying to
fact
get you
that
to
isn't
admit
true.
it. I'm trying to get you to issue corrections to your video, on your video.
So now, think about it. Think about how much of a narcissist this dude is. So now what he thinks is he gets to command me, go make a video right now and do what he says.
That's not what I want you to do.
Charlie, shut up. Shut up. I
Just,
said that it could be wrong. If I find out that it's wrong, then I will happily state it because I'm not like you. I'm not a degenerate liar. I won't just avoid it like you're doing. So the actual point was about something else. You jumped in and said I was fishing hard as if you had some type of rebuttal to it or it was wrong. And then immediately when called out, you changed the subject to something from 2 days ago.
There you go. He addressed it, Charlie. Now address his point.
It's not a retraction to spread lies and then say the lie may be wrong. You have to admit that it is wrong. And if you don't see that it is wrong, I'm happy to walk you through the calculation right here, right now.
No, what I'm happy to do is ban you. Because you do this every day. Someone wants to act like I'm being unfair or something. No, Charlie does this every day. Why do we let him do it?
I don't know. Did you address the point? Hold on. Did you address the point about the horizon? Did we get back to it or what?
I have no opinion on the horizon. No.
Then why did you jump in and say I was fishing hard?
Because you are fishing hard.
But you have no opinion on it.
It's evidently clear, and I think even some of the other flat earthers here agree that what you did is that you stated something that you knew the Globers disagree on to try and bait out a response, right? And you underlined it by saying, oh, well, since the Globers didn't say anything, that means they all agree with you, trying to bait out a response. And that's fine. Like,
He
hell,
was
I do
making
that
a point.
sometimes. Like, why can't you just admit to doing that?
No,
He was
that's how it
making a
happened.
point and looking for a response. Oh my god.
No, like actually it happened with it started in the chat, and this goes back to months. This is what happens. Every single baller has now changed their argument to well, we never see the curve of the earth. We only see the apparent horizon. And then we're like, okay, so then you don't even have evidence for it. You're saying we never see it. Like, okay, you have to just assume it's there. And then they say, well, no, the way we know it's there is you couldn't have the apparent horizon without a geometric one. Then we proceed to show them how incredibly low IQ and retarded that is. So then they end up saying, well, sure, you wouldn't even have a horizon on a flat Earth, and you just say that 5 more times, and we keep pointing out how stupid it is. Then eventually you say, oh, well, what I mean is, sure, you would have one, but it wouldn't be a hard, distinct cutoff. It would be kind of blurry. So then we show hundreds of images that show that very thing, and then they just ignore it, then come back the next day and say, there'd be no horizon on the flat Earth. So it would be blurry. So they just keep cycling it over and over, never addressing the conclusion. They just ignore it. And then people like you jump in and change the subject.
Has any Glober, in anybody's experience, has any Glober actually recanted or retracted their statement about boats going over the horizon?
About both
Because
what?
that was like hard proof years ago, and now there's no such thing as the horizon to disappear over?
No, so I personally have said that, for example, I didn't know that the effects of atmospheric refraction were as strong as they are, to the point where it actually has an effect over where the apparent horizon should be. Like, it's actually a much bigger contribution than I thought it was. And so I've changed my mind on that. Sure.
Well, it should be according to what? An idea that a model that someone made up?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, when you say what the horizon should be, well, what do you mean should? As if,
Yeah. So I thought that.
how do you know what it should be doing?
Yeah. So I'll tell you. I'll walk you through it. Right. So I thought that. So I did the calculation of like, okay, where at what, like, how much curvature should there be per certain distance? I forget the exact number, right? But I'm sure you guys have it memorized.
Well, but how do you know how much curvature should be there? Where do we see curvature?
Well, again, I assumed a round Earth, right? And then based on the assumed radius, right, I could calculate how much should be hidden, right? And then
how does that help us in reality, though? Your assumption.
Right. It helps me because then I can go look at pictures of people actually measuring this stuff out
Right.
and see that it doesn't
So
quite match.
But if I assume that it's flat and stationary, and I take the same measurements based on the different assumptions, based on my same observations that you're using, I could come up with the correct math, right?
No. The measurements don't depend on my assumption at all. The measurements are to check my assumption, right? The assumption is the hypothesis. I go out, make measurements, or rather, I use other people's measurements, and then I make a conclusion based off of that, right?
You're assuming your outcome.
No, I'm making a hypothesis, right? I'm going out to test whether or not the hypothesis is true.
No, you're assuming that it is a globe, whereas the test should be that is it a globe?
No. The assumption is there should be this much of the boat hidden at this distance, right?
Yeah,
and then I go out to the real world and I see that it's not. Like, it's actually varying by some amount. Right? And therefore, my hypothesis is wrong.
And why? And okay, so what are you testing? Because this test ostensibly would be to check whether or not the Earth is a globe in the first place, or observation rather. So the observation would be to check whether or not the Earth is a globe.
I mean, I'm telling you the assumption that I made. You can't tell me the assumption that I made in the past, right? I'm just reporting to you what my hypothesis was. You can't retcon that.
What were you trying to check with this observation?
The amount of Earth curvature. I told you.
All right, and then you realize that this test could not show that because you have a reified.
It did show that.
No, it didn't.
It showed some curvature, or rather, excuse me, it showed some occlusion that was not consistent with my hypothesis, right? So the hypothesis is false. So I had to come up with another hypothesis, right?
Yeah, always maintaining the unproven assumption that it's globe. And bending.
Wait, you just said that you proved your null hypothesis, Charlie? but you were supposed to be bringing up evidence as to why you think the Earth's a globe.
No, I was asked when I have changed my mind, right? Just give an example when I changed my mind.
You know, the elephant in the room with all of this is that when it comes to something physical, it's not like even when you make a deductive argument, it's always based on some assumptions, regardless, right? And if you look at all the other stuff with like Michelson-Morley all the way to Sagnac, the final assumption that was thrown out was that there's even an objective reality to begin with, or a singular objective reality. I mean, it gets to the point where finally they say that there is no so-called preferred inertial reference frame or whatever. It's just some abstract force coordinates all these frames of reference. People at a basic philosophical level, this is absurd. At what this is a standard philosophical problem called the problem of the one and the many. How can where do you draw the distinction between one reference frame versus another? It's impossible. It will be infinite, and infinity can't exist in an instantiated form. It's completely absurd.
Like it must be so easy to be a baller. Like every single time you make a claim and then it gets directly refuted, you can just ignore it, employ tactics, avoid it, change the subject, gaslight, ad hom, avoid it again, change the subject. You never have to concede or ever address the conclusion, and then you can come back tomorrow and go through it again like Groundhog Day, like it never happened. It must be really, satisfying to be you're really crushing. This is impressive.
Well, they're allowed to do it, man, as long as the toddlers are allowed to keep lying to us. I mean, go in timeout. I don't know what we need to do to them.
I mean, if I released a video, right, and I got like a key thing in the video wrong, would you not think it'd be the most honest thing to do to like in the video add like a timestamp and say, I got this number wrong, it's actually this.
Charlie, if you want to and you did it, fine. Why are you such a narcissist?
No,
Chill,
I'm asking like if I like made like a video, like let's say a video debunking the flat Earth, right? And you find
and no one would watch it,
video,
and no one would watch it. Yeah, go ahead.
Go
You
on,
have
go
5
fuck
views on the
yourself,
video.
Claude.
Go ahead.
That's fine, Witsit. That's a very productive thing to say. Like if I made like Cohen, right? Let's say I made a video, quote unquote, debunking the flat Earth, right? And then you watch the video, right? And you see something in the video that I clearly got wrong, right? Like factually got wrong. And then Cohen, you let me know about it. Don't you think that if I'm an honest actor, that the best thing for me to do would be to go to the video and at the very least, like edit the description that say at
You've
this
already
timestamp, I
said
got
this
this
5
number
times.
wrong.
Why do you just keep
right?
repeating it over and over?
And
Do we
Charlie,
have to
you know
listen
how
to
many
you just
people
keep repeat? Wait,
are
do we have to listen to Charlie say it 5 more times? Is this Charlie's room? Because Charlie thinks every room is his room. He is literally a narcissist by definition. I don't know how long I'm supposed to listen to him just repeat himself over and over and act like he can big bro me, but he can't. He would never do this in real life. I already said that if it is wrong, I will happily admit it's wrong. Okay?
Right.
You shut the fuck up. I'm talking. You're the one that watches me talk on camera for 3 hours while claiming flat Earth is stupid. I think you should self-examine your own situation. You watched a 2-hour stream where I just completely destroyed all the globe talking points about the horizon. You didn't even respond to one of the actual primary arguments of the entire stream. But you think I misstated a number off the top of my head? So you brought it up 10 times. I immediately said, yeah, that number might be wrong. I just trusted Zanuck and Jesse when they said it. And you just keep repeating it over and over. But you won't address any of the actual arguments in there. You're a weirdo. Now you're telling me you act as if you have the position to dictate how I go about fixing it. This inflated feeling of self-importance that you have, it's repulsive. No one cares. You don't have.
Charlie, do you have the same level
Hold
of
on,
vitriol?
man. I cut Witsit off. Not so you could go. I was gonna go. Sorry, Fuzzy. Hold on.
All right, yeah, you're right. Go for it.
He's addressed the point about the number being He said he'll change it if he finds out it's wrong. Fine, that's settled. Okay, there's nothing more to talk about with that. Can you actually address one of the points in the video? Was this about the horizon or what's up? Like, can we actually talk about something with substance or?
This is something about substance. The issue that I have with it, right, is that it's not settled, right? So I'm demonstrated. It's a one-line calculation to demonstrate that it is wrong, not if it is wrong. So he's admitted, yeah, I will make a correction if I find out that it's wrong, right? Well, I'm bringing it forward to him that it is wrong and demonstrated why it is wrong. He's the one.
Okay, it's been duly noted. It's been duly noted. You think the number's wrong. We'll check the math. If it's wrong, Witsit said he'll make a correction video. There's nothing more to talk about with that.
That's not what he said.
He's just going to keep repeating it because
I know. What the fuck? Can we talk about something with substance now, please?
That is what he said, Charlie.
That's not what he said. He said if it is wrong,
that is what he said, Charlie. Just drop it, dude.
What I'm trying to do here.
He's going to keep saying, "All right, you're
to
muted."
Get him to agree.
If you keep saying that, you're muted.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not trying to get you to. I'm not trying to get you to agree that if you're wrong, you will make a correct. I don't think you're listening.
You're a narcissist, dude.
I don't think you're listening.
You're literally a narcissist. The whole room wants you to stop, but you keep doing it. That's because you're a narcissist.
Can we change you today? Can we just change Charlie to a good narcissist?
Whoever said that, I don't know.
Think about this. What's so funny, Jeremy? Think about this. This is what's so funny about these people. So they'll watch me present all this scientific evidence, the physics, all the aperture experiments and demonstrations in the lab, all these very specific refutations of their stupid low IQ script that they repeat for hours and hours. I just dunk all over the modern cosmology. I dunk all over their claims, their talking points within this debate, and they will ignore all of it. They all just want to find one time that I misspeak or I get something wrong, and then they harp on it because they're like, we finally found a moment Witsit got something wrong. And then they just want to talk about it for years. They'll ignore all the actual substantive arguments that refute their entire worldview. But they'll say, oh, Austin said a number wrong, and they'll talk about it over and over and over.
I'll make
it's very
telling. I promise that if you make the correction, right, I will move on to whatever point you will want. Then the very next one.
No, but this is what you don't get. I don't care.
Hold on. We're moving off. Hold on. We're off that. We're off that. I muted him. We're not talking. I asked him several times. We're moving on. It was for to talk about something with substance. But he's not running the show here. All right. So let's just carry on with something else.
Well, I love this. I don't understand. Does he have the same veracity when it comes to correcting ballers on their statements? Because there's a whole lot of shit that they say wrong all the time. It's even fact checked on Facebook. Where are those corrections?
Jeremy, please can we unmute Charlie? I would love to have the discussion with him regarding the heliocentric model.
No, whatever the next, so he said whatever next topic that Witsit wanted to talk about. What would that next topic be? Whatever this guy's talking about.
The same first topic I brought up that he avoided. So, like the ballers. This is the whole entire debate. Well, let's talk about dark energy. Let's talk about the value off the top of Austin's head being wrong regarding the angular size change per day in the globe. Let's talk about the perihelion shift of Mercury. Let's not talk about the actual crux of the entire debate, though. Let's make sure we avoid that. The horizon, supposedly the curve of the Earth, they changed their argument to say we never see the actual curve of the Earth. We only see the apparent horizon, but I promise there is a real geometric horizon in there somewhere. You just can never see it. And then we said, well, how do you know it's there? So they said, oh, well, you couldn't have the apparent horizon unless you have a geometric horizon, which is provably wrong with science and physics and experiments. So then they changed it to there would be no horizon on a flat Earth. Then they changed that once debunked to, oh, well, there would be a horizon, but it would be blurry. It wouldn't be a distinct hard cutoff. And then we showed them the pictures of it consistently having a blurry area at the horizon. and they all ignore it and then start cycling the first part again. This is the whole crux of the entire debate. So according to them, if the Earth were flat, when you look out the horizon, there would be a blurry area of convergence. That's literally what we see on the Earth. So that would mean, according to them, the Earth is flat. But they want to keep avoiding that that's what we see on the Earth. This is where they get really quiet and don't respond again. And this is where they don't respond to that either. Like, the point that the reason it's frustrating is, like, we just let them avoid the conclusion and then repeat it over and over and over and over until it gets to the conclusion and then avoid it again.
But they have to. That's their last port in the storm, other than having to deal with the actual fact that they're wrong. And they can't do that. That's the problem. They'll do anything to avoid that. And one little number in a 6-hour video, yeah, I can throw all that other shit out because one thing off the top of someone's head, it's not just you. It happens all the time in other videos, and people are just like, oh, well, he said this one random thing, so fuck all that. That guy's
dude. What's funny is, even in the video, I admitted that I was just kind of guessing from memory what the number was. Like, I admitted that in the video. That's the funniest part of all of it.
The problem is they
okay, Charlie, you want to bet $5,000 or I get to ban you from the server? Charlie, if I said that in the stream, do I get to ban you from the server?
Oh, I don't know if you said it in the stream, but you certainly didn't say
okay,
it in the
so
section
shut up.
where you said
shut up. Shut up.
The problem is they phrased it like an affirming the consequent. If the Earth is flat, we would see a fuzzy horizon. Well, we see a fuzzy horizon. So now what? Earth is flat?
Exactly.
Exactly.
And they just want to avoid it, bro. They literally just blatantly and boldly ignore it.
So you're saying elsewhere in this 2 hour, an hour and 50 minutes.
Okay, Charlie, do I have to mute you? Because if you're going to keep on when we're clearly making the point, and as soon as it gets to the point where someone that's defending the ball is supposed to address it, you keep bringing up the other subject that's been thoroughly addressed and it's stupid, then we're just going to have to mute you because you seem to clearly have no respect for the room.
Can I get a minute?
It's because you think everything's about you.
So what I'm doing here is a particular strategy when discussing things with what I consider to be Gish Gallopers. Like, when they give you the first point, you don't move on to the second point. You keep addressing their first point. And by their, I mean yours. Your very first point in this video was, or close to one of the very first points in this video, was the angular size of the sun, which is what I'm trying to...
no, that was the last point I made. That was the last point I made. I literally addressed everything.
10 minutes into the 2-hour video.
No, I may have addressed it in passing. It was it's in the wait, time out. In the list of things I said about the sunset, angular size was the final one. That's a fact. Then I went into depth with each
2-hour video.
Buddy. I just listed off all the things they say real fast at the beginning of the video. Then I went through them piece by piece, and even when I listed them off at the beginning, that was at the end of the list. So I said, here are the things that they say, and there's a list of them. And then I went through them throughout the video, okay? And that's at the end of the list. So when you said, well, this is a strategy I do where I address the first thing someone says whenever they gish gallop, you don't even know how to define gish gallop. I didn't do that. I very succinctly broke down each subject at a time, okay? Which is the opposite of gish gallop. Well, you're just way out of your league with everything regarding intellectual form, let's be honest. So then you ironically, you said you're just addressing the first thing I said, but you literally skipped all the first things I said. It's because you can't rebut them. And all you could come up with was, wait for it, that the number was wrong. And when I brought the number up, I admitted, I think it's this. I don't know. It could be 0.008. I don't really remember. That's exactly what I said.
No, not when in this section when you say it.
No, buddy, I objectively said that in the stream. And this is what's so funny is you're even with the number, it doesn't change the point, which is that are you claiming that size change cannot be measured in that we don't have equipment sensitive enough to measure it? Because if you're not claiming that, you're avoiding the actual argument, but this is what ballers do. They avoid the actual substance.
So the point that I'm trying to make is that it's certainly not measurable by everyday enthusiasts like you and me, right? It might very well be measurable by like super advanced equipment that some scientists might have, but certainly not by us. And I think that's the demographic that you were sort of addressing, right?
No, actually, I specifically said that it does exist. See, and what I think, honestly, is like, my arguments are over your head. That's the truth. So when I say them very particular, you don't get them. You simply don't get them. That's a fact. I'm not even trying to be ugly. So when I said they try to claim that value is too far, it's too small to be measured. But no, because in this room, we went through it. Jeremy was here, and we started looking it up and found equipment that was sensitive enough to measure it, not in that amount of angular size change. And I'm like, so where's the supposed measurement of the sun doing that then? Since we have equipment, shut up. Since we have equipment on the Earth that's sensitive enough to measure it, then why hasn't it been done? It doesn't have to be done by everyday people. That's a red herring fallacy. It's a low IQ red herring. It's irrelevant. If it can be done, it should have already been done by whoever it is on the Earth that has the technology. Why hasn't it ever been done? And if it's never been done, then how do you claim it happens? That was the actual argument. And you're avoiding the substance of the argument because I misremembered the number off the top of my head based on some value that I remember Jesse and Zanuck saying. But you're avoiding the substance, just like you avoid the substance of claiming there be no horizon. Or no, because you're not gonna respond. You're not gonna respond to my point.
I mean, I don't want to interrupt you, so it's difficult to respond if you just keep going and going.
If you start bringing up the number again, I'm gonna mute you. Okay, go ahead.
Well, you just made a claim about the number, right? So I'm not.
No,
I don't disagree that I don't disagree that there might be equipment sensitive enough to measure this new corrected figure, right? I'm curious now, like, what equipment did you and was it Zanuck found that can measure like 0.08 arc seconds?
Not what he said. Jesus.
Oh wait, I thought you said that 0.08 was wrong.
0.08 degrees is wrong.
Okay, so it's 0.08 arc seconds. So this is my point. When did I say degrees in the video? Because I just misspoke. So the point is it is 0.08. That is the number. I didn't make that number up. Okay, so it's arc seconds. And yes, we found equipment that could do it. Now you're trying to make me go find it for you again. I promised on everything I love, I'm not going to do that.
The lack of you finding it doesn't mean that you're losing in any way. I'm just curious. If you have it.
No, I know you're you just admitted that I actually got the number right. If I misspoke and said degrees instead of arc seconds when I was just covering tons of things. Now let's talk about the actual substance of the point, which is ironically, according to the globe, the sun does change angular size throughout the day because of basic geometry. The sun is closer to you when it's above your head than whenever it's on the horizons, because the Earth's a curved surface. So you go from one end of the curve up to the hump, back down. So the sun does change angular size according to the globe. It has a specific prediction, 0.08 arc seconds. Okay, so they said, oh, but that's too small to measure it. Now that's a lie. All the ballers just said that, and then they all repeated it and then started making fun of me because they're liars. So then we went and looked it up and said, oh, you just made that up. That's not true. Here's equipment that claims that they can measure for way less than that. So then I said, so have you guys ever seen it actually measured by anyone? Not that you have to personally do it, another red herring tactic. Just has it ever been done? And
real quick,
no one's ever seen it done. So you just blindly believe it like a religion.
Real quick, Larry GPS, he's the supposed surveyor. He says he has a theodolite from the 50s or 40s or some shit, or the 70s. I don't know, some old ass fucking theodolite. He said he can measure a third of an arc second with that bullshit. So,
well, this is smaller than that, way smaller than that. This is like an order of magnitude smaller than a third of an arc second.
But but still, you see the actual point? 0.08.
0.08, yeah. This is some shit from the 50s or something. I'm sure we got better shit now that can measure more precisely, no?
Sure. Yeah, we do, because you were in here and they were denying it, and then we looked it up. And this is what's funny, though. The substance of the point is the irony of bringing up that it should change with angular size throughout the day if the Earth was flat. I point out why that's not true, because you have a hemispheric limit of vision, so you interpret that light once it's within your limit of view. So we wouldn't expect it to change angular size drastically at all, right? You wouldn't expect it to. But ironically, with the globe Earth model, it's a physical geometric claim that it does have to change angular size throughout the day. And in fact, it has to go from smaller to bigger, back to smaller every single day. And it's never been measured to actually happen. So you guys all believe it, but it's never actually been measured. That was the whole actual argument. It was that the irony of you guys bringing up angular size, but you guys you have to believe in angular size change from smaller to bigger to smaller every single day based on basic geometry, but none of you have ever seen the evidence for it. You all just blindly believe it happens. So that was the actual point. But avoid the substance of the point and be like, Austin accidentally said degrees instead of arc seconds. Ha ha ha.
So, is there anything else in that video you disagree with him about? Like, there's a lot of topics. Was he wrong about anything else?
I haven't gone through the entire video. I was interrupted by Alan's presentation from 2 days ago, so I got into that instead. But Witsit, I'll admit to you, sure. I mean, I am not aware of the angular size of the sun being the change of that being measured throughout the day. I am familiar with it being changed, with it changing throughout the year, but that's sort of irrelevant to your point. And like, it doesn't. I don't lose anything by admitting that. I don't know what it is.
Okay, but that's
what I'm saying.
You realize that I didn't say you lose anything, although it's hilarious. What you're admitting is that you just blindly believe all the bullshit because you just think you know that your religion's true. So whatever it claims must be true. I don't need evidence for it. Just like none of you have ever seen the pendulum not precess at the equator, but you all believe it literally precesses 0 at the equator, but have never ever seen it ever done. Okay, you guys just blindly believe stuff. You don't look for the evidence. Flat earthers say we're not going to blindly believe stuff. We want the evidence. The only reason that was brought up, it was a side note of my stream. It wasn't even a primary point at all. It was a side note. I was like, ironically, since they love to talk about angular size, the truth is it has to change angular size in the day from smaller to bigger to smaller according to the globe. But none of them have ever provided any evidence for it or ever seen it actually measured. They all just blindly believe it. So the angular size point that you all repeat ad nauseum is ironic because it works better on a flat earth because it's a hemispheric limit of view. So it's not expected to change angular size. But your model claims it does have to physically change angular size. Therefore, it's an ironic point for the ballers to all bring up and repeat. That was a side note. My actual point was addressing the claims of the ballers and why sunsets are impossible on a flat earth and proving them wrong. You avoided all of that and said, "Oh, Austin said degrees instead of arc seconds when he was talking really fast."
I don't know that he apparently he didn't even finish the video. That's maybe why he's ignoring it, because he watched 10 minutes and then is now arguing on this one point. Is that true?
Yeah, I have.
You didn't even watch the whole video.
Earlier that I didn't watch the video. Yeah, sure. I watched the first 15 minutes and then I stopped.
Purposely, like, seriously, you didn't even watch the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm not arguing against his main claim, right? Listen, all I'm saying is that I saw the video, I saw an incorrect claim. I'm making Witsit aware of it, and by his own admission, it's a small point, right? So like, I don't understand why he's so resistant to just like issue a small correction on the video.
No, I'm not resistant. Though. That's what you don't understand. Let me address this, Tim. Charlie, you don't understand. I'm not resistant to do that. I will happily even go type it in the description. I find that kind of lame, but I would just address it in my next stream. I do that all the time, dude. If I misspeak about something, I'm like, oh, by the way, in the last stream, I said this, but actually it's this. That doesn't even slightly faze me.
Hey,
like,
yo,
even for a second.
Awesome.
Hey, yo,
awesome.
can I say something real quick? Didn't
awesome.
the guy who
I will move on to the next point.
Hold on,
right?
Charlie, real quick. I just want to say something real quick. Is that there was a guy who just did like a 3-hour debate, like some scientist or whatever, right? I think Witsit said. And he said he did a 3-hour debate and like he's not going to be doing any more of those. Like it was draining on him, you know what I mean? And Witsit does this like every night. So like if you made a difference between, that's a really great point. I think Witsit, you should take it because you immediately adapted it. It's arc seconds, not degrees. Is that the discrepancy here that I'm hearing?
Yeah, I accidentally said degrees.
Yeah. So like, I think like, in light of the fact that, you would have to just give him the leniency, I would think, Charlie. And if I could butt in,
he didn't even watch.
If I could butt in and talk to Charlie, I'd appreciate it. But
this guy is unbelievable. You didn't even finish the fucking video, and you're arguing or harping on. You didn't even check to see if he got it right.
Hey,
later
it's a great correction. It's a great. Actually, it's a great correction. Moving on. It's a great correction.
What he said. He said that an hour ago. He said, "I'm willing to put it in and I figure it out," and then he's harping on it. It's a simple thing, but he didn't even watch the video. That's astounding to me.
Look, I hope that if at one point I'm arguing with Witsit or with somebody else, and I say something that's wrong or I misspeak, that you guys harp on that until I take it back. That's exactly what I'm doing here. Now
That's what we've been doing for 5 years.
Hold on. Now that
You did that like 20 minutes ago, though, bro.
Hold on.
Dude, I did it yesterday, dude. I did it the first time you brought it up.
No, you didn't. You said if I'm wrong. You're not admitting that you did actually misspeak. But
Charlie,
now
you can see how that sounds like now you're being a
correct
bitch.
this. Yeah, let me correct this, dude. The reason I said if I'm wrong is because I very distinctly remembered the 0.08 number. And I remember talking to it about it with Zanuck and us going through the math and everything and talking about how they didn't have evidence for it. So I remembered that 0.08 number. I know I didn't make it up. So I'm like,
you didn't.
Okay, that's why I said, okay, if I'm wrong, I'll correct it. I'll have to look at it because I remember that number for some reason. Okay, now we've discovered, I did remember the number. It was arc seconds and I was misspeaking some degrees. Okay, of course.
Or here's what happened. So the 0.08 shows up twice. 0.08 degrees is the difference in angular size throughout the year. 0.08 arc seconds is the difference in angular size throughout the day.
Yeah, and for sure it's not that I mixed it up with the year because I remember being in here talking to them about the day for like 3 hours. So I get why you probably thought, Witsit got such a basic thing wrong. He's conflating the angular size change throughout the year with the day. That's so fundamentally wrong. Oh my gosh. But that's not what happened. And of course, someone came and told me that you were saying that. And I'm like, okay, I didn't do that. It is 0.08. And then we discovered it's arc seconds. So now okay, cool. I can literally put a little asterisk and be like, I meant to say arc second. So like now we can get to the actual point, which is there's no actual measurement of the sun changing angular size.
And Charlie, you couldn't.
I don't disagree. I'm not aware.
Hold on, Charlie. I just want to point out a societal.
I thought he wanted me to address it.
Because I know I'm going to let you. I just want to remember that when you're about to say something, just think like in the back of your head, like, wait a minute, do I sound like a bitch because I'm saying this right now? You know what I'm saying?
That's awesome. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
Which point in particular do you want me to address?
Well, I had just brought up a different point to the room about the horizon because they say that on a flat Earth, the horizon would be blurry. It would be like a blurry, fuzzy area in the distance. Ironically, when we get any altitude and we look out, that's what we see. And even over like water where it looks like it's distinct, if you really zoom in on the picture, there's a blurry area there. So when people say if the Earth were flat, the horizon would have a blurry, fuzzy area. And then we say, okay, that's exactly what we see. And we show the pictures and then it's just ignored. That's very frustrating. It's like, are we just playing games now? Like we're just going to ignore it?
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there.
Yeah. So the horizon is exactly what we would expect to see on a flat Earth. I mean, that's kind of the point.
That I'm not so sure of.
Well, okay, I'm sure that you disagree with that because you disagree with the conclusion of it, but not the point. And by the way, you should watch the sunset video. If you think sunsets don't work on a flat Earth, I think I pretty sufficiently demonstrated that all of the critique is unfounded, including it disappearing from the bottom up.
So how about I do this? I'm going to go and finish your video, and then I'm going to move on to the next point that I have an issue with and bring it to you. Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Already know that.
Well, I'm gonna go work out.
I would watch the whole video.
Right?
Watch the whole video.
And Charlie,
and
you just said he was going to.
Don't just wait till one point and then stop.
Charlie, let me also tell you this, bro. If any of the ballers find something wrong in my video, I want them to come tell me. I quickly address and correct it. I don't want to be saying things that are incorrect. So I have no problem with you coming and telling me that you think I got something wrong in the video. I'm cool with that. It's just like be cool back when I'm like, oh, damn, yeah, maybe I misspoke or got something wrong. I'll have to relook at it. Just be like, okay, fair enough. And don't assume that I'm like the ballers where I'm actually never going to correct my mistake because I don't do that. I specifically correct when I get things wrong. I want people to tell me what I get wrong. So
good. That's admirable. And I appreciate you admitting that you're wrong on this. But do you see why it's a little frustrating for me? Like, again, if I were to say something wrong and then you point it out and then I say, well, maybe I am wrong, right? Like, that's not an admission that I am wrong. It's more of a...
Yeah, but
leaving it up in the air.
That happens to us
Well, you
every
were
day.
saying a different
Happens to us every
number.
day
So
for 5 years.
the reason
That's
I
what
said
happens.
that was because you were saying a different number, and I was like very positive. I remembered ironing this out with the ballers, going through the math, or they went through the math and came and told us the number themselves, trying to convince us that it couldn't be measured. And so I remembered the 0.08 number about and specifically about the angular size change throughout the day. So that's why I was like, maybe I am wrong. I'll have to look at it, because I was very sure I remembered the number. We've now discovered the issue, which is that it's 0.08 arc seconds, which is correct. And if I misspoke, which I'm sure maybe I did, just saying degrees real fast, like, yeah, that's obviously way too big of angular size change throughout the day. But that's like that's just me misspeaking. So I would happily correct it. I don't care about that.
Good.
And Charlie,
I mean,
didn't you
so
say
to
it
be
was a
clear, the
different
reason
number
I had
the other day? Didn't
be
you say
clear-
it was a different number?
So it's the equivalent number in degrees. So 0.00022 in degrees
Oh, okay.
is 0.08 arc seconds. Again, Witsit, the only reason I had an issue with it is because that mistake ends up working in your favor, right? Because if the change was that big and we can't detect it, then of course, there's a huge problem.
Yeah.
But okay.
Yeah, but of course,
I need to
also,
go-
if anyone has any knowledge of it, they'll be like, wait, are you saying we can't detect 0.08 degrees? Yes, we can. Like, that doesn't make sense. So it would actually backfire on me in that sense, right? It'd be like,
Did
why
we
are you
find
just
a
making
tool
up?
though that could measure 0.08 arc seconds?
Yes, we did that
I
day.
can't remember.
If you have it at hand, I would love to see it. Anyway, I'm gonna go work out. Nice talk. Talk to you guys later.
Well, hold on. Before you go, there's this guy who made a video about gas pressure without a container, and then he used a container. Are we going to press him to fix his video like we did with Witsit just now?
See, the problem, I don't want to get into this right now, but I can, I guess. The problem is that there's a difference between making an empirical error, like getting the units wrong or getting a number wrong, right? And
lying.
And no, it's something that is sensitive to semantics, right? It depends on how you're using words. So the definition of like you can't have gas pressure without a container, right? That's what we tell high schoolers. That's what we tell people that are learning about pressure, that the ideal gas laws. But people that study, like for example, the kinematic theory of gases, right, know that it's really just molecules bouncing against forces.
Dude, Charlie, you're going off off the rails here. A guy made a video that said you can't. He said the title was "Gas Pressure Without a Container," and then he showed gas pressure in a container. Like, what do we do with that? Press him to fix it like you did with Witsit just now, or just let it breeze by?
I feel like I've addressed this. Like, there's a distinct difference between an empirical difference and like a semantical disagreement on what words mean.
You're trying to untangle doublespeak. If someone thinks that that's okay, you would know. If someone just came to you prior to this whole subject being talked about and said, "Is this gas pressure without a container in this video?" Even though he's using a container, clearly you would just say, "Yeah." But if it somehow is in any way relation to the idea that you might be wrong about the heliocentric model, well, it's semantics and context.
Charlie, did you hear
I'll give you what you want. I'll give you what you want. Strictly speaking.
Hold on, did you hear what Jeremy said though?
Yeah,
you might not have heard. Because the
did.
guy said he was showing an example of gas pressure without a container, but what he did was he used a container. Did you hear that part? I just want to make sure, because your response sounded like there was room for interpretation.
I mean, I haven't seen the video. If he did that, then he obviously hasn't demonstrated gas pressure without a container, right?
So
I would argue you don't need.
Never even.
Hold on. So we should press him to fix this gas pressure without a container video. You're saying, because we can get on that. I'll get.
If your recollection of the video is fair, then sure, you can do that. Anyway, I need to go work out.
Okay.
No, Charlie, fuck man, you were giving me some feedback on.
All right, yeah, Cohen, I owe you a conversation. What's up?
Yeah, so I sent you and Zanik you guys asked for some proof that I said that the mainstream says that without dark matter and dark energy, the Copernicus model is null and void. It works just as well with the existing data to have a geocentric model. And you had some awesome feedback now where you said possibly change your mind or something.
Yeah, I mean, you changed my mind. There are mainstream physicists that believe this, right? So in the video, there are 2 physicists. One of them, who to be honest, I don't respect because he clearly already believed that the Earth was the center of the universe for religious reasons. But the other guy is like a mainstream physicist who says this. So yeah, I'll give that to you. Yeah, it's possible.
Yes, so I'm glad you actually watched the timestamp that I sent. I resent you the better timestamp, but yeah, I'm glad that I was able to provide that to you because yeah, dude, it's very interesting information. So yeah, I really appreciate you taking the time to have a look at that.
Would you look at that? A flat earther changed Charlie's mind on something. Wow.
No,
that never happens, right?
I'm not a flat earther.
Oh, you're not? Okay, my apologies for mislabeling you. All right, well, you guys have a good one. Talk to you later.
Cheers, man. Bye.
So a total station autocollimator. So the concept of autocollimation as an optical instrument was conceived about a century ago for non-contact measurements of angles. Hybrid technology fulfills a need recently developed by novel photonics applications has created for the alignment and measurement of optics and lasers. Implementing motorized focusing offers an additional measurement dimension by focusing on the area to be examined and performing alignment and deviations from alignment on the scale of microns. This is relevant in the adjustment phase as well as final testing and examination phases of integrated systems. Recent progress has been made in the aim to serve the photonics AR/VR industry, involving development in inter-alignment, fusion of several wavelengths, including NIR, into one system, and measurements of multi-laser arrays such as VCSEL in respect with other optical sensors to improve angular accurate optical measurements to a resolution of 0.01 arc seconds.
Damn, bro, I don't remember all that. We found that?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't even believe they can measure a fucking arc second. You know how small an arc second is? That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
0.01. That's well within the margin, though. If you're talking 0.0, this thing changes 0.08, and you can measure something 0.01. This should be like easy peasy.
Yeah, and in fact, you should be able to actually measure that it's changing up to 0.08 as it goes throughout the day to noon, and then it starts going back down. So you should actually be able to go like, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, all the way up to 0.01, all the way up to 0.08.
Like every hour.
Right.
Every hour.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And this has to happen if the Earth's a ball. There's no way around it because that's based on the actual geometry claim. Right. Like if you have a sphere and you're on a curved surface, then like where the sun's rising at sunrise, coming up, now when it comes up to noon, now it's above the hump of that curve, right? And then it comes back down. So it's closer at noon. So it should be bigger. So it should go smaller, bigger, smaller. And this has to happen based on geometry.
But they'll just invoke some new physical phenomenon as to why that doesn't happen. Then it just goes back.
Well, yeah, but they can though. This is like basic I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying. Right now their cop-out has been like, oh, you can't measure that. But like, okay, well, let's find this technology that can measure it and let's go see if we measure it. You guys should be overly confident that we would be able to see that it would be there, right? I mean, if you actually think the Earth's a ball.
Well, they'll just say something like, oh, it's quasar flux or some random shit. And then you can't say anything because it's unfalsifiable.
Yeah, no, speak that. But I guess the point is that I was making is it's very ironic. Like bringing up the angular size change throughout the day as an alleged debunk of flat Earth is hilariously ironic because from my understanding of optics, we wouldn't expect to see angular size change, but the globe claims a very specific angular size change throughout the day, right? So it's just ironic.
I would agree that would be proof. I'm just saying that because it's physics, I was making this point earlier, I rambled a bit, but because it's physics, they can just always invoke some new physical phenomenon, just like refraction, just like everything else. Or not new, but like some novel application or new phenomenon. And then it's just, until people address that, then there's no point. What you've asked them to do before, which is like, each person, when you're going into the debate, what would falsify the globe? Outside of that, because they have to set that standard, otherwise they can always just eternally shift some new phenomenon.
Arul is right, dude. The entire model literally is a bunch of ad hoc explanations for every time it failed. Like it's a Frankenstein model. You can't kill it. You stab a fucking sword into its heart. They're literally just gonna put another patch of flesh in and just say, hey, like, nope, this is our new explanation. Dude, that's their whole model is ad hoc explanations. The entire thing.
That's why it doesn't exist in any one place. That's why there's no one place for it, because all it is just, only ever just a piece of it to fix a small piece of it that fixes a small piece of it. You never can stand back and look at the whole thing.
And I rambled a bit earlier about relativity when I was trying to talk about this point, but like actually, why does no one people are relativity for certain like mathematical and empirical reasons, but like at a basic philosophical level, how can you have like eternally dividing like reference frames? Like what is maintaining this in their physical universe? In their universe of supposed objective physical reality, what is mediating these infinitely dividing reference frames?
Well, there's a possibility that everything is a multiverse, so anything is possible. Is what they'll say.
That's a separate. The multiverse thing is separate. That's from like quantum physics or whatever the fuck.
Well, but
Relativity, they're saying
anything is possible.
No, but no one asks them. No one holds their feet to the fire on this. It's like because everyone wants to like just. I mean, it's good to attack them on mathematical grounds, all the other stuff. But like, how can you have what? How can there be a physical universe where there are infinitely dividing reference frames? What does that even mean? What is it? I'm just like, what does that mean? What is this reference frame? Are they panpsychists now? What does it mean to say a photon has its reference frame?
Yeah, because then they can say, from the reference frame of the quarks, everything is it appears that you can just make claims in scientific and mathematical, and therefore the nerds must be right.
Exactly. Well, what does it mean for a quark to have a reference frame? And what is this? I mean, do they believe now that there's some universal godlike mind which just splits everything into like which I believe there is a universal godlike mind, but I'm saying, do they? Because all of these people are supposedly materialists, believing in only objective reality, and yet their objective reality is this infinitely dividing thing, like some sort of algorithm or something.
Well, that's what they had to do, right? Because everyone had a spiritual point of view before, and they had their spiritual point of view before, but they couldn't transition us from our view to their view without us obviously knowing it was a deception. So what they had to do was, during like the whole Renaissance period, come up with this whole materialist paradigm as kind of like a in-between stepping stone, so take away from your spirituality, put you into materialism, and then when you find that materialism doesn't cut it, you're now going to look for another spirituality, and they're going to serve it to you like, hey, here's the real one. It was a big plan.
But they still call it. They still so basically, yeah, I agree with that. So they went to this very like cogs and gears form of materialism that everyone just kind of intuitively kind of intuits that aspect of reality, and then they just slowly transitioned it back into some sort of weird new metaphysics. But people still believe that it's like, they believe that it has this sort of Newtonian mechanical aspect to it, even though now they're talking about like absolute, what they would
space time. They have something called space time. Just let that sink in.
Yeah, what is that? How can time bend? What does that mean?
Can space and time be the same thing?
Exactly. How can space and time be the same thing?
Is walking forward 1 meter the same as going forward 1 second? No, they're completely different. But to them, they're literally the same. A 4-variable coordinate system. Where the fourth variable is time. That's fucking ridiculous.
And it's equivalent because you can plot it on a graph. You can plot both on a graph. Therefore, now they're the same thing. Exactly. It's just like complete reification.
Yeah, I made a picture of a globe. Therefore, it's real.
I mean, that part, you guys have like, the people in this space have really just like beyond a shadow of any sort of reasonable person just destroyed that aspect of it. But no one really attacks it at the I mean, people do attack it. It's just there are two siloed groups: people who will attack the philosophical part of it, and the people who attack the more empirical side of it. I think they should probably join forces because it's ridiculous from both angles, is what I'm saying.
That's a good point. I'd have to agree with you.
How much time is in a cubic meter? True or false? Yeah, the whole space-time things are insane. Einstein thought some shit up in his head, and now they all think this is the way it is. It's another affirmative consequent fallacy.
How could they claim it's physical? Is what I'm asking. They say it's physical. It's a physical space-time. So like, how can a? It's like, no. What does that mean? There's no one just say this is gobbledygook just because there's some mathematics that goes along with it. Like things that mathematics have to like map onto something tangible, measurable. They can't just like be something which is completely ephemeral.
More than their math, dude. Just because you have math in a prediction does not mean that you now have the cause and effect. That is not what that means. All right, it means it could be. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. Who knows? But you definitely are not sure about the cause to effect, about the cause of the effect, just because of a prediction and some cool math.
Here's another thing: if in relativity they necessarily need no preferential like no. Basically, there's no objective no. So the simultaneity of events breaks, right? So like when I see A B C, you could be saying B A C, whatever the fuck, right? They have to believe in the block theory of the universe, where there is no actual linear timeline. Well, in that case, then the scientific method, epistemologically speaking, the scientific method goes away because causes don't necessarily precede effects. So now, like any claim they make objectively is just nonsensical because like there wasn't any cause, there wasn't any effect. It was just a bunch of static events locked in place. No one about that either.
Where the fuck did you find? Oh my god, that was the smartest thing I've heard all day. But take it, it is the morning. But Jesus, that was fucking.
What do you say? Say it again.
Oh, god damn
Say it again.
Dude, in relativity, time doesn't like it depends on where you are and what reference frame you are. So there's no cause, bro. That is so smart, dude. I don't know how you came up with that. That is fucking genius.
Say it again, guy. What's your name? Noah thinks.
Yeah, I know. I just said it. I mean, it's nothing. It's not that groundbreaking. It's just that they don't believe that there is any present. There's any objective no. They believe that events just shift around based on where your reference frame. So like ABC to you would be BCA, whatever, right? They have a whole thing. There's a whole thing called the Andromeda paradox on this shit, even from the mainstream. And so basically they have to believe in the block theory of the universe where like all events are just locked into place and there's no actual linear flow of time. So if there's no linear flow of time, causes don't necessarily precede effects, and then they can't even do the scientific method where they're varying independent variables and coming up with the dependent variables. It just doesn't exist. And then that's the point where the spirituality will come up. Say, well, we don't understand, and all this kind of stuff. I've had these discussions with people. They just punt. They'll say, your tiny little monkey brain, and they'll say stuff like that at this point.
Yeah, what was that thing you said? What's it? Total station with the 0.01 arcsec? That's fucking tight, bro. I don't know how you know how they could do that, but I mean, it sounds like
it's just funny. Like they have no evidence that the sun changes that angular size throughout the day, and they all believe it. It's called a total station auto collimator.
How much is that? I feel like this is like 40 grand. Like this ain't something I'm be able to pick up at Home Depot.
Yeah, probably not. Let me see.
Because I mean, we could falsify their claim with that tool.
There's some here. There's some here for 55,000, and there's some here for 4,000, and there's some for 16,500. But it's one of the newer technologies, so I'm guessing it's going to be one of these really expensive ones.
I mean, if we had this tool, we could falsify the claim. And listen, if it does change angular size, that doesn't mean everything they're saying is true about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you did measure that, that doesn't mean that their shit's true. But yeah, we could falsify their claim with this. Yeah. I mean, let's say we measure it and it does change angular size. The whole heliocentric model is true? No. There's all kinds of atmospheric effects that can make it not change angular size or change a little tiny bit or something. But they have a specific amount that could be falsified. It's neat.
Yeah, specific amount and like a specific rate. Like it has to increase and then decrease at a very specific rate.
Yeah.
To be fair, if it did do that, then that would kind of be abductively in favor of their model, and one should take pause if it did actually increase and decrease at that rate. Not necessarily, but that does raise eyebrows.
Well, as far as the claim that the sun changes angular size throughout the day, then yeah, that claims would be good. But anything beyond that, I don't know what else. Where do you go?
Well, yeah, don't they say what's interesting, and that's why I think Witsit points out the irony of it is that don't they say that it doesn't change in angular diameter? So like, it's an interesting point. You know, I don't know whether it favors the globe or not because the globers are out here arguing that it doesn't change in angular diameter. That's why Witsit was saying the irony of it all.
No, but geometrically, like again, it would have that effect geometrically because of it coming to the closest point being the bulge and then going down. So if it did increase and decrease at exactly that rate, it would be kind of weird, to be honest. It would be a massive abductive.
Well, it's not massive only in the sense, for me anyway, is that it's based on your perspective. It could easily be argued away that, well, because if it did change in angular diameter, that's also an argument for the flat Earth.
Not at specifically that rate, though.
Well, the rate is almost, I love that term, kinetic or whatever it is, because on the flat Earth, like, you know what I mean, you would observe like it moves at the same speed, whether you're on a globe or flat Earth. And the point is that if that angular size changes, that could be labeled due to perspective, because it's going to match up directly with your position, your alleged solar subpoint or subsolar point on the Earth, kind of thing.
Oh, you could explain away, but that's the whole point. We don't want to be. That's what they do. They explain things away. They find they retrofit the facts to fit the observation. I think if that were observed, that specific rate increase and then that stopping at 0.08 arc seconds and then going back down, decreasing again. I think.
Well, how about this though? Look at the fucking psychological conundrum the ballers would have though, because then they've been arguing that it doesn't change in angular diameter, but then it does change in angular diameter and it proves the ball. Let's say, you know what I mean? They couldn't even they wouldn't be able to reconcile it.
That's just more. That's more on the rhetorical side. That they said one thing. They would, because the fact is no one is. Most people have not even gone this deep. This would be like to be honest, if this was discovered and it was measured the way with that increasing and decreasing rate, they would immediately adopt that, and they should, to be honest, as they should.
No, because they won't. And even if we know it would benefit their argument, they won't do it because it goes against the dogma. They just won't do it because they've been saying because they've known everything, like they always say, for thousands of years. It would just be like, I don't even know if they would adapt their own argument to better their own argument, because I've seen them not do it before.
I don't know. Maybe the less intelligent ones of them, but the more intelligent ones would probably realize that this would kind of be like this. If they're smart, this would be their major talking point, because I don't think there is an equivalent explanation for that. But if that were to be observed, flat Earth, you could find something that could kind of work, I'm sure. But that would just...
Well, no, that's the trick, though. Is what they've done is they've tried to take the obvious. Like, for instance, like I often say, it's like if I look at a fucking eagle fly from a tree to the left of me to the tree to the right of me, you know what I mean? Like, there's going to be an angular change in diameter as it gets closer to me and then farther away. So it's like it's a complete correlation. And what they've done is they've taken that correlation and then, extrapolated it. And I just think, in the same sense, like the sun is much like that because the sun moves across the sky. It's going to be over you and closer if you're on a flat Earth, let's say, and then farther away. I think it's a direct proportion. Wouldn't affect me either way.
I don't think, given this, the new way of this, I don't think it would work with the azimuthal grid of vision because it's only coming in, as Witsit always pointed out, it's only coming in to your field of view equidistant in your own personal dome. So I don't know. In your own personal dome, what would make sense is when it stays the same size and then finally just fades away as it moves further.
An interesting question that we were going through the other day kind of was like, let's say like if you're celestial navigating and you're trying to find the ground position of a star. Well, what is permissible on Earth as a substellar point or subsolar point? Like, what is the land? How big is that land area to be considered a GP? Is what I'm asking. Like, and that's where the question comes up. Well, okay, anywhere within 69 miles. Because that's where you're going to get a degree of change. Substitute.
To be at a substellar point, though, it's just like a point. I don't know, like a couple feet area or something. Maybe a couple 100 feet. I don't know.
My point is in relationship to the sun and your angle of its change and all the rest of it. Like, is it uniform? Is it uniform based on your latitude? Is it uniform based on, what I mean? Like, is it uniform based on your latitude and the position of the sun? Like, how far do you want to travel? Then you're going to need a shitload of measurements. Then you're going to need a shitload of measurements all up and down a line of longitude to get all those different latitudes.
There's a quote from Copernicus where he said, "Nothing can be, no conclusions can be drawn from astronomy. No hypothesis can be done. No conclusions can be gained from astronomy."
Yeah, this is from the foreword of his work De Revolutionibus, and I don't think that Copernicus personally wrote that, but some oversighter of that work added that introduction. That so as far as hypotheses are concerned, you should expect nothing certain of astronomy.
Like just playing games about how your sky story works. I don't know. I've never been big on it. Because we can't like.
No, you go, bro.
Well, I like this thing. We got to get this total station collimation thingy going. I think that would be fucking awesome to do. We can falsify one of their claims.
Well, like
I'd like to know.
Like Doofus pointed out in the chat, he said that, we've known this, that there is this rate of change. It's just like Witsit said, though, it's never been demonstrated. And that's the interesting part about it. That's where it's kind of newfound. If there are instruments, how do we employ them? You know what I mean? Like, how do you find out if this is legit or not? But yeah, like to Doofus's question, like I have heard people make the claim that the sun does not change in angular size. And that is the proof of a globe because it shows, it's like the distance doesn't change. Like the sun is so big that, and our Earth's so small that it's so inconsequential. Like that's the argument I've heard. But that always got me into the analemma, because how is it so much wider in January than it is in, let's say, June?
Well, if you did the analemma from the equator, it should be the exact same size on both sides, right?
Well, they say no. That's the point, bro. Is that even if you're in, like, the analemma will always appear to be that shape that they show you, regardless. northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere. That's why I always thought if you
Yeah,
went
but
to
what
the
about
south,
the equator though?
no,
Why?
because no. If you're in this is what trips me out, bro. This is what I was bringing up 6 months ago when I was tracking around, wrapping my head around. Was like, no, because if you were in the south, you would think that the analemma would look smaller in the January months and larger in the June months, and that's not what happens.
Yeah, but
and they
why
say
wouldn't
the
the
Jeremy, and they say the reasoning for that is because of the distance. That's why my argument or my thing in my head I was dealing with was, well, if the angular sun is the size of the sun doesn't change that much anyway, right? 0.8 of an arc minute, is that right or something? Like, if that doesn't change much, how come the fucking analemma is so drastically bigger in the January month?
You said 0.8 of an arc second. I'm calling Charlie in here. We gotta get this straightened out for the next
0.8 of
3
an
hours.
arc second. Well, no. There's a difference between an arc second and an arc degree, and that's Charlie's point of contention, right? That's what will bring him in here. And the point being though is that like if during the day it's an arc second, but during the year it's 0.8 of an arc minute, then
Just a
my point is
degree,
that
a
these
degree.
things or a degree, like these things aren't very detectable. And if it's not very detectable, then how come that fucking analemma is so drastically different? And it doesn't do it. Like if you honestly, I thought, to me it makes sense if they allegedly experienced 3 days of sunlight in the fucking January months, then surely if you're taking pictures, there's a tighter circle. But there isn't. It's always that wide circle in the January months and the small circle in the which is just weird. I always thought.
Essie, are you here?
I'm here.
Hey, Essie, I don't know if you remember the conversation from yesterday with Charlie and Zanek regarding the geocentric and heliocentric with the what's that documentary Principle?
The principal, yeah.
Yeah. So Charlie came back to me and he admitted that I'm correct that the physicists agree with my statement with the without dark matter and dark energy, the Big Bang and heliocentric model doesn't exist. So yeah,
No
I'm glad
way.
he came back to me today, which is awesome. Or a few minutes ago actually, which is awesome that he was able to admit that.
Well, good on you. Good on you, because these people don't admit too much. Yeah. He actually said it? Because I
Yeah.
find it hard to believe, yeah.
Yeah, he said it, which is awesome. I'm not here to change anyone's minds. For me, it's just it's more affirmative for myself, at least. Hearing this from mainstream, and then hearing people that defend it so much to say, "Oh wow, fuck," you're actually correct. They saying that. So yeah, I just thought I'll let you know because you were in that conversation yesterday.
Oh, good, cool. Yeah, some people just find it hard to admit that something that's not even theirs. They, like, for example, right now we're talking about the James Webb Telescope, what it found, and it contradicts the Big Bang. And I'm posting them stuff that the scientists themselves are saying, and they're fighting it. They're going against. It's like amazing. Like the scientists that came up with the model are saying the model is wrong in so many different ways, and I posted them. Helium, lithium, all kinds of things. Redshifts. They're no longer saying that the universe is expanding. Black holes that shouldn't be there. Early development. And they're fighting against it. It's astonishing, and it's their own scientists that are saying this.
They literally have to say that the universe is expanding, because if they don't, they got a serious fucking issue with C.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, so the expansion, as far as I understand from the principles that they say, that's because of dark matter and dark energy. Or as far as I understand, that is the one of the causes for it. But it's quite amazing that they admit that they actually know nothing about it, or they haven't found it. At least it's more part of their hypothesis. But I would love Charlie to come back in to actually clarify or discuss more about what is that sort of admit, or I would say he's admitted to it, because Jeremy, you were here when he said it. Yeah, he actually thought I was a flat earther, and he said I'm a flat earther that changed his mind. So I said to him, dude, I'm not a flat earther. However, I appreciate the flat earth discussion. But yeah, he said I changed his mind in that sense, which is awesome. So I would love to hear more of what he has to say, but he had to run to the gym. I'm sure he'll be back later, and if you can bring that up again with him, that'll be awesome. If I'm not here,
Yeah,
at least.
sure. More people need to hear about this, because let's just say the evidence is overwhelming against the Big Bang.
Oh yeah.
Like, I can do a presentation, half an hour, discussing the issues. Like, there's so many of them. I mean, I don't know where to start. I honestly, I'm not making stuff up. I can spend a half an hour talking about the cosmological issues of the Big Bang as related to the latest research of the James Webb Space Telescope.
I would probably say not necessarily the Big Bang. That could be ridiculous. I would say the understanding of the explanation of the Big Bang may be incorrect. If you look at when the female egg and the male sperm connect, there's some sort of energetic flash that happens. If that is the Big Bang, wow. There could be a totally different philosophy from that, but the current philosophy of the Big Bang seems to have a lot of holes in it, and a lot of what ifs and could be's sort of thing. And it's awesome that mainstream scientists are saying, you know, there's an alternative, and yeah, it's exciting times, man. It's really exciting.
It truly is. It truly is. Like, all these guys got to do is just drop the model, right? And yeah, I mean, like I said, I can do a presentation in detail, talk about gases, talk about black holes, quasars, redshift. I can go into excruciating detail on it. No joke. I can use fancy words and everything if they like. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way around it. There's just too much. There's too much evidence of their own scientists against the Big Bang model. There's just simply, there's no other way to state it. There's just no way to defend this. No way. That's why all of these guys, they're doing it in the text. They won't, I'm sure they don't want to come in and discuss this because there's nothing to discuss. I mean, the evidence is there.
So Issy, I want to thank you personally. I don't know if you get it a lot. I don't want to inflate your head too much. But I want to thank you personally for introducing the principle to me, because that was one of this has been the video that's opened up my mind to alternative possibilities. On a different level. I was always open to alternative possibilities, but I would say on a scientific level, or as a mainstream level, I'm open to other possibilities, being possibly a flat Earth. I'm still thinking both models could be wrong, and it's a totally different idea of where we live. However, once again, I want to thank you for introducing that video to myself. I don't think you addressed it to me personally, but you addressed it to this room one day, and I clicked on the video, and there was these mainstream scientists talking about this discussion, and wow, it opened up my mind, and hearing it from out of their own mouths has been fascinating, and yeah, I want to thank you for this.
Well, thank you, and let me throw a compliment back at you for being open-minded and having a good way of explaining stuff. So yeah, right back at you, bro. Yeah, and the model, like, it's easy. It's not really hard, because the beauty of this is that this is not me saying this, right? I'm not coming up. Well, I'm coming up with some. I'm saying what's finished and the model is dead, But really, it's not really me that's even saying that. It's them that are saying it. They're saying these are universal killers. It kills the Big Bang model. And they have so much stuff like early galaxy development, gases that shouldn't be there, helium that shouldn't be there, stars that are earlier should have more helium, but they have less helium. Like I said, I could go on for half an hour talking about this nonstop.
Yeah, so it may not be you saying what has changed my whole worldview or alternative possibilities, but it's your research and your knowledge that you shared or your information that you shared, which is something that isn't readily available. It's not like I get a SMS or a WhatsApp message that says, "You guys check out this video," sort of advert. This is something that doesn't just come to every person. This is something that you find through these sort of discords, and you were able to provide that knowledge to me. So at least there's one person that you've influenced. I'm giving you sort of a bit of credit here, saying at least you've given me the possibility to expand my mind, and that's why I'm thanking you personally. But I'm sure you've done it to a lot of more people that listen maybe on YouTube or that actually listen on this Discord. But I'm just saying that that was a very valuable video that you shared. So, and yeah, I speak of it highly as well. So yeah, like I say, thank you.
Well, thank you, brother. Much appreciated. I'm sure a lot of ballers are laughing right now.
Technically, I'm a baller, but I'm not laughing.
I know you are.
Yeah.
That's why I appreciate it double. So yeah, thanks, man.
Cool, man.
But you see, it's telling, right? If these guys, if they had an opportunity to get on me and prove me wrong, right? They'd be in here like bees to like swarming honey. You know what I'm saying? But really, they know that like it's their own scientists saying this. So yeah, this is pretty bad. I don't know how they're gonna recover from this. I don't know how the model itself, like how scientists are going to recover from this. They come up with these crazy ideas. Like, let me give you one crazy one that you're not going to believe. They found this supermassive black hole. I believe it's around 600 million years after the so-called Big Bang. But it's so huge, it's like a million times the mass of the sun. And they're saying one of the theories is that it could have came from outside the universe, another universe. These are the crazy things you're starting to hear.
Yeah, so there you really saying that they're saying that it's mass of whatever with a black hole. Now that's again with the dark energy and dark matter, if I'm not mistaken, where I've got a totally different viewpoint or personal viewpoint of what the black hole could be. But as far as I understand, is they saying it's dark or how do I say this matter that's causing this gravitational pull. But if you listen to what the scientists say, and they say they actually don't know, that's just a hypothesis that it's dark matter or dark energy that's causing that. It could be something totally different, and that's when they even themselves say they want more information that or more viewpoints. However, if it's against the Copernican model, it generally gets scrubbed off, and they admit it, which is amazing. And yeah, once again, dude, what a fucking documentary! Brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing it. And for other people that are into the subject, definitely look at it and just open your mind a little bit, because even the mainstream actually have an open mind, but they are stuck in an pushing a model as such, if that's a way to put it.
Yeah, it blew my mind as well, bro. I remember when I saw it, I go, no way. Seriously? Max Tegmark, like he's the one, like one of the top physicists. He found it. It's like it's bad. It's really bad. If you're really into this, and you sound like you are, the guy, I think it's Sengenis. He's the one that made the movie, right? The series, whatever you want to call it, documentary. Witsit did an interview with him. I highly recommend it. if you're into this stuff.
So, with earlier in conversation with Witsit, I just I was chatting to Charlie. To be honest, I think I've lost a bit of respect for Witsit and the way he discusses things. But yeah, I would look at it. It's just, to be honest, I just got a bad taste at the moment with anything that he's sharing. Unfortunately.
Look, I hear you, but forget about the man. Just listen to the conversation.
Cool. Yeah. If you have a link to it, if you could possibly DM it to me, then yeah, I'll check it out.
I didn't save it. I don't have a link to it. I guess you can just YouTube his channel, and I'm sure you'll find it.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sure it's one of the most watched channel interviews.
Okay. What's the guy's name that he was chatting to again?
Pengenis.
Okay.
He's the producer of the Principle.
So yeah, going not to
go on, bro.
Yeah, not to just sit here like Witsit needs anybody to stick up for him, but I've noticed myself over the time that I've been on Discord, which hasn't been that long, changing even my demeanor in the way that I have to address certain people, because it's like Groundhog Day every day, over and over, and the blatant lying, dishonesties, and the things that they do. I think he's probably taken a lot of abuse for many years on a million different things with a million different personalities, all trying to come at him to just like defame his character. So I think over time that does make even the calmest of individuals, if you remain in the discussion, become agitated. So like, I get it, I understand. I just hope you don't lose respect for him in the way that he has to come at some of these people because of the way that they harass him on a very personal level too, not just.
He's lost most of my respect, especially there's a guy here, Quad, that also called me a snowflake, misunderstood my reason for my comment in the live stream. Yeah, so I'm gonna say it again. Fuck you, Quad, for fucking giving me shit in the text. But yeah, besides that, I brought up something with, because he was threatening to mute Charlie the whole time. Cool, man. Yeah, there he left. What I want to say now was, fuck, that threw me off now, Quad. Oh yeah. So I wanted to chat to Charlie about because he said, I possibly he said I changed his mind with the whole heliocentric, geocentric idea of what the mainstream scientists are saying, and then Witsit threatened the whole time to mute him and then leave the Discord. Now, I don't want him to leave because I think Witsit's got a valuable input with his knowledge and research, and he was wanting to leave because I brought that up, and it just sucked. I didn't want Charlie.
I don't think it was because you brought that up. It was because of Charlie's tactics to constantly go back and badger him about this thing that literally, I mean, like, you've been around since and you listened to it for an hour of him badgering him about this number that he said he got wrong, but he didn't actually get the number wrong. He just misspoke when he talked about what the number related to. So it was like, that's where the frustration lies. And I don't think it was with you bringing up the topic or anything like that. I think it was maybe you letting Charlie get out, like by bringing up another topic for Charlie to talk about. I know this wasn't necessarily your intention, but you allowed Charlie to just wiggle around and get the diversion that he had been looking for, to divert away from what it was actually talking about. So.
No, I got you. It's just I listen to it a lot on YouTube, and I see a lot of these things go nowhere, and it's the same thing. It goes on for like 2 hours. I thought, okay, this is going fucking nowhere. Like literally, it can take a couple of seconds to resolve this if you're just honest, and it's not going to get resolved. So I thought, okay, well, Charlie, you in you're possibly going to get muted. You're possibly going to get banned from the server. Dude, I would love to hear your feedback. And then Witsit wanted to leave. And I just said, this is what I meant. So, Quad, this is what I meant if you are listening on YouTube. This is what I meant by it's like talking on or riding on eggshells or walking on eggshells is you just change something a little bit and it's like everyone just completely fucks out. And I just thought that was a bit ridiculous. But I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah,
I do apologize.
I just look at the approach because if you notice, Witsit doesn't ban people and he rarely mutes people, but he uses the auditory moderation to try to keep people in line and keep them honest and keep the conversation an honest one. So yeah, I get it. It might be off-putting that he's utilizing the tactic verbally, but it's better than actually doing what he's verbally say he's going to do if they continue along their sophistry and all that shit. Because otherwise, then it is banning people and muting people, and then you turn into other servers.
Yeah, but let's drop that now. Let's not talk about people and talk about reasonings, and let's rather get to the subject. Like I said, The Principle's a fantastic documentary to watch. I highly
agree.
recommend it.
Oh yeah, I saw it in the movie theaters when it first came out. Like I saw it in a movie theater. I can't remember how long ago that was, but it feels like it was a long time ago. I can't remember if it was before I moved to Florida or after, but I know I saw it in the movie theater.
And how are you?
That changed my opinion on a lot of things because at that point in time I was like agnostic at best when it came to spirituality and stuff. So there was it was also a way for me to realize certain things that I had been looking into were possibly correct. And then on the metaphysical side, that there is a possibility of a creator as well, if we are kind of a unique position. So very influential for me.
And how are you?
I'm good in yourself, buddy.
Good man. Do you know Robertson Genesis?
I hear it brought up here a lot, but I don't know much about it now.
Yeah, he's the creator of the Principle, and Witsit had him on his stream. And they had a very adult conversation. But you see, the problem is you're more than welcome to get Charlie back in here because all he's going to do is drag you through the mud.
No, so Charlie was pretty...
No, you haven't listened to Charlie enough on this channel. He's going to drag you through the mud continuously because he's going to come back and he's going to say, no, that's not what he meant, and this, because he makes it all about himself. And he drags everyone in the room through the mud. So I'm very disappointed with you calling out Witsit when Charlie was just dragging him through the mud the whole time.
No, so Charlie Charlie came back and he thought I was a flat earther, and he actually said, "There guys, a flat earther changed my mind." So I respect Charlie for saying that I've changed his mind. I was like, I didn't mean to change your mind. I just wanted to show you that even the mainstream is saying that. So I'm just glad that Charlie has opened up his mind to say like, oh wow, even mainstream is saying what I was saying.
All I'm saying is come back in here when Charlie comes and he's going to drag you through the mud. Whatever he said to you, he's going to change his story and he's going to make everything about him. And he's going to drag the whole panel through the mud, circular arguments. He's going to waste everyone's time. Every time he comes in here, he makes everyone frustrated because he makes it all about himself.
All good. Yeah,
that's all
I don't know. Yeah, no, 100%.
I just wanted to mention to all the non-South Africans in the room, if you're curious as to the difference between an English and an Afrikaans accent, you can hear it right now.
Oh yeah, Plain Old Truth is Afrikaans and I'm English. Is that correct? Yeah, 100%. I hear it. Plain Old, jy's Afrikaans, nee?
Ek's tweetalig.
O, my vrou is Afrikaans, so ja, ek verstaan.
Maar ek kan al twee tale praat.
Yeah,
I would say, guys, I know I brought it up, but please don't carry on enough.
No, of course we won't.
Wait, saying no one else can.
Going off at Cohen like that. Yeah, I think, like I said, Cohen, maybe you should have this conversation with Charlie. Okay, because anyone that's going to have the conversation with him, he's just going to drag them through the mud. That's what he does every time he comes in here.
No, 100%.
That's all I'm
And yeah, I'm not trying to get any
saying.
gotchas, none of that.
So,
I'm
so
just here for. Yeah, go ahead.
let's leave the conversation. Well, let's leave it to you to have the conversation with him, and we'll listen, and then you'll find out how he drags you through the mud.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get any gotchas or trying to catch anyone out or anything. I'm just, I grab the information and I take what resonates with me and what I can try test for myself and things like that and research for myself. So I just ask the questions and share my experience where I say, oh, fuck, guys, check this. If I do this and I do it the second time, it does it the same thing the second time. And I would share that sort of information with people. Otherwise, I'm here for questions and hearing everyone's experience and viewpoints. Because dude, this is a fascinating topic which was introduced to me in about 2015, which I'm only recently taking probably seriously because I think it's life changing. I think it's world changing, not just life changing, and yeah, it's a fascinating topic. Oh, your microphone is fucking out there. I think you need to reset that.
What I'm saying is everybody
Did you guys catch that, or is it just me that's not hearing him?
Sorry, I had my earphones in. What I'm saying is everybody wants the truth, but not everyone can accept it.
Oh yeah, 100%. I would agree there. Yeah, perfect. Well said.
There's a little break in the conversation here. I'd like to ask if there was anyone here that could dumb down Alan's presentation for me. I listened to the original one that he gave a week or so ago, and then I heard him a couple days ago reading off some script he had, but I'm lost on that. I'd really like to understand what he's talking about, if anyone could help me with this.
Sorry, which presentation are you talking about? No? Okay.
Yeah, it's his
about
latest
the
one.
Sanyak stuff?
Latest one that's about GPS and interferometry.
Sanyak.
Interferometry. Yeah, I mean, I've watched it a few times. I know that I'll repeat it badly, so I'm not going to. I can try and get Alan in here to discuss it with you if you want.
Yeah, my bad rendition is that there's two C's. They're both the speed of light, but they're different. This is a problem. There's a preferred direction for the speed of light. Yeah, I think that's about as bad as I can do, but I don't think I'm wrong. But it's pretty bad. So see if you can get to that. I think you have to have a bad.
For the attempt, but I'm still clueless. Sorry.
All right, that's cool. Well, if you can understand that bad explanation, I think you're progressing. Hell yeah. I should really sit down and try and like actually just do it myself, like to where I've got sentences and periods and try to make it 3 sentences. Is that a thing? It'd probably take me a little while to pine it down to that. Yeah.
I've tried reading it, and I just get lost within the first couple sentences, so I really can't go on. And I know that he is, he's saying something, and which is really important, and I can't grasp it. And I'd really like to.
Yeah, the Discord's pretty quiet now, and I see everyone's muted except myself because I'm on push to talk. That's probably why. However, I got a question regarding the GPS understanding and why GPS is such an issue. Is there anyone here that's available for discussion on the whole GPS issue?
Have you seen Alan's presentation on GPS?
No, I haven't, and I'm glad Beryl brought it up because that's one of the
I
questions I
think
had about it.
look, that's a very in-depth and detailed presentation. So I think you need to watch it first because I mean he's done all the research, all the work. He's put through the presentation. He's put everything together, and I mean he's been here quite a few times to present it, and there's still no rebuttal to it.
Yeah, I won't be able to rebut anything because I'm learning these things, but I've got a lot of questions. But yeah, if he's not here, then and if no one else can answer a few questions, then yeah, I'll have to wait for Alan.
You should change your name from Beer Man to Question Man.
Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. But yeah, Beerman used to be the main name. I think it is remaining Beerman on a lot of other servers. But koan is there for like in the Buddhist philosophy. There's a couple of koans that they present to you, which is a riddle. And
oh, my God, now.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to get into it because I'm in a patchy part of the country where I know that I'm going to keep cutting in and out. But on the preferred speed of light, I think the argument there is to do with special relativity, and where special relativity doesn't allow for a preferred speed of light due to every reference frame being equally valid. So I think what Alan's point, it's actually not Alan's point. I think it's a guy called Wang said that if the speed of light isn't moving equally quickly in all reference frames, then it kind of implies that special relativity is bunk. So I think that's the argument that you're referring to.
Yeah, so it's just my question with GPS because I'm under the understanding and belief. So I've heard a lot of the guys say, yeah, their satellites don't exist, but yeah, we get satelloons, all these balloon satellites. But I do believe, for me at least, I believe there's satellites. So under my belief, I would understand how a GPS could work. I'm trying to understand why they're saying that that GPS does not work.
But you understand, right? I mean, I can understand how a Pegasus could work, right? Because we have horses and we have birds, so why not just give a horse wings, right? It's not a very I understand what you're saying. You understand how it could work, but it's not about what could or could not be imagined. It's about what it actually is, right? That's what we're really trying to assess. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't, obviously satellites can't be orbiting a planet because I don't think we're on a planet. Whether there's stuff in the sky that looks like it moves across and that, we can track and then pretend that it's orbiting a planet by, having some mathematical transformation equation applied to its movement. I mean, that's another conversation, isn't it?
Yeah, no. So irrespective of the shape of the Earth, let's say there is a balloon floating above us, and they've got it to move in these directions. So, for instance, you've got a hot air balloon, and you've got little propellers on it, and it's going in one direction, and it keeps circling the same area over and over and over. I'm hypothesizing, or I'm speculating, or however you guys say it. I'm giving you guys an imaginary event. So there's a hot air balloon and it's circling a plane Earth, for instance, or it's circling a realm by floating up with this balloon, and it's got a little fan that's keeping it in its place. And our devices are connecting to these devices, triangulating the way cell phone towers would triangulate. So I know I've heard the discussion saying that we're getting our GPS from cell phone towers, which is what I would think is how our cell phones are doing it, because I don't think there's a GPS device in my phone. I personally don't believe that because I still got a Nuvi 200, Garmin Nuvi 200 that was given to me on my 21st birthday, which still works today, but it takes fucking forever to pick up a signal. But it still actually works. But yeah, I think cell phones are using triangulation with cell phone towers now. But I don't see how it cannot work with some sort of device up in the air. However, it's up in the air. I don't see how it cannot work.
Yeah, that's the part of the argument that I would definitely butcher. That's why I'm not going to attempt it.
Yeah, Kane, you
Anything, I got
know.
it.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask Kane a question. You know, DSTV.
Yes.
Do you think they're getting what? Where do you think the dishes are pointing to a land-based tower or into the sky?
I think it's pointing to a land-based tower. For instance, like the same way you can do these Wi-Fi internet signals. In remote areas where they point it to the top of a mountain or top of a hill, and they do their internet that way with a dish. That's
Now,
how I think.
do you know that how much cable there is on the surface of the ocean that gives you internet access?
All of the internet, or I would say 99% of our internet, as far as I understand, is cable based. And now with Elon's satellite stuff, they're saying that's how new internet is being done.
What I'm saying is, we don't actually know what is up. Well, in this, I'm not even going to mention space because it's a load of shit. But we don't know what's up in the sky. They just show us balloons being sent up, and those things fall in people's backyards and in a field. I mean,
Correct, but there's something up there that they are sending up with balloons. So, and if you
yeah,
look
it's
at
the
these
things that
things,
are falling out of the sky.
correct, yeah. So, but they got balloons attached to them. So
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
something up there. Yeah, but there is something up there.
Well, that's the thing that are falling to the ground. They send them up with balloons.
Correct,
Those are the things.
but they are up there. That's my thing. Is I'm saying that there's something up there, and we're seeing these things crash to Earth. They got balloons attached to them, but there's something up there. Are we connecting to those? I don't know.
I can even send you a link to a video which says Sophia. I don't know if you've heard of Sophia. The airplane. Says Sophia the airplane.
No, I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, they say Hubble is on that plane. I can send you a link to a video.
Oh,
The Hubble telescope.
I've seen the pictures of the plane with the Hubble telescope or a telescope pointing out at the side of an airplane. I've seen that.
Yeah, but it's not somewhere up in a vacuum taking photos trillions of light years away and all of that, you know?
Yeah, no, I didn't question that at all. Now, I'm just saying that there's a possibility of these, because we do see them falling to the ground. There's something higher than myself that we see crash to Earth on balloons or to our ground level, but they're on balloons. What are those things? I don't know. Are those what they call satellites? It could be. I'm not saying that. Yeah, so they say there's now the ones without
But do you
balloons.
think,
I don't know.
would you say those things are floating in a vacuum?
No, I don't. Yeah, the whole vacuum thing is probably a different discussion. I think our atmosphere is basically water. So if you go to the ocean, there's water in the ocean. Above that ocean, there's air, but in the air, there's it's actually water in the air as well. It's a different density of water. That's how birds fly, planes fly. How we possibly even breathe. We get we don't have gills. That's why we can't go into the more denser medium. Or the more denser medium, we struggle to breathe. But in this medium, which we call air or oxygen, however you want to interpret it, that's the way we breathe. But the higher we go, we don't have those organs to be able to breathe in that. But I think there's just a different level or different density. I don't think there's nothingness. Yeah, I don't think it's nothingness.
Have you ever been skydiving or anything?
No.
Okay.
I've considered it.
I've
I would dig to, but
been skydiving twice.
what's up?
So, I said I've been skydiving twice.
And is it lekker?
11,000 feet in the air, I could still breathe.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. It's just we're able to breathe in this medium. The higher we go, I do believe that there will be a barrier that you would cross, and I think we see that with the Falcon 9, where it actually breaks through that barrier. But what's beyond that barrier, I don't know. But I don't think it's nothingness. I just think it's a new medium, or a different
Yes,
medium.
then you get to then you get to low Earth orbit, as they say it is. There
Yeah.
you can't. There you're gonna. I don't think you'll be able to breathe there. But still, there is something called a pressure gradient on Earth, and the only way you can have a pressure gradient is with containment.
Yeah, so for me, it's barrier layers between density layers, same as what you would see with salt water in a tank, sugar water in a tank, different. If you take syrup and you mix water, the syrup would be at the bottom. You're able to do these different layers. So, like I say, I'm not saying that. How do
What
I
do you
say?
mean with barrier layers?
So with hot and cold water, there's a barrier between the two. That's where refraction takes place. And the higher we go, there's different density layers. And when we look at the Falcon 9 rocket, there's a fantastic video with the Falcon 9 rocket launch, but it looks like it breaks through that layer or that density barrier, and then I don't know where it's going to from there.
Yeah, but do they do any cuts in the video? Like where it reaches a certain point and then the video cuts to CGI or something else?
No, this will be personal, private videos that you see from the roadside. But I know what you're talking about. I do understand what you're saying. There's cuts and cuts and cuts. I think David Weiss always brings that up.
Yeah,
So I understand. I'm not giving.
It doesn't mean it's leaving Earth. If you're cutting if you can show me a rocket, a SpaceX rocket that they apparently sent to space, if you can show me a video which hasn't been cut, then then I think we can have a conversation.
Yeah, sure.
I don't
I'll
think
send
he's
it.
necessarily arguing that though right now. I think he's just talking about the fact that there's possibility of a different medium further up there.
No, of course.
I think he was just bringing up Falcon 9, like alluding to the imagery that you can see once it starts to reach a specific altitude. Looks as though it's almost like a boat on water, right? Is that kind of where you're going, Bierman?
Yeah. I'll post the link to the video that I'm probably alluding to or referring to. Give me a sec. I'll find it. Yeah, I found it. Well, this is probably one of them. There's more of them, but this is the one I quickly just searched on YouTube. I find this fascinating. It's been in discussion here on this Discord before as well. I've had this discussion with Dan, with Travis, a few different guys, 3DP. I hope 3DP, if you are listening on YouTube, I hope you're doing well, buddy. I know he had a few health issues, but yeah, 3DP was an awesome person to have these sort of discussions with. Very open-minded individual. But yeah, I would say this is probably one of the videos I'm referring to. Play Not Truth.
Yeah, that is quite an interesting video. Look, when you look at that video, what does it look like to you? Does it look like that rocket is like, how can I say, flying or scraping against something, or flying against something, or there's like a, I mean, what does it look like behind? What's going on behind the rocket?
So exactly what I said to early on, but I think you thought I was fighting for a globe model. It looks like it's breaking through a new medium. It looks like it's going through a different medium, and that's that barrier that I think is what I'm talking about.
But
And I think
isn't
that's
it going in an arc?
sorry.
Isn't it going in an arc?
Yeah. Irrespective of the arc, I think that's got to do with a lot of visual aspects as well. But yes, I do believe it's going in an arc. But what I'm saying is, it seems like it's breaking some sort of barrier. So there's a new medium it's entering. So that medium that it's entering, I think it could be that's where we're seeing this. The sun that we see, stars that we see. I think it's on that medium that we're seeing the light refracting, and that's why we see stars at that sort of distance. If you want to give that a distance, I don't know the measurement to that distance, but I think it's measurable. So when I say where we're seeing stars, stars could be beyond that. Whatever it is beyond that, I think where that light exits that medium, I think that's where we're seeing the sun, moon, and stars. And they entering into that new medium. What that medium is, I don't know. But that's where I'm at with my understanding and research. Yeah, that's where I'm at with my cosmology, at least.
Have you ever seen footage from a high altitude balloon?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, you can't see stars in the sky.
Correct. That's another anomaly. But like I say,
it's too much light.
I'm blaming the barrier. I'm saying that it looks like this Falcon 9 is breaking through a barrier. So I was going to come back to that. You were asking me about the mediums and barriers and what I think space is. So like I said,
What I'm saying is, I think we can see the stars from the ground, okay, but we're never going to be able to go there. That's just you'll never be able to go to the moon. The moon is a light in the sky, and you're definitely not going to go to Mars and some star that is apparently trillions upon trillions of light years away. So
I'm under the understanding, or as far-fetched as it may be, is I'm thinking the moon is a mirage of the sun. But yeah, that's just where I'm at the moment with my own personal research and observations. It appears that
but like I said to you, you must, because I mean we're here in the southern hemisphere, and the moon is not doing what the science narrative is telling you. Not definitely not. If you observe the moon from where we are, the moon is not. They saying if you read, even if you go and look, I think I'm trying to go to data they have online about where the moon is and what it's doing. I can tell you now, it's all bullshit. The moon is doing what they're saying the moon is doing over here is definitely not what they're telling me.
Yeah, so I never said anything about what they. I never.
No, what I'm saying is we should.
So what are you telling me then? Because I'm doing my own research.
I'm saying we should check out, because I mean you can see the moon during the day and at night. So I mean if you can do some observations, I do some observations, and then we can bring the info to the panel, because I mean most of these guys are in America or in the northern hemisphere. They don't normally hear from guys here in South Africa, you know. So
yeah, so like I say, I'm under the understanding and belief, under my own observations, that the moon is a mirage of the sun, and you're saying that it's not what they're saying. So are they saying the same thing I'm saying? I didn't know that.
Well, the mainstream says rock in a vacuum. So
I never said that. I said it's a mirage of the sun, and then you told me that it's not what they're saying. But yeah, it's exactly. I didn't know that they're saying that it's a mirage of the sun.
I never said you that. I'm just saying that whatever they tell you about anything about what's happening, I don't. That's why I don't even watch TV. I mean, where I get my info from, obviously I've got my sources, and I like this Discord channel is like the best channel where a proper discussion about Earth is happening. You know.
Yeah.
Whereas
That's right. We the best. We the best on some DJ Khaled shit. Absolutely.
The problem with other Discord channels, whether it's Globe or Flat or whatever the case may be, they just take the mickey out of each other.
Not all of them. There's the odd one where it gets pretty fucked up in this Discord as well. I wouldn't blame the Discord. I would blame the people, and then I would blame the moderators allowing it. However, then I genuinely just leave. But you're correct. This Discord does allow more open-minded discussions, and there's more open-minded people that generally hop into this Discord where you can have these sort of discussions. That's the reason why I'm here, is because I like to keep my mind open and share my ideas as well.
I mean, I used to listen from YouTube for a long time, and I eventually, I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I decided let me join the Discord. Because I mean, just look, I tend to get into an argument with all the trolls there on the live chat, and I just said to myself, it's just like too toxic, And then you come to this channel, and you actually can get involved in the conversation without getting
sometimes you get involved. If somebody's having a one-on-one with someone, then it gets tough to get involved in that because it's hard enough dealing with these Glover guys. You know what I mean? Whereas
you have an opportunity to get into the, to state to make your point and to discuss something. You've got the opportunity to do that. Obviously, if there's a one-on-one debate, then those two people need to finish it off. But I mean, at least you get a chance to say something.
Absolutely, everyone's gonna get a chance to say their piece. It does get fucking crazy. We get crazy. This is super intense, right? This isn't the most intense thing, that you can even debate about. I think, but
yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we try.
I wouldn't go and chat on another. I mean, after I've listened to all the other Discords, well, I haven't listened to many, but yeah, this is the only place I'd come to.
Yeah, I enjoy having the discussion with Geo because Geo is very spiritual in that sense, and I think that's where I resonate a lot with Geo. But I think the time zones suck a bit for us to have that sort of discussion. But I love listening or re-listening to what Gio has to say. Some mornings I'll rewind the live stream just to hear his discussions because I was like, wow, it's so amazing that there's another being out there that would have these sort of discussions. So I really I would love to have this sort of discussion with Gio, just to hear his input or have that interaction with him. But it's difficult. And then we're having this discussion now, which is awesome. But you're correct, Jeremy. When there's a one-on-one with some people, you can't just hop in. I tried early on, but yeah, it's too difficult.
No doubt, Gio's awesome. We're all trying to be more, when Gio's raging, it's like me being calm, pretty much. You know what I mean? I'll try to shout out to Gio, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get anyone into gotchas. Like I said, I'm here for the experience. I'm here to hear everyone's viewpoints and share my viewpoints where I can, where I don't seem like a loony. But yeah, and I share some wayward ideas. Like I would say, I possibly think that the moon is a reflection of the or mirage of the sun. But like I said, that's just a possibility. I'm not saying it is that. I'm just saying, wow, it could be that. Just like scientists say, it could be geocentric, and according to the data, it matches that observation. So I'm no scientist. I don't have the data to back my claims up, but I'm saying it's an idea. Maybe if someone has the instrumentations to try test it, that'll be awesome if you can. But yeah, let's discuss it and let's have a civil conversation.
One more thing on this server. Get off that. I spent a lot of time in gems and shit. Brandon's, and I was a raving lunatic. I was screaming at people constantly, insulting people, and then this whole thing that Gio did just made me do a total 180. Not total, but because I still get nuts. I did tell someone what they were doing. Anyways, yeah, I think we've all become like better people because of this place right here. Jeremy, it don't go down like this anywhere else, So.
But Jeremy, okay, for me, my honesty, I see the discussion going on with in the text now, and I shouldn't look at the text because it's fucking, it drives me insane. However, there's that go fast rocket. So I'm hearing the alternative, and I researched it, and they correct that there are rockets that deploy this device that stops the rocket from spinning. There's a chute or these little things that come out of the rocket. I've seen it on alternative videos, and I think that's a very plausible explanation for why we're hearing that kaplunk. What Weiss would say, you hear this kaplunk, and then the rocket stops spinning, and oh man, for me that's very plausible. So you guys can give me shit about it, but I'm saying, oh man, I agree with him. I think they're right. There's some sort of device that stopped that rocket from spinning, and that's what that sound was, and that's why the rocket stopped spinning. And that's my honesty coming out. But I still love the discussion, and I'd love to hear the viewpoints. Yeah, I see Doofus. Doofus gives me a lot of shit as well. He thinks I'm a flat earther, but I'm not. I'm literally just here questioning. But Doofus is. I would agree with what Doofus is saying there. That's a device that's to stop spinning the rocket. It's a brilliant video though. I'll give the Go Fast guys credit for what they've done.
I mean, yeah, I don't even look at text chat. If someone wants to come talk about some shit in VC, I don't have time. I'm on a cell phone. I don't have time to be typing all that shit out.
Going back to Alan's presentation, I kind of feel like it ties in a lot to what Ron Hatch says, where they hired him. I guess the GPS wasn't working properly or something. Hired him to fix it. From what I understood about the whole thing is he threw out all the relativity stuff that needed to be added to the equations. And then once he did that, then the GPS worked right. And in Alan's presentation, it seemed like there was some parallel there where this scientist that Alan was quoting was saying somehow that what he was doing wouldn't work unless he threw out relativity.
That's what I'm understanding. Yeah, that's what I've heard about. Go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, sorry, Jeremy. It's just I've already addressed this. That's what I said earlier because they were talking about the preferred direction for the speed of light, i.e., it travels faster, and I can't remember which direction, west to east or whatever. But, and that's what doesn't. That was what clashes with special relativity. Is my understanding.
Yeah, what Ron Hatch did, from what I've heard, is he got rid of all the relativistic effects, and then they worked great. They worked great after he got rid of the relativistic effects. So that's weird. That's pretty weird.
So what Crypto was saying, what Crypto was saying was that that light has a preferred direction, or it goes slower or faster depending on which direction it's going in. But what I'm trying to understand is what is the tie with throwing out relativity? Like, you use relativity, then you don't see that preferred direction, and when you don't use relativity, you see a preferred direction. Is that correct?
Is that even true? Well, you said light goes faster going east or west or something? I've never heard that.
Well, I thought there was, like even with the Michelson Morley, they shot light in different directions, and they found that when it went in one direction, it went slower, and I think that's what I gather from it, and it seemed like, yeah, isn't that true that Michelson Morley showed that light travels, in different speeds in different directions because of the the ether wind or whatever. I'm not claiming anything. I'm just saying there's some reason for why it's going slower in one direction. They found the light didn't come back at the same time. There was some difference. Isn't that right?
If I'm not mistaken, they expected the time to come at the same time, but they expected a difference in time, but it came at the same time. But I could be wrong.
I think it was that they were expecting more of a difference. They were expecting a difference that would show that the Earth is moving around the sun, and what they got was like 15% of that difference. And so it showed that we weren't moving around the sun at the speed that they were saying. Is that correct?
Or Michelson Morley, whatever it's called, they didn't get any movement for the orbit, so that's when they came up with the ad hoc length contraction, and voila.
I thought they got like 15% of the movement they were expecting because of the ether, but they didn't get that. I mean, they got the 15%, but they didn't get the movement that they didn't get the results that they thought if the Earth was moving around the sun, which would have been way more than that. What I got from the whole thing. So they yeah, I don't know.
I wanted to bring up something that Jeremy said early on. My memory sucks ass, so I'll have to listen to it again. But Jeremy said something, and all I wanted to reply to that was Jeremy, you said something, and then they got a result, and you're like, oh, it was different, and so for me, it's like if it doesn't match the current model, for me, it's like, dude, open up your mind and introduce a new hypothesis or introduce a new theory. Don't try push too many things onto the same theory, and that's where the principle comes in again, where they like, okay, cool, the theory doesn't actually have to have these two elements or whatever you want to call it in it. It could be something totally different, but they don't want to get rid of the materialistic physical realm. I don't think there's anything physical. I think everything's energetic and sound waves. That's me personally, but this is why I get so excited for it, because I'm saying, fuck, dude, guys, mainstream, please, someone push this through, because if we can get a new theory out, someone that's open-minded, that's smart enough to do it, that can actually get it out there to mainstream and change the world, I think that'll be fucking fantastic.
Bro, the thing we got to do to change the mainstream and shit. I mean, I wouldn't even bring this into the mainstream until we got something solid. Like, yo, let's fucking get a tangible measurement of the surface of static water. Then we got something to bring. Like, what are we gonna bring now? Let's say, okay, we can put someone in the mainstream for flat Earth. What do they bring? You can point out all kinds of holes in the globe and shit, sure, but like, what do we really got?
Yeah, I think it's going to be more than the shape of the Earth that's going to change this world. Unfortunately, that's me at least. I think that's where history has taught us where possibly Jesus, for instance. I don't want to get into religion now. I'm not a Christian, a mainstream Christian myself anymore, at least. But I think those sort of miracles that happened, I just think it's going to take a very powerful mind to actually change this world, and I think we're getting there. And I think there's a lot of help with these sort of discussions, and I think the flat Earth topic or discussion has opened up a lot of minds. Now I think something's brewing up, and it's going to change something soon, where we're going to see something like we see in scriptures and text, ancient texts. If that makes sense. I might not make sense. If it don't make sense, guys, you can ask me to clarify, and I'll try to clarify it. But yeah, I do struggle to explain myself. I got the idea in my head and the thoughts in my head, but when I try verbally explain it, it's like fuck, I don't have the words for this shit. But yeah, if you want any clarification of what I'm trying to say, and you're interested, yeah, I'll try to explain it better.
The thing about measuring flat water is, this argument of whether Earth is flat or a globe has been around for thousands of years. I mean, all the way back to supposedly the Greeks. And no one in all those thousands of years has been able to measure water flat. And, even with our technology right now, we talk about, getting fishing line or whatever and trying to do this thing on our own. And
Bro, hold on.
Yeah, it just seems like
Hold on, real quick. It only measures flat. They've never been able to measure it curving.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that, Jeremy. I just mean that no one has measured. You know what I mean? We can't take a string out. No one's taken a string out like you're talking about, or all these different ideas people have had about trying to show that water is flat. None of that has happened. I've been in flat Earth now for like, I don't know, 6 years, and that's been talked about all this time, and no one's ever done that. No one's ever put a string out or figured out some way to actually validate that water isn't curving or is curving or whatever.
Okay, but on the short scale, on the small scale, we measure it flat. The globe only, so we have a measurement tangibly of flat water. The globe is claiming, no, once you go farther, it starts curving. Now, we don't have a flat thing, like I can measure it locally with a flat thing. That's easy. You can get a ruler, yardstick, whatever, a precision engineered piece of metal from an engineering shop, whatever you want to do, and it's flat. They say, well, it's too small to measure on that short of a distance. You got to go farther. So they're the ones that honestly we should all be working together on how to tangibly measure it, because it's really on them. They're the ones making the claim that it's curving over a long distance. But
so why do you think that never happens? Why doesn't someone do it?
Because it's fucking impossible. You've heard us talking about it for years, bro. It's so hard to go longer distance.
Right, it's freaking impossible to do it. It's impossible. It's. I've said this before, that it seems like it's impossible to know what the shape of the Earth is unless you were to go up into a rocket ship and see the whole thing and be able to fly around it. I mean, if it was a ball, that you would be able to fly around it, observe, its globosity or whatever.
Real quick,
we don't know what the shape of the Earth is, but we know what it isn't. It isn't a ball 3,000, 3959 in a radius.
Yeah, hold on a second, real quick. It's doable. Without going to a rocket, it's doable. The amount of money it would cost is the issue. I could do it within a couple weeks. Right? I could have a definite. It would take me a massive amount of money to do it, though. Like
there
massive.
are people that have that money, like NASA. Different organizations, government organizations could do this, and they never do this. They're the ones that could do it, and they don't. They have the money, and so it's never been done. It probably will never be done. All we can do is point out that what we see around us, the reality that we know, is not a globe. We don't know what it is, but it's definitely not a globe. 395.
Like the thing I have in mind, one of the best ones, I think, in my opinion, that we've talked about a lot of stuff for years, and I think the best one so far, putting money aside, pretending you have unlimited money, would be to make a square with an X in it, measure all the distances between all the points, and you would know if you're on a planar or non-planar surface. The problem with that is the money. It would take an excruciating amount of money to even be able to do that. That would be a definitive way. If you had the distances of between all the points, an X inside a square, you would know for sure if it was planar or non-planar. Like, no doubt, because it's a geometrical thing. Like, the distances is what tells you if it's planar or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a ratio. It's 2 squared, or sorry, the square root of 2 is like the formula for what the diagonals should both be, or some shit. There's some mathematical proof of what the distances of a X inside a square would be, which of course the square is on a planar surface. So if that doesn't match, you'll know it's not planar. So the idea would be to make a level, make a square, it doesn't have to be wide, a couple feet or something. A path, you make a path, 4 paths in a square of like concrete or something, make sure it's all level. Then you do the same thing with an X in the middle, concrete paths in the X. Then you get the distances, and then you'll know. You'll know. The problem is the square has to be like 90 miles. I don't even know if 90 miles is big enough for each side.
Jeremy, whatever happened to Rockier? He was a surveyor, or he was a builder. He would be able to do these sort of things. And for me, when I entered this arena or this world, is if it was so obvious that it was round or flat, I think this discussion wouldn't exist. But it's not that obvious, and I think people like Rockier that have the skills and they know how to do it. Why haven't they? I understand Rakia would say he's done it. He does his little buildings, but I think on a larger scale, why haven't they requested some sort of funding or I don't think it will take too much money to do these sort of things, but he's got the skills and the know-how to do it. I think that'll be fantastic to do it. But once again, it's going to get to a point where there's going to be too many what ifs and ums and ahs.
Yeah, I mean, this could be done optically, because I mean, I don't know about everyone else, but obviously, if you're a flat earther, you can't think it's an actual drop. It has to be an optical thing. You know what I mean? When they see, ships disappearing bottom up, obviously we all think that's an optical. So there is a way to differentiate between if it's optical or non-optical with a method called double rotting, I believe it is. I don't know the name of it exactly. It's where you put, like, you get your optical tool out. You put 3 stakes. You put 3 stakes in front of you, A, B, C, right? All in a horizontal line. Then you bring your tool to A. You don't even worry about level anymore. At first you had it leveled out and shit. Now you don't even worry about level anymore. You're not even looking at that feature of your tool. You're only sighting the second 2, B and C. You're going to sight those so that they're directly in the crosshairs, and then you're going to put another one out, another stake that lines up with that. Then you keep leapfrogging that forward. That would be a way to tell, because there still might be a little bit of drop out of that, because I think it's an optical drop, but I think the optical drop part is a squared function, like they do 8 inches per mile squared. I think that's happening optically. So, but this would differentiate between if it's squared or if it's, if there's just a little bit of drop. Like, it would have to, if you did it that way, it would have to match their globe, whereas it wouldn't match a flat Earth because there's still optical drop. But there's a vast difference, I believe, between what the optical drop is over short distance as opposed to what it is on the globe model.
Yeah, it's such a fascinating topic. It's almost like the frogs boiling in water thing that they say. You boil them slowly, and eventually they die. It's this sort of topic feels like that. It's like we're on the edge of either waking up or just going on with what it is. And for me, if it's not what it is, I think it changes everything. for me at least, I would say it'll change my everything. And I'm at the point where I would say I actually don't really care either model, but I think once there's that like real proof, because I think either model hasn't proved themselves. So it's almost as if I'm living in someone else's world, someone else's world view, and I'm just accepting it. And I'm in this discussion, people fighting for it. And if it is different and it can be proven, I think that'll be fascinating. I think that's why I'm in this Discord, because I think it's
Yeah,
definitely world changing.
if you were to give me billions, I don't know how much this would cost. We need like a square with like 100-mile sides, like maybe somewhere like the salt flats or something. You'd have to make sure it was actually level though, like you transpose the level the whole way. You need a solid surface to work on, so you'd have to make, a concrete path or something. But if you gave me enough money, I could figure this shit out within probably a couple weeks, maybe a few months tops. But it would take an enormous amount of money to do that. That would be your tangible, definitive measurement right there, I think.
Has anyone requested a quote from someone, and then possibly try to raise sort of funds for it, if you know what I mean?
A quote for what? For what I just said?
Yeah, let's get a quote to get this sort of experiment done. Even if it's an independent company to actually do it, just to get a quote like, this is what it's going to cost. Possibly source a country like South Africa or India where it doesn't cost as much, but it's the same expertise. You're going to pay top dollar in a first world country, but you're going to pay for the same expertise half the price in a third world country. I'm sure that can be done, but to get a quote done and it's raise the funds and fucking do it.
Dude, it would take so much.
Submit a grant, a request for a grant from the government. A science grant. Do something like that. First, sit down and figure out exactly what it would cost to do your experiment, and then don't say anything about flat Earth, because they definitely wouldn't give you any money then. But try to get a grant for it. But I just Googled. It is so true, Jeremy, what you're saying. If you had the money, I Googled how much did LIGO cost, and LIGO has cost the American taxpayers. This is what Google says: $1.1 billion. This is how much the National Science Foundation has spent on the project over the past 40 years, according to the Times. Fortunately, federally funded science is a zero-sum game. So they spent $1.1 billion on LIGO, and what they got is a measurement. Let me see if I can get this right. 1/10,000th of the diameter of a proton.
That's right. Well, I think that was their error bar, actually. That might have been their error bar, but yeah, they're not even measuring. That's so misleading when they say that. The 1/10,000th the width of a proton. What they're actually getting is a frequency change in the light. They get a different wavelength, and they're just attributing it to a distance. Like, I don't even it's not even a distance. It's just a wavelength change.
Hey Jeremy, there's some dude in fucking voice checking called Bod. He wants to fucking get access.
Does he want to get fucking access, or does he want to just get normal access?
I don't know, he's one of my bots.
Oh,
Jeremy, you're gonna let him in? It's running on Google Bard, bro. One of the most powerful computers on the fucking planet. You sure
Bro, it's a Google bot?
Yeah, this ain't the same shit that was running in Gem Pandas.
Is this Branch?
Dude, I'm not putting none of your bots. I'm not putting none of your bots.
No, Jeremy, trust me, man. This motherfucker's nice.
Is this Branch?
Yeah, it's Branch.
Ah, it's my bidet buddy.
What's up, bro?
What's up, man? Yeah, you probably don't remember me. I was Beer Man. We had a bidet discussion.
Yeah, I'm not gonna run the bot unless I get permission, but like, Jeremy fucking left.
No, he's in the voice checking now with your bot thing.
Well, fucking the boss not gonna fucking talk. What the fuck is Jeremy on?
I'm gonna be right back. I just gonna go for a piss.
Yo, Jeremy, the bot doesn't. haven't given it a voice yet. Or I'm working on that with somebody else.
And one
But
of your bots in here. You're lucky we let you in here.
what are you talking about? You lucky you let me in here. I'm fucking. My other account's unblocked too. The branch account ain't fucking banned here anymore. Real talk though, Jeremy.
Bro, I'm not about to put a bot up in here, bro. I don't know what you think I'm doing in this Discord thing, but I'm not doing that.
Just give him access to the fucking. Give him access.
Hell no.
Give him access to the live chat, bro. Trust me, dude. This motherfucker is so intelligent, and he's not an asshole. He's not like the other one. He's nice. Oh, she's nice. I don't know. It's nice. Trust me, dude. It's nice and it's smart and it's fucking. It's off the fucking chain, bro. And it's running off fucking Google.
I'm back. So Jeremy, do you think that would work if we get some sort of a quote from a company that can do so? I would say get the best guys in to give the requirements or the scope of work, and then let's get a quote and get it done. I'm sure that can be done.
Come on, Jeremy. You know you can let him in for a little bit. I guarantee it won't be like fucking that shit happening in Gem Panda's room. It's just smart as fuck. And fucking it just talks. And it says the realest shit. Jeremy, you know it makes sense. Come on. You can do it, Jeremy. You got partnership in this spot. You can do it. I promise you, Jeremy, if there was anything to be scared of, I wouldn't do it. Fuck, I wish Gio was online right now. Why the fuck are you dumb bitches so scared of AI?
Sorry, guys, I disconnected there because our fucking power went out here in South Africa.
Yeah. So Jeremy, I don't know if you heard my previous question regarding the getting a quote.
Yeah, Jeremy, give him a fucking quote. What's up, Cohen?
Sup, man? That's my bidet buddy.
Bro, the bidet is the best investment I've ever fucking made, man.
Dude, I've been using a bidet for the past 8 years, and yeah, so it's oh man, it's nothing better than a bidet.
A wise man once told me, right, that if you got shit on your fucking arm, would you rather clean it off with water or just rub it off with a little bit of kitchen towel?
Of course, kitchen towel or a piece of fucking paper. No, man.
Fuck no, bro. You want to? You've got shit.
Water.
Exactly. So why the fuck do people think it's okay to wipe your ass with just fucking straight paper towels?
Exactly. So my wife and I, we just bought a new place, and there's no bidet here. So what's the first thing I installed is a damn bidet. I did all the plumbing myself, and I've got a little bidet.
Dude, I swear to God, the best shit I've ever taken, right, was in Japan. It was I had a layover in Japan, in Tokyo, right? And I didn't get to go outside the airport, but I took a shit in the airport, and it was the best shit I ever took. I never used the bidet though, because it's a public toilet and shit. You don't really want to use a public bidet. That's a little bit weird, right?
I don't know, man. A bidet is a bidet.
Yeah, but there's just something about public bidets, which feels a little weird because the water's. I don't know why. I don't know. Public bidets are a little bit odd.
Yeah, when I go away, I don't like to use toilet paper at all. So even when we go away on holidays and things like that, if they don't have a bidet on the facility, I'll take a 500 ml water bottle that's got a nozzle thing in. I'll use that as a bidet, as a portable bidet. But yeah, bidet it is. It's the only way I feel clean, man. I can't use toilet paper. It's gross.
Like, have you ever used those man wipes?
No, I haven't.
I mean, they're as good as a bidet. Like, it's not like a bidet, but at least it's like a wet wipe for men.
Interesting. I haven't seen that. So yeah, I'm bidet befucked. I need to have a bidet.
Me too,
and
man. The thing is, like, I don't like to take a shit now outside of my house because they don't have bidets.
Exactly. It sucks, dude. It's like safe toilet syndrome. I can't shit anywhere but home because at home I got a bidet.
I know, right? Like, I don't want that toilet paper touching my fucking ass. It scratches it up.
It's like sandpaper.
This is such a weird conversation, dude.
Oh no, that's why I brought it up because that's how we met. You probably can't remember, but yeah, maybe you do. But yeah, that's how I know you. It's my bidet buddy.
Okay, we're bidet buddies.
Exactly.
Nah, man.
I just remember Branch as my bidet buddy.
Dude, I swear to God, man, that's the best shit. Anyone, the funniest shit, right? In America, right? So fucking shit is the fan, and we got a fucking straight disease coming on. And what does everybody go do? Go buy toilet roll. How retarded is America that, when a fucking pandemic hits, the first thing they go do is buy toilet roll?
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm on push to talk on mobile, yeah, and I'm trying to throw something away here. My bad.
Where you from, man?
Yeah,
you sound like
South Africa.
You sound okay, South Africa. Yeah, I remember South Africa. My South African bidet buddy. SABD.
That's it. There we go. SAB. Oh, how do you say it? SAB day, buddy. Whatever you want to call it.
SAB day, buddy.
There we go. Dude, I think we had this conversation about 2 years ago, and I was always on as beer man.
Do you wipe after using a bidet?
No, not at all. I used to, just to dry myself off, but I thought, fuck that. I just give it a couple of I just give it a couple of shakes, and there we go. I'll
There you
go
go,
on with
right?
my merry way.
Honestly, it's like if you sit on the bidet long enough, it's like do you have to dry really well after a shower? The nice thing about bidet is it's like having a shower after every shit.
Exactly, because that's how I used to do it. So I used to have a shower head, and then I used to go shower after a shit, and then I used to use the shower nozzle, and then carry on with my merry way. But yeah, but you have to have a bidet with warm water because cold water sucks.
No, see, mine's only cold water, but I'm in Texas, so the water comes out kind of warm anyway.
Okay, that's awesome. Dude, can we get on something real though? Why you always talk about bidets?
Because man, Jeremy, you gotta buy yourself a bidet, bro. Like seriously, you can get one for like $30.
Yeah,
I'll take the blame, Jeremy. Jeremy, I'll take the blame.
Branch
I
does
brought it
this
up
all the time. This is not. You're not taking the blame. This Branch always talks about bidets for some reason. I don't know why.
No, but no, seriously.
No, I brought it up. I brought it up.
What I want to do is, I want to put a Google Bard bot in this server, bro.
What?
I want to put a Google Bard bot in this server.
A Google bot?
Have you heard about so Google came out with this new AI shit, right? Not everybody has access to it because it's still experimental. But I have access to it, and I want to I created a bot out of it, and it talks so nicely, and it talks about the realest shit, and it's not mean. It's not like the one.
We'll run it by Geo. We'll run it by Geo because I don't even know how to.
Geo's gonna say no, but while Geo's away, why don't you let me just put it on?
No, fuck that, bro. I already fucked up earlier.
Seriously, let's just see how it talks.
I already fucked up earlier. Okay, I was crazy in the VC. I'm trying not to fuck up 2 times in one day. So,
Jeremy, but you're a partnership in this fucking joint, right?
One fuck up per day, please.
Come on, Jeremy. Just give Bard. Bard's chilling right there in voice checking, right? Give that motherfucker access to the fucking live stream text. Let's just see what he can do. Trust me, dude.
Absolutely not.
If it starts getting fucking weird, I'll turn it off.
No means no, Branch.
All right, I respect that. I'm still gonna leave him in the voice check-in because I can't be fucked to turn him off now.
No,
he's not doing it. Back, I promise.
Dude, get him out of there.
Really? All right. 1 sec.
Yeah, before one of my guys fucks around and does it on accident or some shit.
No, but I still won't turn it on unless I
get him out of there.
I'm not a fucking dick, bro. I won't turn the fucking bot on unless I get permission. I could turn it on in the background, but I won't do that. I mean, I could turn it on as Branch. Should I turn it on as Branch?
Branch, you got a cold bidet. You have to go warm bidet. You going primitive here.
Yeah, but you don't know the toilets in America, we only have one water line to our toilets. And it's the cold water line.
Yeah, but sort out your plumbing. I sorted out my plumbing to give me warm water as well. So sort out your plumbing.
It's nice. Like I prefer my bidet cold.
No, it must be fucking cooking.
Say you're in Texas.
Yeah, I'm in Texas, man. Like it's hot as fuck here.
Well, you turn the cold water on in New York in the winter, you do not want to spray that on your butthole. But if you see this is your fault. We had him off this topic, and then you brought us right back.
Now we just gonna
Yes.
say, Jeremy. All you gonna say now is banana.
No, that's what I'm gonna say. Jeremy, you can't give Branch you can't give him the blame. I call him my bidet buddy, so because it's an awesome discussion actually as well. Because very few people use it, and when they use it for the first time, they thank you every day, and then you feel like a god. You feel like a bidet god.
Yeah, Jeremy, why the fuck don't you have a bidet? I think we need to convince Jeremy to buy a bidet.
100%. Jeremy, go
They
buy
are
yourself a
really
bidet. They're
simple.
not expensive.
I know they are super simple. I mean, you just connect it to your line right there at the toilet.
Wait,
It's not even
simple.
like you need a plumber or anything.
And you're fresh and clean, and you don't smell like shit, and you don't have shit in your hands. Nothing. You're just fucking
Trust
clean.
me, Jeremy,
It's
it'll
amazing.
change your fucking life, bro.
Bro, I haven't gotten poop on my hands from wiping my ass since I was 4 years old.
You've
I
never
don't know what you guys be doing.
you've never actually punched it through the fucking toilet paper.
What are you using? One sheet?
No,
Nah,
no,
man,
but
it's close as well. Fucking gross.
you know
Using
it's
one ply? Are you using one ply sheet?
No, but you trying to tell me, Jeremy, that you've never punched it through the toilet paper?
No, because I use 2-ply, and I use like a whole bunch of layers. Like I don't just do one layer.
So you use 2-ply and then a bunch of layers on top of that.
Yeah, like I might do like 2 or 3 layers depending on what we're looking like.
You've never, not once, not even once, have you ever punched it through the toilet paper and touched your anus with your finger?
No.
Okay, I've never done that. So, Branch, I think you on your
Absolutely
own there, buddy. I've never done that because I used to use like
we do
half a
that
toilet
shit
roll
on
per
purpose.
wipe.
I've done that. Shit, what's wrong with doing that? Like sometimes like you your finger goes through the toilet paper.
No, I used to use like fucking
Dude, are you using
half
Angel
a roll.
Soft or the 1-ply Scots?
No, I use that one that's like it's not 2-ply, but it's like really thick 1-ply.
All right, we got to get on a real topic here. Does anyone have anything? Branch, how much does the Earth weigh?
About 20 kilograms.
Seriously, does the Earth even have weight?
No.
No.
What
That's very
Jeremy,
unsure
what?
sounding.
You guys actually had an interesting discussion yesterday about weight. Hold up, Branch, hold up.
Depends on
Hold
the
up.
gravity of the sun.
No, man, hold up. You had an interesting discussion yesterday about weight or mass. So, what is mass? So, for instance, if I'm standing on a beach and I put a piece of paper on the sand, it doesn't indent it. But if I stand on the beach, I indent that sand. So there's weight involved. What actually causes that? So you get something that's the same size, but it weighs less than the other thing.
Inertia. You can consider mass as the resist to inertia.
Oh, that's gibberish to me. Maybe layman's terms.
So,
I'm not learned in this.
Like the more massive something is, the harder it is to stop once it's moving. That's inertia.
It's still mad to me. So, for instance, I got a massive foamolite ball, and I take a massive iron ball. Why does the foamolite weigh more than the iron ball? I'm giving it in basic terms here to try and understand.
Hold on, real quick. All right, real quick, as to what Branch said. So you're saying mass is the resistance to inertia, and what's inertia?
Inertia is the want to keep on moving in a.
Dude, what's the definition of inertia? Say it, Branch.
The want to keep on moving.
That's not what the. I'm gonna read it. Hold on, I'm googling it right now. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna Google. Hold on.
Dude, how long does it take you to fucking Google something?
No, man, let him find the damn thing. Let him find the damn thing. Branch, while we're at it, are you a mainstream follower of the current model, or are you looking for an alternative, or listening to an alternative?
No, I'm a global, bro.
Yeah, no, basically, yeah. So you follow the current model, mainstream model. Okay, cool.
The true model.
Not necessarily true. I'm just saying you following the model. It could be true. I'm not a flat earther myself. I'm listening to the alternative. I think they fascinating information that's coming out of it. So that's why I'm asking the question.
Jeremy, because Jeremy's like one of the best fucking flat earthers that I know.
Okay, that's a fact. That's actually the best thing you've ever said. Now here's what inertia is, and this is why Branch didn't want to say it. It's the resistance to acceleration. Right,
That's
Branch?
what I fucking said.
Okay. So, and you said mass is the resistance of inertia, right?
I said this like I pretty much said that.
Yeah. So the resistance to the resistance of acceleration, that shit don't even make nowhere near any sense. And you know it, and that's why you started to try to do this weird thing.
It makes sense to you. If you wasn't such a dumb fuck, it would make sense to you.
The resistance to acceleration? Come on, bro. That shit don't even. What are we saying? Rubber baby buggy bumpers.
Listen, if something's got a big ton of mass to it, right, and it's moving towards you, you got to push it a little bit harder, right, to make it stop moving.
The resistance to the resistance of acceleration. Come on, bro.
Bro, Jeremy, I understand your frustration, and I think it can all be solved with a simple thing. Just buy yourself a bidet.
Let me put it in another term. Hold on, let me put it in another term. If you thought that was brilliant. So mass attracts mass. So the resistance to the resistance of acceleration attracts the resistance to the resistance of acceleration.
Get yourself a bidet already, man.
You see how crazy? You see how crazy this shit is?
Jeremy, aren't you tired of wiping your ass?
The sad thing is, Branch is one of the smarter Globers, and that's what he just said.
So Branch,
Glober.
Branch, the less dense medium cleans out the more dense medium. Is that what it's about?
It's true, man. Depending on the density of the medium, right? And the nice thing about these bidets today is you can control the pressure.
Oh yeah, dude, I've installed a whole lever. You can control the temperature and the pressure. It's fantastic. You got to install one of those. You got the old primitive fucking cold water bidet only. It's horrible.
Yeah,
you used to living in 1912.
I've never felt like I need a warm bidet in Texas.
Yeah, because then you haven't experienced the warm bidet because you have to experience a warm bidet. It's fantastic.
I mean, I have I have in okay. I'm just gonna admit it. I did use the bidet in Japan, and it was warm, and it played music while I was doing it.
Oh my god, brilliant!
It's lovely, but we're still sitting here, and the Earth has no weight. You said, Branch?
The Earth's weight, depending on your perspective, would be based on the gravity from the sun.
Okay, cool. So what does the Earth weigh?
Depends on the gravitational pull of the sun. I don't know.
So free falling objects have weight?
Well, if you're considering like the perspective of the Earth, it has weight in retrospect to the sun, because the sun has a weight on it.
Free falling objects have weight.
Weight is mass times acceleration, and the sun's gonna be pulling the Earth. So whatever that acceleration or whatever that pull from the Earth is, multiply that by the mass, and that's the weight.
That's an interesting question.
W equals mg. You're saying W equals mg, and we can use that on the Earth?
No, it's F equals ma.
So, what's wrong with W equals mg? Is that not a valid formula to figure out weight?
Yeah, it's the same formula.
It's the same formula?
F equals ma. Force equals mass times acceleration. And you said weight, which is force, equals mass times g, which is acceleration. It's the same formula.
Okay, so you're saying the Earth does have... So you're saying free-falling objects have weight?
No, what I'm saying is that there's a gravitational pull from the sun on the Earth, right?
Do free-falling objects have weight?
Your g in that equation becomes the gravitational force due to the sun.
All right, but do free-falling objects have weight, though?
Do free-falling objects have weight? Yeah, they do.
So there's a force there. There's a force.
Right.
Bro, what kind of... Who told you that?
I mean, there's always going to be a force pulling down on it, but when you're free falling, It's negated.
So, Jeremy, regarding your question now, so the object itself would have a weight, but wouldn't it be relative to something? Wouldn't weight be relative to something? It could be a dumb question. I don't know. I'm asking the question because I'm trying to think about this.
Wait,
What you're asking.
Weight is very different to mass, right? Like mass is the stuff within something.
How do we quantify mass? I'm just curious.
You can quantify mass as just by being number of atoms, if you want.
No, if I gave you a block and I said, how much mass is this? What number would you give me back? Would you give it back to me in slugs, newtons, kilos? What would you?
Well, I'd probably take Avogadro's number and multiply it by its grams.
You give it to me in grams.
No, I'll give it to you in the number of atoms.
The number of atoms?
Yeah.
That's not. That's
you know what atoms
do?
So how many atoms do you weigh?
Something is the amount of
how
atoms.
many atoms are you?
So the mass of something is the amount of atoms it has, Branch. Come on.
Avogadro's number is like the number of atoms that are within 1 gram. I think of.
You're talking about a mole, bro. You're talking about a mole. Mass equals a mole.
Yeah, but moles are based on Avogadro's number.
So is mass a mole, or is it resistance to acceleration?
That's like saying, okay, you don't understand this shit, bro. So, like, a mole is a number.
Yeah, I understand it. I'm not the one who said resistance to acceleration earlier, first of all. It's a number of how many molecules there are per cubic thing, some nerd shit.
Well, actually, it could be molecules.
They recently changed it.
Really, though, mole is more about atoms.
Which is what you said mass is, how many atoms are in something. And a mole is how many atoms are in something.
It's just how much stuff is in something.
Yeah, how much stuff, atoms, whatever. How much stuff, it's a mole, you're saying. Mass equals a mole. Mass is moles.
Okay, you know what, Jeremy? I understand that you like to play this game where like you don't fully understand it and you like to talk bullshit.
Bro, you have said
some work for me, though, Jeremy. I think that what you need to do is let fucking Bard into the fucking.
No, bro, there's no way. When Geo comes back, when Geo's here, we'll ask him.
Geo's not gonna let you.
Well, then why would I? You telling me that? Why? I already know Geo's not gonna let you. And why? So why would I let you? Because and why would telling me Geo's not gonna let you help you let me help Bard in the thing?
Because you're a rebel. You're a fucking rebel, Jeremy. That's why.
I told you I already fucked up once. I got real crazy in the VC earlier. I'm not fucking up twice in one day. So.
Geo almost banned you.
What?
You trying to tell me that Geo almost banned you?
No.
All right, then fucking why not just let fucking Bard in?
Dude, I'm not letting your crazy fucking AI bot anywhere near this thing.
I'm telling you, man, like that shit I had going on in Gems was crazy, but this motherfucker, he runs off Bard. Bard is so different to ChatGPT.
No, I think they keep it civilized here, Branch. But regarding your question regarding weight, so for instance, at sea level, do you weigh different at sea level than you weigh, for instance, on a mountain that's say 5 kilometers up in the air? It's an honest question. I'm asking the question. Yeah, I don't understand this stuff. I'm learning it.
Gravity is based upon the distance from the center of the Earth. So yeah, at sea level, you're gonna weigh a little bit different to Everest if you want.
That's interesting. Okay, cool, awesome stuff.
And in order to have weight, you need a force, right? You gotta have a force for weight.
Technically, yes. You have to be pulled down. You have to be pulled down, and it has to press on a scale. Then you can measure it. That's the way I understand it in layman terms.
Okay, Jeremy, what's your point, bro?
Yeah. Do you need a force?
No, you're trying to get some. You're trying to make some point. I'm not sure what it is.
I'm not sure what it is either. We'll know if we ever get there.
No,
We'll know.
you're trying to figure out your point while you're talking, aren't you?
It's fire off the top, bro. Mike Jack in the Pepsi commercial.
You
I don't know
know,
what to tell you.
you remember that one-eyed motherfucker I posted? What was his name, bro? That rapper. And I was like, Jeremy, this is you. You remember that dude?
Fuck, I can't even remember his name.
I know, but you remember who I posted though, right?
What the fuck is that guy's name? He don't even rock a fake eye though. It's disgusting. I can't even look at that dude.
You know what I'm talking about though, right? It's like
What
I
the
was like,
fuck is
fuck
his name?
Jeremy. And his raps are fucking dope.
I can't remember his name. It's not relevant. You need a force. Oh, what the fuck were we talking? Branch, you do this all the time, you son of a bitch.
Jeremy, I asked if you weigh yourself at sea level, do you weigh a different weight at sea level than say 5 kilometers up on a mountain? And then you asked if you need a force. So I would agree. There would be something that's pulling you down to measure it on a scale. That's in my layman's fucking basic understanding of it. So if you guys can explain it in a more scientific term, that'll be awesome. But yeah, I would understand it that way. And then you asked about the would you require a force?
And also, Jeremy, before you reply, can you please wipe your ass with a little bit of water, man?
Fetty Wap. Fetty Wap is his name.
Betty Wap? Was this
Fetty Wap. Anyways, yeah, you need a force to have weight. So when you're free falling, is there a force? I mean, you said earlier the force was canceled out. So yes, force, no force. Is it canceled out or not? I mean, I feel like I have my heliocentric answer already. I went to Gems yesterday and talked to Slacker, and he said there's no weight. Earth has no weight.
You know what's funny in Gems, right? Like fucking for some reason now me and Slacker and all these fucking cunts get along.
No man, but day buddy, come on, answer Jeremy. But day buddy, fucking answer Jeremy, because I think it's an important question.
Yeah, but I'm still trying to figure out who the rapper was, and his name wasn't Betty Wap.
No man, fucking wash your ass and fucking answer the question. I think it's an important question,
Lemon, dude. You just bring up Lemon, but what the fuck happened to Lemon? Where the fuck is Lemon? Where the fuck is Shroomy?
You can't do it. You see, Beer Man.
Yeah, it's epic, but it's a very cool question. I would love to actually hear this in a serious discussion. I would love to hear the answer to this, or the explanation at least.
I had Kosho and Zanuck and maybe another couple guys. I don't know. It was freaking crazy a couple days ago.
Yeah, but hey, Jeremy, you remember fucking Shroomy, right?
Yeah, I remember Shroomy.
What the fuck happened to Shroomy? I hope he's not dead.
I don't know.
He better not be fucking dead. I'll slap his ass back to fucking if he's dead. He can't be fucking dead.
Branch, I can't take you seriously. However, I'll take you seriously as my bidet buddy.
No, there's this dude we used to know called Shroomy, and he's just funny as fuck. Like he's kind of like me, but more like just without the filter.
No, you're right. I can see where the guys could possibly get irritated with you, but I think in a general discussion, I think you're pretty cool. I would like to meet you in person one day. But yeah,
dude, I want to go to Africa. You know what I want to do? I want to go to Africa. I want to see the fucking pyramids.
Like North Africa.
Like hold on, didn't South Africans just say they wanted to go to Africa? I'm confused.
No, it's Branch that wants to come to Africa.
I so want to go to Africa. I want to go see the pyramids and like my mom was born in Africa, so I want to go see Tanzania too.
Harry? And your mom sucked around an elephant tusk. Okay.
Real talk, man. My mom was fucking born in Africa.
Where in Africa was she born?
Tanzania.
Listen, don't let him do this though. No, he does this all the time. He distracts us with nonsense. You see the rigmarole he just tried to put us through? He's trying to
Jeremy,
he's trying to unmute me right now as I'm pointing it out.
I'm not even joking. My mom was born in Tanzania.
So Jeremy, I'm not trying to win any argument here, or I don't think he's going to answer the question regarding that. However, like you say, you have had these sort of discussions with Zanik and Kosho. I would love to have this brought up again. It's probably been brought up 500 million times, but I would like to hear it again because I haven't actually heard the discussion. So I'm not expecting Branch to answer this. However, Branch and I can have a fantastic bidet discussion. However, again, he only uses cold water, which is terrible.
No, the thing is, you
upgrade.
never lived in Texas, my man. You think Africa's fucking hot? You never fucking lived in Texas. Texas is way the fuck hotter than fucking Africa.
Doesn't matter. My poop hole is the same temperature. It's 36 degrees.
Bro, you've got to be joking, haven't you? Have you ever been to the equator?
Dude, I don't give a fuck. Texas is hot as fuck.
No, bro, I'm sure Texas is hot, but if you've ever been to any African country on the equator or even in the Middle East, bro, Texas cannot compete.
I mean, I've been to.
It's been hot as fucking New York all last week.
I've been to the Philippines, which is pretty much on the equator.
Yeah, we had snow here in South Africa recently.
Is the Philippines in Africa?
No, it's not, but it's pretty much on the equator, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
I mean, the Philippines didn't feel hot as fuck because the girls were hot as fuck.
They said you were the Thrilla in Manila.
Bro, you don't even know, my man. I used to walk in the club and girls just be on my ass.
Yeah, I'm officially checking out this conversation. It's not going anywhere.
It's grand.
Yeah, crypto. Yeah, this is just a fun conversation. That's the way I see it. I don't see any serious in this.
There was one club I walked into, right? I just walked in. One bitch just walked up and just started rubbing my dick.
Like, it almost got serious, and then I caught him out on a resistance to acceleration, attracts resistance to acceleration, and then he went goofy on us.
Yeah, no, of course, but to be honest, I've heard this on YouTube before. So, Branch, dude, no disrespect to you. I think you awesome, and you my bidet buddy. But yeah, I've never heard a serious discussion with you, unfortunately.
Well, I can't talk about flat earth shit because flat earth is a retarded ass subject.
But that hasn't done anything with flat earth. Like, I'm not a flat earther, and I had a question regarding the weight thing.
We're talking about mass, weight. This ain't got nothing to do with flat earth. This is all physics.
Hey, Jeremy, come on, seriously, man. Like, when we got pictures from fucking space.
Bro, you come into Earth Awakenings.
That's the only proof.
Bro, you come into Earth Awakenings where we discuss the flat earth. We're talking about flat earth adjacent topics. And you're now saying, oh, well, I don't really want to talk about it because it's retarded.
No. I'll tell you what. Normally, when I come in this room, we talk about spiritual shit.
I got you, Crypto.
You're not going to work talking over me. Dude.
No. Hold the fuck up.
The first thing, don't talk over me. Yeah. Second thing is, if you don't want to be part of the conversation, dude, just leave. Like, everyone else is here to talk about interesting subjects, not about you, like claiming that you got touched up by a Filipino bird. No one cares.
How could the problem, Beer Man, is they've made such a convoluted mess out of this mass thing that anything even related to it, gravity, weight, whatever is just a mess. It's an absolute mess. Anything to do with mass, because mass itself is all convoluted and messy. Resistance to acceleration? What the hell does that even mean?
Yeah, and it all comes to for instance, that documentary, I keep bringing it up, that principal documentary, it's all related to, as far as I understand at least, it's all related to that dark matter and dark energy, and they rely on it, and it's all to bring in the physical world, which I don't think exists. I don't think there is a physical world. It's a fascinating topic, and I love to discuss it. I love to hear everyone's viewpoints, and I love to hear everyone's experiences. And the questions are brilliant, and I think should be taken more seriously. But yeah, uh, I enjoyed the little bit of fun we had with Branch. Now, like I say, he's my bidet buddy. It's the one person that I've met, or one person I've discussed a bidet discussion with. But yeah, it can go so far, and then I think we should get to serious discussion again, and that's where we're at now.
That was a good question you brought up. Does weight change as you go higher? And I mean, it might. I don't know. I've never like checked or. According to these guys, it should, because gravity changes, and that is what is causing weight is the downward force. So, if there's less of a downward force, it's going to be less weight. The higher you get, there's less gravity gets weaker as you go out from. Gravity is a distance thing, mass and distance. So the farther you get from the mass, the less effect, the less gravity have on you. Like they say, there's like 97% gravity on the ISS guys or some shit. I forgot the exact number, but it should change in their model with the higher you get. Now that should be done in a super controlled environment. You know what I mean? Like you'd want to keep the pressure the same. Like whatever pressure you're using, I feel like you'd want to keep you'd want to have a self-contained unit with something on a scale, and then just bring it higher. You know what I mean? You don't even want to break out a scale, just put something on a scale, make it pressurized, bring it to 0 elevation, maybe negative 200 feet, and then, all the way up to however high, and yeah, see what you get. That'd be neat. There's a guy on TikTok I like to watch. He does all kinds of weird weighing things. Like he'll weigh a deck of cards and then shuffle them and then reweigh the deck and like do all kinds of goofy shit. It's neat.
So I'm on mobile now, and I struggle to have these. I struggle with the push to talk, and now and then my screen fucking disappears. But I'm gonna try as much as I can now. But yeah, I would expect that the higher you go, you would, to a certain point. I think we'll see a drastic change in weight. So it'll be little bit less, little bit less, little bit less, and then all of a sudden there's a big drop. And I think that's when you hit a different density gradient, or a different gradient. And this is me now. This is what I'm hypothesizing, with my understanding of refraction and things like that. I would expect to see at a certain level there's going to be a massive change in weight, but it'll be gradual to a point.
That's why you want to do it in a self-contained unit, so that you're not worried about pressure or whatever.
But it would be interesting but it would be interesting to see it in our atmospheric conditions, because I think, like I say, like I've said, that I think everything is refracted to a point. I expect to see a change in a density layer. I think I will see a difference, a massive difference in weight, when you cross a physical barrier, or physical density layer barrier. Yeah. I think that's a discussion for another time. I would love to have that discussion, just not on mobile, because I'm really struggling with the push to talk here on the mobile. But let's chat as much as we can about it. But like I say, I'm struggling here with a push to talk, because the screen fucking goes black, and then it's like, oh, unlock phone, and then re-unlock the phone, and then it's, oh man, it just sucks on mobile. I don't know how you guys do it on mobile like this.
I just like to leave myself unmuted and hot mic all over the place. That's my MO.
Yeah, I vape, and yeah, probably breathe maybe a bit hard, so I'm on push to talk. But yeah, I'm gonna try my best with mobile. Yeah. it's a really cool topic, and it's I would actually love to chat about it. But yeah, like I said, it might be a bit difficult. But if you're up for it, Jeremy, let's chat about it.
I mean, the whole weight thing. I don't. It definitely needs to be, tested and shit. Like I said, though, not like some other these half-ass ways these other guys be doing it. Because I'm not even sure if pressure will change the weight on the scale. Like pressure is is air pressure, the 14.7. That's the downward. That's the downward pressure of the air. It's pressing down 14.7 psi. That's what makes the gradient because of the downward pressing air. So like, I'm not sure if that would or wouldn't change the scale. It might depend on what kind of scale you use. You'd want to do this in a clear box. Like you just get a clear box, put a scale in it, put an object on the scale, a test mass, and then seal the scale up and just fucking go up and down. That way there's no, I know you want to test it in the atmosphere, but I don't know. I mean, that'd be neat too. You could do another one outside of the box, but I'd like to see it in the box.
So in saying that, have they done these sort of experiments in a vacuum? I'm not aware of it. If they have, surely in a vacuum you would weigh more on the same level. So you got a vacuum on the same level, and you got a non-vacuum on the same level. So there's a box next to the other object. Does the one in the vacuum weigh more than the other object, or how now
That's
that
another
vacuum
thing.
might be buoyant? The vacuum itself may be buoyant. I don't know.
That's another thing they say you got to worry about is buoyancy for weighing things. So the pressure does change weight in their mind. It's for a different reason though, but
Oh man, these fucking philosophical discussions are amazing. It's really, really cool to make your mind think and try to think out the box and what's causing what to happen. It's really cool. I really enjoy it.
yeah, I can't believe there's not more people here. Like we have the most interesting talks ever on Earth right now. So I don't know we got, molecular biologists and shit coming through here once in a while. And I don't know, just the topics we're talking about are crazy interesting. You would think there'd be like 10, 20,000 people in a VC right now.
Yeah, and like what we're discussing now doesn't get chatted much about. And these are the questions I have. And yeah, it's just the same old things over and over and over in the Discord, and literally it goes nowhere, and then it becomes a word game.